Chapter 537. Mo Wan? Yi Hongyi looked dazedly at the beauty in his arms. That's right, Yarrow Mo Wan, the woman he loved the most in his life. Mo Wan. You're Mo Wan, right? Yi Hongyi reached out to lift the hair in front of the beauty's forehead, but the moment the hair flew up, Yi Hongyi clearly saw that the woman in his arms was Yarrow Mo Shin, the nightmare of his life. How could it be you? Yarrow Mo Shin, you're dead. Aren't you already dead? Yi Hongyi abruptly opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain. However, the pain didn't come from his cheeks but from between his legs. An unprecedented wave of fear swept over him. Yi Hongyi abruptly moved his hands downwards and his heart instantly fell. You bastard! Why are you doing this to us? Why? When he saw the figure floating in the air, Yi Hongyi knew that he wasn't dreaming and immediately charged at Chi Kanglan with a roar. If you want to return with your life to get revenge, you better not be too impulsive. Chi Kanglan sealed Yi Hongyi's acupuncture points but was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have found a skilled eunuch to do this. Although that Gui Daozi was a leading figure among skin painters, he was too unskilled at cutting down. Chi Kanglan had personally seen Gui Daozi's knife rise and fall 3 times before it could barely be considered clean. However, Yi Hongyi was bleeding profusely. If he hadn't sealed Yi Hongyi's acupuncture points in time to stop the bleeding, Yi Hongyi would be hanging in this cave. Chi Kanglan didn't care about Yi Hongyi's lowly life, but he had to return to the imperial palace. Why did you have to sever the roots of Zhen's descendants? Zhen won't let you off. Bastard! Even though his acupuncture points were sealed, Yi Hongyi still roared angrily. There was no man who wouldn't mind this kind of thing. Yi Hongyi, you were the one who personally agreed to become the man in the painting. Don't tell me you don't know that the man in the painting is a eunuch. And you were the one who kept saying that you would return to the Chu Palace to get revenge on Yarrow Mo Wan and Yi Junqing. Let me ask you, other than eunuchs and the emperor, who else would appear in the inner palace? Chi Kanglan felt that his patience was unprecedentedly good. Even back then, he definitely wouldn't waste his breath on a lowly commoner like Yi Hongyi. Of course, a large part of the reason was because he had just seen how badly Gui Daozi had ravaged Yi Hongyi. It was all because he pitied Yi Hongyi, Chi Kanglan thought. Why is this happening? How did things become like this? Tears streamed down Yi Hongyi's face. Even now, he still didn't understand what he had done wrong to end up like this. This bottle contains phoenix tears. After you return to the Chu Palace, you only need to feed this phoenix tears to Yarrow Mo Wan 10 times and she'll forget the past. As Chi Kanglan spoke, a purple porcelain bottle slowly landed in front of Yi Hongyi. I will kill them. We want them dead. Yi Hongyi wasn't interested in the phoenix tears at all and roared hysterically. That's why I said that Yarrow Moan is smarter than you. She knows that death isn't the best way to get revenge. Making the life she hates so much that it's worse than death is the best way to get revenge. Yi Hongyi, are you sure you only want to kill them and not let them have a taste of what you're feeling right now? Chi Kanglan's words hit Yi Hongyi's weak spot. The feeling of having his face changed, having his roots cut off, having nothing left tormented Yi Hongyi so much that he wished he was dead. However, he wasn't willing to die and free himself from all of this. So what if I make Yarrow Mo Wan forget everything? Yi Hongyi was moved. At that time, this priest will naturally make her and Yi Junqing become enemies. I believe that you want to see them kill each other even more than this priest, no? Chi Kanglan knew the desire in Yi Hongyi's heart. Good, oh good. They destroyed everything we have, we won't let them have it easy either. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted harshly. That's more like it. Right now, your meridians have already been sealed by this priest, so no one will be able to verify that you know martial arts. As for your face, it's already been changed, so it's naturally impossible for it to be exposed. So what you need to do now is to recognize your own identity. Chi Kanglan spoke in a meaningful tone. Thus, a beggar with disheveled hair and a dirty face appeared on the streets of Chu Imperial City. This beggar just so happened to be very stubborn, so he couldn't avoid being beaten up by a group of people. Until one day, this beggar said some soft words. Ever since Yi Junqing ascended the throne, the affairs of the state had been handled in an orderly manner. The negative and uneasy feelings brought about by the civil war had also gradually calmed down. The officials in court gradually acknowledged Yi Juanqing's way of governing the country and all praised him. Great Chu appeared to be at peace, but Yi Juanqing didn't feel the slightest bit gratified because of this. In the imperial study, Yi Juanqing's brows were tightly furrowed and he sighed from time to time. Your Majesty, this subordinate really can't help you with this matter. You should know that this subordinate doesn't have a say in Yarrow Mo Wan's side. Ben Lei had already been detained in the imperial study by Yi Juanqing for 4 hours, but this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Juanqing still didn't seem to have any intention of letting Ben Lei leave. You still have to say something even if you can't. Right now, there are already people in court who have suggested that it's not appropriate for someone of Yarrow Mo Wan's status to stay in the inner palace. If we don't quickly make Yarrow Mo Wan Empress, those pedantic officials in court will definitely complain, said Yi Juanqing helplessly as he rubbed his temples. At the time, his confession of his true feelings had caused Yarrow Mo Wan's heart to burn with anxiety, so Yi Juanqing didn't dare to rashly confess again. Your Majesty, it can't be that you're afraid of those old fogies, right? Ben Lei felt that with Yi Juanqing's personality, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be threatened by anyone. Do you think that this excuse will be able to make Yarrow Mo Wan give in? Yi Juanqing knew the truth. This subordinate feels that it's very difficult, said Ben Lei angrily as his lips twitched. You still have to try even if it's difficult. But there's one thing. You definitely can't sell us out. Do you know what to say? Yi Juanqing's threatening gaze caused Ben Lei to grumble endlessly. If he had known that he'd come out of the tiger's cave and entered the wolf's lair, he would have just shamelessly stayed at Yarrow Mo Wan's place. By the time Ben Lei came out with his head drooping, he saw Lung Bingxin walking over with a handful of melon seeds in her hands. This beautiful woman just had to spit out the melon seeds as she walked over. This beautiful picture of a beautiful woman instantly lost its artistic conception. Your father died. Lung Bingxin's words had never been pleasant to listen to, but now that Ben Lei saw it, he felt like he was visiting a grave. As a result, Ben Lei couldn't help but nod. This time, you have to help me. Ben Lei had long since cultivated an indestructible body to deal with Lung Bingxin's poisonous tongue. Moreover, ever since he became Lung Bingxin's follower, Ben Lei seemed to rely more and more on Lung Bingxin. Whenever there was a thorny problem, he would always go to Lung Bingxin to discuss it first. When Ben Lei told Lung Bingxin everything that Yi Juanqing had told him, Lung Bingxin's eyes instantly lit up as she looked towards Ben Lei. This is a great opportunity for you to curry favor with Master. Whether or not you can gain Master's favor will depend on this, said Lung Bingxin excitedly. Thus, inside Guan Osprey Palace, Ben Lei's expression was solemn as he stood respectfully in front of Yarrow Moan. His expression was that of a hero who had left and would never return. Is everything you said true? Yarrow Moan was rather surprised by Ben Lei's decision to forsake darkness and seek light. If this subordinate has lied to you in the slightest, then this subordinate is willing to suffer the punishment of being struck by lightning. Back then, when Ben Lei pretended to surrender to His Majesty, it was because he wanted to stay by His Majesty's side and help Master scout for information. This subordinate's heart has always been devoted to Master and has never thought of betraying her. This was Lung Bingxin's idea. Ben Lei was extremely apprehensive. Oh! Then this consort would like to hear, what exactly did you manage to find out? Yarrow Moan raised her delicate chin as the corners of her lips curved. This subordinate found out from His Majesty's mouth that at Yangshuo Guest House, His Majesty and Yu Funning had deliberately pretended to be in love in order to make Master jealous and then force Master to take the initiative to admit her feelings towards His Majesty, vowed Ben Lei. What else? Yarrow Moan lowered her eyes and used the lid of the teacup to poke at the tender leaves floating on the surface of the teacup as she asked this with interest. Also, His Majesty found this subordinate this morning and ordered this subordinate to use the anger of the officials as a reason to persuade Master to agree to His Majesty's conferment. In reality, no one in court had mentioned this matter. His Majesty also repeatedly urged this subordinate to make it sound real and to use the most flowery words to exaggerate how troubled His Majesty was and how he couldn't sleep through the night because of this matter. Ben Lei responded according to what Lung Bingshan had taught him and looked towards Yarrow Moen coldly. Right at this time, a discordant sound suddenly came from the inner chambers of Guan Osprey Palace, instantly sending Ben Lei down to the 18th level of hell. Cough. Ben Lei. Zhen feels that having a godlike enemy isn't scary. What's scary is having subordinates that are like weasels. Zhen doesn't blame you for spreading rumors, but if you spread rumors about Zhen, even if Zhen has a good temper, Zhen still has to show some respect. Just as Ben Lei was passionately expressing his loyalty to Yarrow Moen, Yi Junqing slowly walked out of the inner chambers. At this time, Ben Lei's face was alternating between red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. When Lung Bingshan, who had been lying in the crack of the door, heard Yi Junqing's voice, she abruptly smacked her forehead. Ben Lei was definitely the reincarnation of a jinx in this life. Otherwise, how could his life be so bad? Bingshan, is there something you need from this consort? Lung Bingshan was anxious and unexpectedly pushed open the door. When she saw that everyone's gazes were on her, she could only walk forward awkwardly. It's nothing too serious. I just wanted to ask if Master has been doing any disguise work lately. Bingshan is itching. Everyone fell silent at Lung Bingshan's words. Ben Lei, ever since the late emperor took over, the southwest border hasn't had peace. Now that Zhen has just ascended the throne, it really isn't suitable for me to personally lead troops. How about? Just as Yi Junqing was about to transfer Ben Lei away from the imperial city, Lung Bingshan, who was standing at the side, suddenly coughed violently and looked towards Yarrow Moen from time to time. Bingshan, are you all right? Do you want this consort to summon an imperial doctor for you? Yarrow Moen's heart was as clear as a mirror, but right now, she just had to make Lung Bingshan anxious. Bingshan, I'm fine. I'm fine. As Lung Bingshan spoke, she glanced towards Yarrow Moen, then glanced at Ben Lei. Her movements were so large that it made one worry that her eyes might pop out of her sockets. As long as you're fine. Yarrow Moen sighed in relief and continued to taste the tea. Ben Lei, Zhen will now order you to. Yarrow Moen felt that if she didn't say anything, Lung Bingshan might start coughing up blood, so she finished what Yi Junqing hadn't finished. Ben Lei is this consort's subordinate. Even if he offended your majesty in some way, this consort will naturally punish him heavily. Ben Lei, listen, you're in charge of the entire imperial palace's toilets. Do you accept this? Ben Lei had never felt that Yarrow Moen's voice was so beautiful. Even though she was punishing him by cleaning the toilets, her voice was like rain after a long drought, causing Ben Lei to be overjoyed. Accept. Ben Lei is in charge. Ben Lei will go clean the toilets right now. Your Majesty, Ben Lei will take his leave. When Ben Lei heard this, he retreated out of Guan Osprey Palace as if he had been pardoned. Since Master doesn't have any orders, then Bingshan will also take her leave. Lung Bingshan knew when to stop and also turned to leave. Only after the two of them left did Yi Junqing clear his throat. Ahem, this Ben Lei's mouth is becoming more and more unrestrained. He's most likely been led astray by Lung Bingshan, Moen. Yi Junqing rejoiced that he was currently in Guan Osprey Palace. Otherwise, who knew how badly Ben Lei would have defiled him? He would remember this debt and slowly settle it in the future. Let's not talk about Ben Lei anymore. That blood coral is a congratulatory gift that Alliance Head Yang gave to your majesty. How could Moen steal someone else's treasure? Yarrow Moen walked back into the inner room. The blood coral on the table was sparkling and translucent. It was one of the best in the world. Zhen doesn't really like it. You know that Zhen doesn't really care about these worldly possessions. Yi Junqing immediately expressed his sincerity. Since it's like this, then Moen will accept it. Tingyu, keep it well. Yarrow Moen didn't refuse. When she turned around, she ordered Tingyu to wrap the blood coral in exquisite porcelain. This caused Yi Junqing to be puzzled and suspicious. Aren't you planning on placing it on the shelf in the main hall? Asked Yi Junqing when he saw that Tingyu was putting the coral away. Chu Morshin and Kubu Jura's big wedding is in 2 days. Moen was thinking that she should at least bring a decent gift over. This blood coral just happens to be of a similar color and is also very festive. Your Majesty wouldn't blame Moen for using flowers to present Buddha, right? Yarrow Moen lifted her brows and looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. No, how could that be? Chu Morshin's big wedding, Zhen also has to prepare a generous gift. Yi Junqing's expression was a bit stiff. Although he said that he didn't mind, he still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. This blood coral was something he had carefully chosen to give to Yarrow Moen. In fact, this was the first time he had given Yarrow Moen a gift so solemnly. That's fine. Moen will just bring it over for your Majesty, said Yarrow Moen lightly. Bring it over? You want to go personally? Yi Junqing looked towards Yarrow Moen in shock. Of course. Moen and Morshin are like mother and son. Moen definitely has to attend his big wedding, said Yarrow Moen with a shrug. We also want to go. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Junqing declared solemnly. That won't do. Firstly, your Majesty has just ascended to the throne, so there are 1,000 things to do. Your Majesty absolutely cannot leave Great Chu at this time. Secondly, Moen has received an invitation. Does your Majesty have one? Asked Yarrow Moen. Yi Junqing immediately narrowed his eyes. Chu Morshin actually didn't give us an invitation? Why? Yi Junqing felt like he was being discriminated against. Your Majesty, please calm down. According to what Moen knows, King Lulan and Chu Shi have never thought about inviting the monarchs of the various countries. Firstly, everyone is still fearful of what happened earlier. Secondly, this is also Morshin and Jura's intention. They don't want the world to think that their wedding has political overtones, so all the guests they invited are relatives. Yarrow Moen's explanation made Yi Junqing feel slightly better. Then why did they invite you? Yi Junqing was confused. As Great Chu's crown princess and Morshin's future imperial sister-in-law, Moen naturally has this right, said Yarrow Moen matter-of-factly. Imperial sister-in-law? Didn't you say that you and Morshin were like mother and son? If it weren't for Yarrow Moen's reminder, Yi Junqing really would have forgotten that Yarrow Moen had this identity. This identity just happened to make Yi Junqing very unhappy. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Yarrow Moen felt like there was nothing wrong with her logic. Moen, don't go, all right? Yarrow Moen had never seen Yi Junqing act like a spoiled child before, but right now, Yi Junqing was tugging on her wide sleeve as he looked towards Yarrow Moen with a pleading look in his eyes. Your Majesty definitely won't let Moen go. When Yarrow Moen saw Yi Junqing's adorable expression, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart and her lips curved up slightly. Definitely. Yi Junqing nodded firmly. Even if Moen will bring back Chu Morbei's divorce letter. It was true that Yarrow Moen knew that this was just a setup, but besides a small number of people, the entire world was treating her as Great Chu's crown princess. Although none of the ministers of the previous court had brought this up for now, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't use this to cause trouble for her in the future. Chapter 538. Ever since she had secretly read Yu Funning's letter, Yarrow Moen felt that she shouldn't continue running away. She had gotten her revenge and repaid her debt of gratitude. In this life, she should live to the fullest. Yarrow Moen had 10,000 reasons to believe that Yi Junqing was the one she loved in this life. Moen, you mean that, as long as you get the divorce letter, you'll accept Zhen's conferment? When Yi Junqing heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, causing Yarrow Moen to glance at him. Moen isn't the only one who wants to receive your Majesty's conferment. Your Majesty should go deal with them first. Yarrow Moen lifted her brows, then turned to leave the bedroom. When did Zhen say that I would confer a title on anyone else? In this life, Zhen only has you. Yi Junqing took a step forward and blocked Yarrow Moen's path. His gaze was as pure and untainted as the moon. Your Majesty must be joking. Since ancient times, emperors have always had 3,000 beauties. Regardless of whether your Majesty likes them or not, the inner palace can't be too desolate. Yarrow Moen had once been virtuous and virtuous. Virtuously, she had personally sent Yarrow Sulwan to Yi Hongyi's bed. At that time, her heart had felt like it had fallen into an abyss. How could she bear to live another life unjustly? If Yi Junqing took advantage of the situation and left, then she wouldn't be coming back. If not, then the day she returned from Lulan would be the day she would accept Yi Junqing's conferment and become the Empress of Chu. Then Junqing won't be the emperor. In this life, I'll only have one person's heart and we'll never part. Yi Junqing's eyes shone brightly as he spoke in a powerful voice. Yarrow Moen knew that Yi Junqing wasn't joking. She was confident that as long as she said it, Yi Junqing would pass the throne to a branch descendant of the imperial family at any time. That was enough. Yarrow Moen's lips gradually curved into a knowing smile. Moen. Yi Junqing looked towards Yarrow Moen suspiciously, his eyes filled with anticipation. It's getting late. Tingyu, send His Majesty back. Yarrow Moen purposely kept Yi Junqing in suspense. She smiled faintly as she turned to return to the bedroom. Yi Junqing wanted to follow her in reluctantly, but Tingyu stopped him. Your Majesty, Her Highness just brought you out. If you go back now, won't you have to send Her Highness back? If this goes on, will there be any end? Even though Yi Junqing was now the sovereign of the 9-5, Tingyu's tone hadn't changed much. Perhaps it was because she had been with Yarrow Moen for a long time, but Tingyu had become more and more aloof. Moen. Yi Junqing stopped in his tracks, but he was unwilling to leave just like this. However, Tingyu was blocking his way, so Yi Junqing could only give up. After Yi Junqing left, Yarrow Moen ordered Tingyu to call Lung Bingshan. Soon, Lung Bingshan followed Tingyu into Guan Osprey Palace. Master, are you looking for Bingshan? Actually, even if Yarrow Moen didn't say anything, Lung Bingshan could guess that her returning to Guan Osprey Palace was definitely related to Ben Lei. However, since Yarrow Moen didn't say anything first, she naturally had no reason to confess. At this moment, Tingyu had already left the inner room. How long have you liked thunder? Yarrow Moen's opening words were truly outside of Lung Bingshan's expectations. When she heard Yarrow Moen's question, Lung Bingshan froze in place and was speechless. Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. If you weren't worried about Ben Lei's safety, why would you be lying outside the door? If this consort's guess isn't wrong, you were the one who persuaded Ben Lei to choose a good tree to perch on, right? This consort is very gratified that you trust this consort so much. To Yarrow Moen, Lung Bingshan was definitely an unexpected windfall. To receive Master's appreciation, it's Bingshan's fortune for 3 lifetimes. Lung Bingshan returned to her senses and cupped her hands in salute. How could a girl as smart as you not understand the main point of this consort's words? Bingshan, this consort has always thought that you're a woman who dares to do things. Sometimes, this consort even feels that you're very similar to this consort. Yarrow Moen continued to guide her. Master is too kind. Originally, Bingshan also felt that way. However, when Han Jini, Feng Yihan, and Duan Zitong recognized me in Great Shu, Bingshan understood herself. Lung Bingshan continued to try to change the topic. Forget it. Actually, if you think about it, Ben Lei isn't worthy of you. He's stupid and he looks especially impatient. When he does things, he's either overcautious and indecisive or he doesn't care about anything. He's tactful at the wrong time and what he insists on isn't the truth. If this kind of person were to marry you, he'd simply be a burden to you and a waste of your beauty. How about this? This consort will randomly choose a palace maid to marry to him. Yarrow Moen didn't even look at Lung Bingshan and waved her hand to indicate for Lung Bingshan to withdraw. Master wants to bestow marriage to Ben Lei? Why? This time, Lung Bingshan heard the main point. He's always been impatient. Originally, he wasn't under this consort's command and this consort couldn't control him that much. However, tonight, he just happened to make a solemn vow to forsake the dark and seek the light. At the time, this consort acknowledged him out of respect for you. However, you should know that that wasn't this consort's original intention. However, since I've acknowledged him, this consort won't slap my own mouth. It's just that this consort really doesn't have the strength to personally train him. After thinking about it, finding him a wife and restraining him appropriately is the best method. Basically, Yarrow Moen was just giving it a try. She didn't think that goading Lung Bingshan would work, But reality proved that all women had no immunity to this move. Master, there's no need. Bingshin can help Master train Ben Lei. Lung Bingshin immediately panicked. How can that be? If you get too close to Ben Lei, there will more or less be rumors spreading. Wouldn't that ruin your reputation? No, no. Yarrow Moen shook her head. Children of the pugilistic world are quick to repay kindness and enmity. Bingshin isn't afraid. Lung Bingshin's speech gradually sped up. You're not afraid, but this consort can't not take responsibility for you. Forget it, there's no need to discuss this matter anymore. This consort has already decided to marry Chun Seong of the embroidery room. I originally thought that you would be interested in Ben Lei, but since there isn't, this consort will ask His Majesty to bestow marriage tomorrow. Yarrow Moen was just about to get up when Lung Bingshin took a step forward, her eyes filled with determination. Master, Bingshin has thought it through. Rather than letting Ben Lei torment that whatever Chun Seong, it's better to let Bingshin suffer instead, said Lung Bingshin sternly as she looked at death calmly. You won't regret it. Yarrow Moen lifted her brows. Life and death are decreed by fate. Bingshin has chosen her own path, so she definitely won't regret it. However, if Ben Lei doesn't agree. Lung Bingshin didn't know when she started liking Ben Lei. From the initial disgust, to sympathy, to pity, and finally, how did she end up falling in love with him? When Ben Lei was abandoned by everyone, she dragged him to Yangshuo and thought of a way to capture Li Xian alive for him. Lung Bingshin honestly knew that she wasn't someone who loved to help others. Basically, it was already heaven's grace that she didn't harm anyone. Now, she had saved Ben Lei from a dilemma time and time again. Once or twice could be said to be kindness, but after so many times, if she really fell in love, how else could she explain it? If he doesn't agree, this consort will beat him until he agrees. If he still doesn't agree, then directly beat him to death. Yarrow Moen's words reassured Lung Bingshin. When Lung Bingshin left, her expression was still heavy, but when she walked out of Guan Osprey Palace's entrance, the corners of her lips curved upwards until they bloomed into a smile. After sending off Lung Bingshin, Tingyu walked over to Yarrow Moen's side and helped her into the bedroom. Master, do you think Lung Bingshin really likes Ben Lei? This servant always sees that they usually fight the most, said Tingyu suspiciously. Given Lung Bingshin's personality, would she agree if she didn't like him? As for Ben Lei, although he's a bit rash, he still has his pride. For a man who's willing to lower himself to eat melon seeds for Lung Bingshin, if he doesn't like him, then there's no other reason. Yarrow Moen firmly believed that she wasn't mistaken. If that's really the case, then they're really fortunate to have Master worry about their marriage for them, muttered Tingyu enviously. I heard from His Majesty that Liu Shuo has entered the public service and is now leading the Imperial Guards in the palace. Yarrow Moen's eyes flickered slightly as she turned to look towards Tingyu. Why would Master suddenly ask about Liu Shuo out of the blue? Hearing the two words Liu Shuo, Tingyu's face instantly flushed red and her voice became much gentler than usual. You silly girl, from Yarrow Xiongfu until today, you've been with Ben Gong the longest. In Ben Gong's eyes, you're Ben Gong's younger sister. Liu Xing isn't here anymore, so Ben Gong definitely can't let you suffer any more grievances. Letting Liu Shuo serve in the palace was Ben Gong's idea. Once we return from Lulan, Ben Gong will personally arrange your marriage with Liu Shuo. Yarrow Moen said sincerely. Master, who wants to get married this servant wants to serve Master for a lifetime. At this moment, Tingyu was acting like a pretty daughter of a humble family towards Yarrow Moen. Her heart was as sweet as honey. Ben Gong doesn't dare keep you for a lifetime. Even if you delay the Liu family's important matter of carrying on the ancestral line, Ben Gong can't bear this responsibility. Yarrow Moen smiled happily, her eyes revealing a faint sense of relief. Master, hurry and rest. Tingyu bids farewell. When Yarrow Moen saw that Tingyu had retreated bashfully, she couldn't help but shout towards the sky. Yin Shui, Feng Yu Lei Dian, don't be anxious This Empress remembers everything that happened between you two. When Yarrow Moen stopped speaking, she heard a distant voice in the air. Master, we're fine. It was late at night and the wind was cold, but Lung Bingshin's heart was as warm as a stove. Marry Ben Lei? That's fine too. Actually, Master was exaggerating a bit. Who said that Ben Lei was stupid? He's fine too. Although his looks couldn't compare to Yi Juanqing's, they were just a little bit off. In any case, she found him rather pleasing to the eye. Girl, what's in your eyes? I'm standing right in front of you, yet you can't see me. You can't be planning on passing through this old man's body, right? What? You want to play strange stories in front of me? A rough voice suddenly rang out. When Lung Bingshan came back to her senses, she saw that an old man was standing right in front of her. The hair on the top of his head was braided and he had a goatee that stuck to his chest. The moonlight was beautiful, but it couldn't compare to the light in the old man's eyes. Lung Bingshan subconsciously took a few steps back and looked towards the old man coldly. Where did this 1,000-year-old demon come from? Perhaps it was because Gui Daoz's clothes were a little special, or that cute hairstyle that Zhong Yuan had never seen before, but it wasn't strange at all for Lung Bingshan to think of him as a demon. You rebellious little girl, calling your master an old demon. Can't you tell that your master is handsome and elegant? Gui Daozi had always felt that his looks weren't bad. Of course, this was just a humble way of thinking. In reality, Gui Daozi felt that he was the most handsome man in all of Crimson Flame Country. Before being trampled by 10,000 mud horses, it might have been possible. Lung Bingshan snorted and subconsciously took a few steps back. There was no need to guess that this guy's martial arts were definitely not low. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for those Imperial guards to stroll around as if nothing had happened. You little brat, Master went all the way to find you and this is your attitude? Gui Daoz's glare didn't matter, but all the hair on Lung Bingshan's body instantly stood up straight. Pa. The Lung family's disguise technique is passed down from generation to generation. Master, can't you at least ask around before trying to fool people? Lung Bingshan's imposing manner didn't diminish, but at the same time, her insides were trembling. That's why I came to find you. I want you to become my disciple. Gui Daozi let out a long sigh and spoke sincerely as he walked towards Lung Bingshan step by step. I'm warning you. Don't come over. I don't know martial arts. Lung Bingshan felt that it was time to call for help. Unfortunately, as soon as she opened her mouth, Gui Daozi sealed her mute acupoint. You don't know what's good for you, girl. You don't know how many people in Crimson Flame Country want to become my last disciple, but I don't like any of them. You're lucky. Gui Daozi felt that Lung Bingshan had stepped on gold. However, Lung Bingshan felt that she had stepped on dog shit. Chapter 539. Therefore, on this dark and windy night, Lung Bingshan was carried on the shoulder of the unknown old man and disappeared into the night at a godlike speed. The next day, while Ben Lei was still diligently working in the latrine, the imperial edict arrived. By the will of the heavens, the emperor has decreed that in view of Ben Lei's outstanding performance during the war, we are very pleased. We will specially bestow the gentle and virtuous Lung Bingshan to Ben Xianfeng. The marriage will be held today. Bestowed by the emperor, thank you. The young eunuch Feng Lu, who had just been promoted, read happily. Bang! Hearing the sound of a toilet bowl hitting the floor, Ben Lei's eyes stared at Xiao Luzi, his lips trembling. Good news has fallen from the sky. Xiao Luzi congratulates Ben Xianfeng. Seeing Ben Lei so excited, Xiao Luzi thought that he must be overjoyed. It's really a disaster falling from the sky. Can I not accept this imperial edict? Marry Lung Bingshan? Ben Lei had never had such a nightmare before. Pioneer Ben, are you joking? This is an imperial edict, what do you think? Startled, Xiao Luzi placed the imperial edict into Ben Lei's hand. Little Lu, was this really His Majesty's idea? Ben Lei suddenly regretted it. This was clearly His Majesty abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. It was all Lung Bingshan's fault. If it wasn't for her dirty tricks, she wouldn't have incurred the emperor's revenge. Xiao Lu doesn't dare to speak carelessly, but before His Majesty gave the decree, the empress was looking for His Majesty. Feng Lu was well aware of Ben Lei's position in the hearts of the two masters in the palace, so his tone was naturally more respectful. Master, All right, I understand. Ben Lei didn't care about anything else and immediately ran to Guan Osprey Palace with the imperial edict. When Ben Lei arrived at Guan Osprey Palace, Nurse Ju of the embroidery department was also present. Replying to your ladyship, this old servant has ordered people to search everywhere. They've practically turned the entire imperial palace upside down, but there's no trace of Miss Lung. Nanny Ju reported truthfully. On the main seat, Yarrow Moen's beautiful eyes looked straight at Servant Ju with a trace of worry in her eyes. Are you sure you've searched all of them? Yarrow Moen looked towards Grandma Ju and asked solemnly. This old servant doesn't dare to neglect the Empress's orders. By now, everyone in the inner palace had long since viewed Yarrow Moen as the future Empress, so they naturally had to address her as such. Yarrow Moen didn't mind, so she just let them address her as such for now. I understand. You can withdraw first. Set aside the wedding clothes for now. Once this consort finds Bingshan, I'll pass it on to you. Yarrow Moen waved her hand to dismiss Nurse Ju. She felt inexplicably nervous. This old servant will take his leave. Only after Grandma Ju left did Ben Lei dare to step forward. Subordinate Ben Lei kowtows in salute to master. Ben Lei carried the imperial edict into Guan Osprey Palace and respectfully knelt in front of Yarrow Moen. This consort was just about to look for you. Have you seen Bingshan? Asked Yarrow Moen solemnly. Master, I didn't see Lung Bingshan, but I did come for this matter. I beg Master to persuade the Emperor to take back his order. Ben Lei can't marry Lung Bingshan. When Ben Lei said this, Yarrow Moen was stunned. She turned to look at Tingyu in dismay. Say that again. Yarrow Moen turned to look at Ben Lei, her voice gradually turning cold. This subordinate isn't willing to marry Lung Bingshan. I beg Master to persuade the Emperor to take back his order. Although Ben Lei's voice was low, it wasn't enough to affect his determination. Ben Lei, if it wasn't for Lung Bingshan, do you know how many times you would have died already? Yarrow Moen really hadn't expected that Ben Lei would refuse. Ben Lei knows that Lung Bingshan has saved Ben Lei's life, and not just once, but Ben Lei can't devote his life to her just because of this. Actually, Ben Lei doesn't like people like her. Ben Lei only knew that the bestowal of marriage was His Majesty's idea, so Yarrow Moen didn't have any misgivings about it. Then what kind of people do you like? Yarrow Moen took a deep breath, her eyes turning cold. Ben Lei likes the gentle and virtuous type. When Tingyu saw Ben Lei's flushed face, she lifted her brows. She believed that in a bit, Master would definitely make his but even redder than his face. For example, Yarrow Moen's voice became even colder. It was a pity that Ben Lei hadn't received the accurate information in time, so he gave an even more substantial answer. For example, the kind that can add clothes for me when it's windy, hold an umbrella for me when it's raining, massage my legs when I'm tired, cook noodles for me when I'm hungry. Even if I'm in a bad mood, it would be best if they could accompany me to drink a few cups of wine and sing a few songs with me. As Ben Lei thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Oh, Yarrow Moen purposefully dragged out her exclamation. Cough. Ben Lei just wants to find someone with similar interests. Seeing that Yarrow Moen's expression was frozen, Ben Lei immediately restrained himself. If this consort understands correctly, the girls with similar interests to you are all at the same place. Yarrow Moen picked up the teacup and purposefully paused for a moment. Where? Ben Lei continued fearlessly. After leaving the Imperial Palace, it's the 7th house on the left on Flourishing Street. Yarrow Moen stated the location very accurately. She naturally remembered the place where she had reincarnated especially clearly. That's Happy Spring Courtyard, a brothel. Ben Lei's face instantly turned green. Ben Lei, you really don't like Lung Bingshan? Yarrow Moen looked towards Ben Lei coldly. This. Ben Lei hesitated. But don't worry. Didn't you hear? As soon as Bingshan received the imperial edict, she immediately disappeared. It can be seen just how much she doesn't want to marry you. When Yarrow Moen said this, a bitter feeling instantly welled up in Ben Lei's heart. Lung Bingshan left. When he suddenly heard this news, Ben Lei truly felt a bit uncomfortable. Tingyu, This consort remembers that Bingshan said that she seemed to have been engaged before, right? Yarrow Moen looked meaningfully at Ting Yu as the corners of her lips hooked up. Replying master, yes, Ting Yu has also heard Bingshan mention him before. He seems to be her older cousin. Bingshan also said that this older cousin of hers is very handsome and has an imposing appearance. He's a rare handsome man. Ting Yu naturally understood her master's meaning and agreed. Seriously, His Majesty. With this imperial edict, who knows who will be punished? Alright, Bingshan originally wanted to be free and unfettered for a few days, but now, she's probably in a hurry to go back and find older cousin. She doesn't even have time to ask for leave from this consort. Yarrow Moen spoke sullenly as her gaze fell on Ben Lei from time to time. She was actually engaged before. With that kind of temper of hers, how could anyone be willing to marry her? Ben Lei panicked and couldn't conceal the anxiety in his eyes. What you're saying is strange. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even if her older cousin likes her, even if Lung Bingshan's temper is extremely bad, in her older cousin's eyes, she's still a good person. Yarrow Moen disapproved. It can't be. Ben Lei lowered his head in contemplation. His heart was a mess. Forget it. Since the two of you hate each other, just leave the imperial edict here. When this consort sees His Majesty in a bit, this consort will just have him cancel this marriage, said Yarrow Moen indifferently. This subordinate has thought about it. His Majesty must have sent this imperial edict because of last night's matter. If His Majesty doesn't vent his anger, Ben Lei definitely won't have good days in the future. In that case, Ben Lei should just comply. Ben Lei tightened his grip on the imperial edict. That won't do. How can this consort allow His Majesty to joke around with your marriage? Yarrow Moen's protective attitude made Ben Lei complain incessantly. Ben Lei thanks Master for being considerate. However, Ben Lei has thought about it. Ben Lei accepts this imperial edict, said Ben Lei through clenched teeth. Of your own free will? Yarrow Moen lifted her brows. Of my own free will. Whenever he thought about how Lung Bingshan didn't even discuss it with him before leaving just like that and that she was in a hurry to go back and get married, Ben Lei felt like there was a large rock pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Then you can leave. Once this consort finds Lung Bingshan, the two of you can choose a date to get married. Yarrow Moen sighed inwardly. She just knew that Ben Lei was a taciturn person, so she had to properly provoke him. This subordinate wants to go find Lung Bingshan. If her cousin doesn't know about this imperial edict and marries her, wouldn't that be great? Ben Lei volunteered himself. That's fine. Then this consort will order you to find Lung Bingshan. Go and return quickly. Yarrow Moen nodded in response. Ben Lei naturally left upon receiving the order. The second Ben Lei stepped out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yarrow Moen's expression froze and she immediately called out Yin Shui. Yin Shui. This subordinate is here. Yin Shui suddenly appeared. Are there any clues about Lung Bingshan? Based on Lung Bingshan's behavior last night, there was no reason for her to suddenly disappear unless something unexpected happened. Replying Master, this subordinate saw this on the path between Guan Osprey Palace and Lung Bingshan's room. As Yin Shui spoke, she handed a purple sachet to Yarrow Moen. This belongs to Lung Bingshan. Ting Yu immediately recognized the sachet in Yarrow Moen's hands. As expected, something really did happen to Lung Bingshan. Who could it be? Yarrow Moen's brows were tightly knitted as her voice was filled with urgency. Lung Bingshan just happens to not know martial arts. If there are traces of a fight, perhaps there might be some clues. Yin Shui was also extremely worried. This consort will be going to Lulan in 2 days to attend Morshine and Zhurus' wedding. How about this, Yin Shui? Leave the matter of finding Lung Bingshan to Fengyu Lei Dian. You and Ting Yu will accompany this consort to Lulan. Yarrow Moen pondered inwardly. Since that person didn't kill Lung Bingshan in the Imperial Palace, then Lung Bingshan was still useful to that person. Adding on Lung Bingshan's agility, there shouldn't be any danger to her life. This subordinate will go do it right away. Yin Shui withdrew. At the side, Ting Yu looked towards Yarrow Moen in confusion. Master, you clearly knew that something had happened to Lung Bingshan, so why didn't you tell Ben Lei? Ting Yu felt that one more person was one more bit of strength. Given Ben Lei's temper, not only would he not be able to help, he might even ruin things. Especially since he cares about Lung Bingshan, so it's hard for him to avoid being rash. This consort transferring him away is also for his own good. Yarrow Moen took a deep breath and a trace of coldness gradually appeared in her eyes. Although Yi Junqing was already the monarch, the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Hongyi, had disappeared without a trace. Adding on the fact that Yi Hongyi had suddenly been kidnapped and Lung Bingshan had disappeared, Yarrow Moen had a feeling that a storm was brewing. On the day of her departure, Yi Junqing sent her off at the city gates with extreme reluctance. Your Majesty, if you still don't return, then those ministers behind you are going to eat you alive. When Yarrow Moen saw Yi Junqing's reluctant expression, her heart warmed. It was like the afternoon sun on a winter day, the temperature was just right. Moen, move aside, we want to go as well. Yi Junqing couldn't care less about the ministers behind him, who were glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. As he spoke, he jumped onto the carriage. Your Majesty, could it be that you want to see if Yin Shui's martial arts have regressed? Yarrow Moen's smile could cause the downfall of a nation, but it was also a bit mischievous, causing Yi Junqing's leg to obediently drop back down. What a joke, if the monarch of a nation was sent flying in front of his ministers, he could throw away his life, but he had to keep his face. Moen, don't not come back. After experiencing life and death so many times, Yi Junqing couldn't bear to part with Yarrow Moen anymore. If Moen doesn't come back, where can I go? Your Majesty, don't worry, in as little as half a month, as long as 20 days, Moen will definitely return to Great Chu. Yarrow Moen gave Yi Junqing this deadline because she wanted him to live his days with anticipation. That way, time would pass faster. So long. How about 10 days? Yi Junqing didn't let up and continued to tug on Yarrow Moen's sleeve without letting go. How about not going? Yarrow Moen lifted her brows. We'll help you off the carriage. Yi Junqing immediately moved forward, but Yarrow Moen tugged on his sleeve. Your Majesty, Moen will be gone for the next few days. Take care. Yarrow Moen's eyes were filled with deep emotion. Wasn't parting also a torment for Yarrow Moen? Chapter 540. As the carriage rolled forward, the imperial city of Great Chu gradually became smaller and smaller in front of Yarrow Moen. The reason Chu Shi was willing to hold his youngest son's wedding in Lulan was mainly because of King Lolan's persistent pestering, as well as the 2,000 iron mines and a sizable dowry that King Lulan had gifted Great Chu. Of course, the main reason was because Morshin also hoped to marry Kubu Jira in Lulan, so Chu Shi finally agreed. However, after Chu Shi arrived at Lulan, he realized that there was a tradition in Lulan. If the wedding was held at the bride's home, it meant that the bride was marrying in. When Chu Shi found out about this, he refused to agree no matter what. He insisted that Morshin take Kubu Jira back to Great Shu. In the end, King Lulan dragged Chu Shi to a side garden and talked all night for 3 days and 3 nights before Chu Shi finally relented. Meanwhile, Yarrow Moen arrived at Lulan safely. Not long after she entered, Chu Morbei's guards welcomed her to the side garden that King Lulan had prepared for her. Yang Shuo left without saying goodbye. Wana wouldn't be angry at this crown prince, right? Under the sunlight, Chu Morbei's purple robes glowed with a brilliant light, making his face look even more handsome. At that time, he had lost in Yang Shuo. He really thought that Yi Junqing wouldn't win, but the result was completely unexpected. It was hard to imagine that Yi Junqing had actually won. If it had been him, he wouldn't even have had a 50% chance of winning. Your Highness is too considerate. Actually, Moen almost called for reinforcements, but Moen was glad that she managed to hold on until the end. Chu Morbei didn't chat with Yarrow Moen for too long during the long journey. He ordered Bailey Howran to prepare a room for him to rest. However, Chu Morbei still learned the truth from Yarrow Moen. It turned out that Yi Junqing had won that battle not only because he had killed Li Xian to boost morale, but also because he had used another magic treasure. Every enemy head was worth 50 taels of gold, and the amount was based on the military token on the enemy's neck. There was a saying, Money makes the world go round. This sentence was not without reason, Chu Morbei thought. Around the time Yarrow Moen arrived at the main hall, Chu Morshin unexpectedly appeared in the side garden. Yarrow Moen, what took you so long? Are you unhappy about this prince's wedding? The instant Chu Morshin saw Yarrow Moen, he immediately pouted, but still got up to greet her personally. Of course Moen isn't happy. A son has a wife, so how could he still remember his mother? Yarrow Moen followed Chu Morshin's finger and sat down at the table. Chu Morshin also sat down. Yarrow Moen, you took advantage of me, Chu Morshin said hatefully. That's strange. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother and the eldest brother is like a father. Don't you guys know that? Yarrow Moen laughed lightly as she looked at Chu Morshin with a kind and gratified expression. Cough. Father is still alive. On the side, Chu Morbei coughed lightly. It wasn't that he objected to this analogy, but it didn't really fit the situation. Then you admit that you're Shu's crown princess. Chu Morshin was very good at grasping the main point. At the very least, at your wedding, Moen will be great Shu's crown prince consort. You'll have to drink the tea your wife offers you. Yarrow Moen lovingly caressed Chu Morshin's shoulder as she replied very vaguely. On the side, a trace of darkness flashed through Chu Morbei's clear eyes. What did this answer mean? Yarrow Moen was very busy for the next 2 days. Only on the day of Chu Morshin's wedding did Yarrow Moen understand what extravagance was. During the entire wedding, Yarrow Moen only saw all sorts of sparkling gold, jadeite, and jewels. It was dazzling. However, amidst the dazzling light, Yarrow Moen could clearly see Chu Morshin's brilliant smile. With such a virtuous wife and the great love of the King of Shu, he should be very happy, Yarrow Moen thought. The wedding started at the hour of the 5 in the morning, which was when King Lulan distributed his wealth. It was only at the hour of the 6 in the evening that it gradually came to an end. Yarrow Moen roughly estimated that the amount King Lulan had spent on this day was enough for the people of Great Chu to eat meat every day for 10 years. It really was good to be rich. That night, when Yarrow Moen and Chu Morbei returned to the side garden, Ting Yu, who was following behind them, rubbed her eyes from time to time. Yin Shui, help Ting Yu back to rest. Yarrow Moen could understand Ting Yu's pain right now. Anyone who looked at gold for an entire day wouldn't be able to bear it. Fortunately, she was also extremely wealthy, so she closed her eyes to rest when it came to certain things that she didn't need to see, such as gold being tossed into the streets. What made Yarrow Moen speechless was that when Yin Shui appeared, her back was actually facing her. This was the first time Yin Shui had made a mistake. Yin Shui, you don't seem to like money that much. Yarrow Moen scratched her head. Yin Shui doesn't like money, but it really wasn't easy to find the master among all that glittering gold. Yin Shui felt extremely wronged. Chu Morbei waited until Yin Shui and Ting Yu left before he spoke up. Earlier, Morshin even told Zhua to persuade King Lulan to keep a lower profile. Even Chu Morbei, who was used to seeing splendor, felt that today's extravagance was too great. If it was Moen, she would support King Lulan to keep a higher profile. Yarrow Moen's words were shocking and attracted Chu Morbei's gaze. Because you don't need to spend your own money? Chu Morbei had some understanding of Yarrow Moen. It has nothing to do with money. Why do all the parents in this world work their entire lives in vain? Yarrow Moen's expression was unusually serious, so Chu Morbei couldn't help but become serious. Since you're talking about parents, then you're naturally talking about their children, replied Chu Morbei indifferently. King Lulan only has this one daughter. In this world, in King Lulan's eyes, no one is more important than Kubu Jira. At the time, Kubu Jira had contracted a rare disease. Moen saw the despair in King Lulan's eyes with her own eyes. Even though he was covered in jewelry, it couldn't conceal the sorrow in his eyes. Moen still remembers that desolate gaze to this day. She really didn't want to think of that moment in the cold palace, but her consciousness just had to wander there and she couldn't pull it back. Perhaps only those who have been parents can understand the concept you speak of. After Chu Morbei said this, his gaze inadvertently shifted towards Yarrow Moen. A bit of doubt rose in his heart. Tonight's moon is really round. The night view is so beautiful. Would your highness be willing to accompany Moan for a few more steps to the pavilion in the rear garden to enjoy some wine and admire the moon? Lulan was like spring all year round and the scenery was pleasant, but Yarrow Moan didn't like it. She preferred Great Chew's 4 seasons. It was like a person's life. There were ups and downs, but if the path was smooth, then it would seem mediocre. I'll do as you say. Chew Morbay wanted to refuse because he could guess what Yarrow Moan was going to say next. There was tea brewing in the pavilion. This was what Chew Morbay had ordered before he left the villa. Your Highness guessed that Moan would come? Yarrow Moan was rather surprised when she saw the tea on the stone table. Don't forget that you and I were once sworn enemies with telepathy. Chew Morbay smiled. Under the moonlight, his smile was extremely beautiful. That's right. If it wasn't for your Highness showing mercy, Moan would have died at Bright Moon Gorge. Yarrow Moan had always been someone who held grudges, so when Chew Morbay mentioned sworn enemies, she naturally thought of this extremely representative incident. You also forced this crown prince to eat such a large worm. If this crown prince had to choose, this crown prince would rather die. When Chew Morbay opened his mouth, he suddenly felt like there were worms crawling in his throat. This kind of mentality had caused him quite a bit of harm. If that's the case, then your Highness can choose not to eat it. Yarrow Moan objected. This crown prince isn't afraid of death, but I'm afraid of living a life worse than death. The feeling of toothache isn't something normal people can endure. Chew Morbay shrugged angrily, then poured a cup of tea for Yarrow Moan and pushed it over. Actually, Moan has always felt that your Highness isn't a good person. Yarrow Moan deliberately looked at the teacup in front of her. Now that Yin Shui and Ting Yu weren't here, she had to be a little petty. Not to that extent. Are you afraid that this crown prince would poison the tea? Then why didn't this crown prince let you be bitten to death by a poisonous snake in the pit back then? Chew Morbay's hurt expression made Yarrow Moan feel quite guilty. Cough, good tea. Yarrow Moan was speechless and immediately drank the tea to express her opinion. Actually, it's not that crown prince can't write the letter of divorce, but there are conditions. Chew Morbay wasn't a procrastinator. Since he knew what Yarrow Moan wanted to say and what she wanted, he naturally wouldn't let Yarrow Moan speak first. This was a matter of face, so he really couldn't yield even a single step. Cough cough. As expected, your Highness Crown Prince knows me well. Then let's talk about the conditions. Yarrow Moan didn't expect that the opening speech would go so smoothly, nor did she expect that Chew Morbay would speak. This Crown Prince has never been one to take advantage of others. If Wanna is willing to generously agree to this Crown Prince's 3 conditions, then this Crown Prince will hand over the letter of divorce tomorrow. After the battle in Yangshuo, Chew Morbay knew that he didn't have much hope. Rather than pestering him endlessly and not being able to even be friends in the end, he might as well be a bit more generous. At least, he could leave a good impression. What 3 conditions? Yarrow Moan was more or less hesitant. Chew Morbay's conditions weren't something that could be casually agreed to. This Crown Prince hasn't thought it through yet. Chew Morbay's words made Yarrow Moan feel like she was being boiled in boiling hot soup. Your Highness Crown Prince's words are making Moan a bit confused. The smile on Yarrow Moan's face clearly stiffened. Do you think that the letter of divorce is that easy to obtain? If this Crown Prince were to divorce my wife for no reason, then I would suffer the wrath of the heavens. Who knows when I might be struck by lightning? It's a pity that this Crown Prince took such a huge risk to help you and Yi Junqing get together, but you're not even willing to agree to 3 mere conditions. Chew Morbay was clearly twisting words and forcing logic. It's not that Moan doesn't want to agree, but your Highness Crown Prince should at least say what the conditions are, right? If Moan agrees, then if your Highness Crown Prince casually asks for Moan to die in the future, Moan would have to agree. If the person she was negotiating with was someone else, Yarrow Moan would definitely nod without hesitation. At that time, so what if she didn't fulfill her promise? Right now, she wasn't someone that anyone could casually bully. However, the person in front of her was Chew Morbay. If she tried to be unreasonable in the future, she might not be able to win against him. This Crown Prince believes that his moral character is passable. Chew Morbay had always felt this way. That's why it's said that thinking oneself will kill someone. Yarrow Moen smiled bitterly. Even if this kind of moral character was passable, then she was a saint. An absolute white lotus. All right. First, this crown prince won't take your life. Second, this crown prince won't take Yi Juanqing's life. Third, this crown prince's conditions won't threaten Great Chu's foundation. This is the last chance. You'll also say that this crown prince's moral character isn't too outstanding. Chu Morbei smiled, causing Yarrow Moen's hairs to stand on end. It's a deal. Yarrow Moen immediately nodded. When Chu Morbei saw the determination in Yarrow Moen's eyes, a trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. He had won back his face, but he had lost his heart. Yarrow Moen, in the end, you still won. The next day, the first thing Yarrow Moen did when she woke up was to ask Chu Morbei for the divorce papers. However, just as Yarrow Moen pushed open the door, Ting Yu just happened to walk in with some clean water. Master, you woke up early. This consort has freshened up. Bring it in first and then follow this consort to find Chu Morbei. Yarrow Moen hadn't woken up early, she hadn't slept the entire night. Even though Chu Morbei had already promised her, she couldn't help but feel uneasy about not getting what she wanted. Find His Highness Crown Prince. But His Highness Crown Prince has already left. Ting Yu looked towards Yarrow Moen in confusion. Chapter 541. The moment she finished speaking, Yarrow Moen suddenly felt a dark cloud press down on her head, followed closely by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Finally, a torrential downpour fell, drenching her eyes with heavenly flowers. What did you say? Chu Morbei left. When did this happen? Yarrow Moen fiercely grabbed Ting Yu's shoulder and shouted. Marmousha just passed. This servant also heard the steward say it. Ting Yu had never seen her master so fierce and was immediately at a loss for words. Yin Shui, prepare the carriage. Chase. At this moment, Yarrow Moen truly hated herself to the extreme. Since she agreed, why did she allow him to wait until this morning? Why did he drink tea last night? If she couldn't chase Chu Morbei back and return the letter of divorce, Yarrow Moen vowed to never drink tea again in this lifetime. Drinking tea is a hindrance. Although Ting Yu and Yin Shui didn't know what happened, but when they saw Yarrow Moen's expression that was about to split open, they knew that the matter wasn't small. Thus, they followed Yarrow Moen's instructions and pulled over the carriage. Just as the three of them were about to rush to the entrance of B Park, the steward walked over with unsteady steps. Empress Chu set off so early. The steward used the slowest movements to open the gates. When he turned his head and smiled, he was met with the cold light of Yarrow Moen's murderous whip. Can't you be a bit faster? Ting Yu saw that her master was anxious and immediately urged. This old servant is already very fast. That's right, the Crown Prince of Shu left something in Empress Chu's room. Did Empress Chu take it? When the steward said this, Yarrow Moen abruptly trembled. Wait here for Ben Gong. Yarrow Moen immediately got off the horse and headed straight for Chu Morbei's room. Seeing Yarrow Moen madly dash like the wind, Ting Yu couldn't help but lean towards Yin Shui. Say, do you think Master has been secretly practicing Qigong during this time? Ting Yu stopped talking and exchanged glances with Yin Shui in silence. Outside Chu Morbei's room, Yarrow Moen took a deep breath, then pushed open the door and walked in. The room's furnishings were incomparably luxurious, but Yarrow Moen wasn't in the mood to admire it and headed straight for the inner room. When she saw the two letters stacked together on the table in the inner room, Yarrow Moen felt relieved and the expression on her face eased a lot. Remember to give the other park's housekeeper 20 silvers. This prince will tell him that if a single word from him can make you run here from the other park's entrance, 20 silvers will be his reward for saving you from running around. If you give it to me, this crown prince will be very disappointed. You really don't trust this crown prince. Looking at the letter in her hand, Yarrow Moen seemed to feel her own face heating up. All right, she admitted that she had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. But when all was said and done, it was related to a major event in one's life, it was reasonable for her to be nervous. Yarrow Moen comforted herself like this. Thus, Yarrow Mo Wan very peacefully picked up the second letter. All the facts showed that this letter was the divorce letter she yearned for even in her dreams. Just as Yarrow Mo Wan joyfully and excitedly picked up the letter, her originally radiant like a spring flower immediately darkened. Regarding the matter of the divorce letter, this prince has carefully considered it. I feel that what you said is not unreasonable. Making you agree to 3 unknown conditions is really unfair to you, so this prince has decided to calm down and make these 3 conditions concrete. When we meet next time, I'll tell you. As for the divorce letter, let's talk about it together next time. Chu Morbei. Yarrow Mo Wan's hands were trembling and her heart was beating wildly. Yarrow Mo Wan's exceptional features were already distorted beyond recognition. Chu Morbei. Chu Morbei, you pervert. Don't let this consort see you again. Ah! Yarrow Mo Wan hysterically roared, her voice shaking the heavens and earth as if it wanted to shake the roof down. Meanwhile, Yin Shui and Ting Yu had been waiting for a long time before they saw Yarrow Mo Wan walk over with a dark expression. Master, are you all right? Ting Yu worriedly stepped forward to support the tottering Yarrow Mo Wan. I'm fine. Yarrow Mo Wan did her best to calm her anger and slowly got into the carriage. Master, this steward wants 20 taels of gold from us. Should we give it to him or not? Yin Shui stepped forward to ask for instructions. At the side, the steward was waiting for Yarrow Mo Wan's reward with a face full of smiles. His determined appearance completely infuriated Yarrow Mo Wan. This consort just saw the note he left for this consort in the Crown Prince of Shu's room. It said that if there was an evil servant blocking the road and robbing, this consort definitely couldn't tolerate it. Yin Shui, beat him for this consort. Yarrow Mo Wan was angry. Chu Morbei, even if you have godly foresight, there are still times when there's a mistake. This consort just won't give you the money and let your reputation fall to the ground. Just as Yin Shui was about to attack, the steward immediately knelt on the ground. After returning to Chu, this old servant is the young austere prince's servant. This old servant was originally the steward of austere Prince Fu, said the steward sorrowfully. Stop. If this person in front of her really was Chu Morshin's steward, then Yarrow Mo Wan couldn't do it no matter what. You have proof. As Yarrow Mo Wan raised her brows, the steward immediately took out a waist tablet with the character Han engraved on it. When Yarrow Mo Wan saw this, she couldn't help but sigh. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Yarrow Mo Wan disagreed. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered that if Empress Chu didn't give the money, I'd tell her when I was going to beat her. The steward had a bitter expression as he replied with a trembling body. Yarrow Mo Wan was completely speechless. She had lost this round. Thus, after giving the steward 20 taels of gold, Yarrow Mo Wan left Lulan country like a frosted eggplant. However, she would remember this enmity. The next time she saw Chu Morbei, she would definitely make him suffer. Yarrow Mo Wan silently vowed. Achoo! Inside the rosewood carriage, Chu Morbei had already sneezed 3 times in a row. Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you catch a cold? Asked Bailey Howran worriedly. I didn't catch a cold, but this Crown Prince is clearly being talked about. Chu Morbei's thin lips hooked in a faint smile, the light in his eyes as deep as the sea. Forgive this subject for speaking too much, but as of today, Yi Junqing is already the Emperor of Great Chu and that Yarrow Mo Wan is living in the Chu Palace. Everyone knows that their relationship isn't shallow. Why didn't Your Highness the Crown Prince give Yarrow Mo Wan that divorce letter? It's not that you're helping her and Yi Junqing be together, it's mainly because Yarrow Mo Wan is using the title of Shu's Crown Prince Consort and sticking to Yi Junqing all day long. If this were to spread, it wouldn't sound good. Howran, this Crown Prince is asking you, have you ever liked anyone in your life? Chu Morbei's question caused Bailey Howran's heart to tremble. Without a doubt, his master's heart had been moved by that two-faced woman. In Bailey Howran's heart, he was 10,000 times unwilling for Yarrow Mo Wan to become the Crown Prince Consort. He would never forget the humiliation of Meng Yuan. The feeling of that fat worm crawling down his throat alive. Living was worse than death. Replying Your Highness the Crown Prince, The person this subject likes is this subject's wife. I still remember back when this subject was still a commoner and didn't have enough to eat, my wife didn't complain at all. Every night was cold, this subject. The moment Bailey Howran started talking, Chu Morbay regretted it. How could he have forgotten? Although Bailey Howran was usually calm and steady, as soon as he mentioned that first-rank madam of his residence, his gratitude would surge like a torrential flood and get out of hand. Since he was the one who started this topic, Chu Morbay could only endure. When Bailey Howran got to the part where his wife gave birth to a child, Chu Morbay finally couldn't take it anymore and mercilessly kicked him out of the carriage. The entire world became much quieter. Chu Morbay leaned back in the carriage, his heart filled with complicated feelings. He had originally finished writing the divorce letter, but when he was about to sign his name, he hesitated. Was he going to let it go just like that? He couldn't bear to. Moan, even if Morbay is selfish, if we meet again and Yi Junqing can bring you happiness, Morbay will definitely withdraw without hesitation. On the streets of Chu Royal City, an unkempt beggar in ragged clothes knelt in a corner as he stared blankly at the broken bowl in front of him. It's only these few copper coins. TCH. Right at this moment, a beggar with a face full of scars walked over and reached out to grab the dozen copper coins in the broken bowl. Gang Master Mo Xian, little Yi Zi still has some here. Please take it first. Little Yi Zi will try his best to ask for more and I'll personally deliver it to Gang Master tonight. Yi Hongyi's originally dazed gaze turned sharp and he continuously kowtowed towards the beggar in front of him. He was extremely obedient and didn't look rebellious at all. He still remembered that half a month ago, he had been beaten half to death by these people just for a single copper coin. After escaping from death, he suddenly felt that dignity and face weren't important anymore. What was important was his life. As long as he was alive, he would be able to get his revenge. Otherwise, he would just be a rotting corpse that would end up in the bellies of vultures and eagles. Sirs, please do a good deed and reward me with a copper coin. After Yi Hongyi finished speaking, he kowtowed towards the passers-by. His voice was extremely humble and mournful. At least you're tactful. Let's go. After the fierce beggar left, Yi Hongyi didn't get up from his kowtowing for a long time. His dirty and smelly hair hid the hatred in his eyes. Ding. The sound of the copper coin hitting the broken bowl pulled Yi Hongyi back to reality. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Just as Yi Hongyi looked up, he shockingly discovered that there was an extra slip of paper under the broken bowl. Midnight, ruined temple in the west of the city. Yi Hongyi held the slip of paper and looked around. However, he didn't see anyone suspicious in this bustling crowd. Around midnight, Chu Morbay followed the slip of paper and went to the ruined temple in the west of the city. In reality, even without this slip of paper, Yi Hongyi would still have come. During the day, he had promised to give the fierce beggar money. If he didn't want to get beaten tomorrow, he had to come no matter what. Chapter 542. However, what Yi Hongyi didn't expect was that the moment he stepped into the temple, a foul stench assailed his nostrils. Yi Hongyi didn't cover his nose. He had long gotten used to all kinds of rotten smells. The things he had swallowed back then didn't smell like this. At this moment, Yi Hongyi's expression was filled with shock. He saw that the temple was littered with corpses. They were all the beggars who had bullied him before. Yi Hongyi didn't feel any relief as he looked at the beggars who had beaten him up who knew how many times. That almost cold calmness was chilling. Little Xingzi, it's about time. Follow this eunuch back to the palace. A sharp voice came from the entrance of the temple. Yi Hongyi turned to see an old eunuch dressed in eunuch garb standing in front of him. You are. Yi Hongyi looked towards the old eunuch in alarm. He clearly didn't believe him. Put this on, these are the clothes I prepared for you. From now on, you will be the third-rank eunuch of the service room. You will be responsible for cleaning the imperial toilets in the palace. Remember the orders from above. You can't take Yarrow Moan and Yi Junqing's lives. If you dare to act in private, this eunuch has 10,000 ways to take your life. The old eunuch's attitude couldn't be said to be friendly as he spoke coldly. Why did you kill them? The old eunuch's words dispelled Yi Hongyi's doubts. It's not just them, everyone who has interacted with you or even given you money are all dead. Yi Hongyi. No, little Xingzi, listen well, you only have one chance. If you don't grasp it properly, you'll be the one to regret it. Let's go. The old eunuch glanced at Yi Hongyi, who had already changed his clothes, then turned to leave the temple. Yi Hongyi naturally followed without any hesitation. The moment he left the dilapidated temple, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but turn around to look at those beggars who didn't even know who they had offended, his eyes bursting with intense killing intent. It's your honor to be a stepping stone on our path of vengeance. After half a month's journey, Yarrow Moen's group finally returned to Chu Imperial City. On the way, whenever Yarrow Moen thought about it, she would pour out a torrent of abuse. Even when Ting Yu and Yin Shue's ears had calluses, Yarrow Moen still didn't get tired of it. Ting Yu, what are you saying? This consort just doesn't understand. Inside the carriage, Yarrow Moen knitted her brows and pursed her lips. Niang doesn't understand what? Ting Yu looked towards Yarrow Moen suspiciously and asked seriously. People are dying every day, so why isn't it Chu Morbei's turn? Could it be that scourges really live for 1,000 years? When Yarrow Moen said this, 3 black lines immediately appeared on Ting Yu's forehead. Master, Ting Yu feels that, you should think about how to tell His Majesty about this matter. If His Majesty knows that you didn't get the divorce letter, he will be very sad. Ting Yu changed the topic. Chu Morbei, just you wait. This consort won't let this go. Yarrow Moen gritted her teeth. Her hatred for Chu Morbei had already seeped into her bones. At this moment, the coachman tightened his grip on the reins. Then, he heard someone kowtowing outside the carriage. Moen, you're finally back. The clear voice contained an unconcealable urgency. The moment Yi Junqing appeared, Yarrow Moen did her best to ignore her negative emotions and walked over with a smile. Chu Morbei, didn't you want to make trouble for this consort? This consort is going to be happy and anger you to death. It would be a lie to say that she didn't miss this half a month. At this moment, Yarrow Moen allowed Yi Junqing to hold her hand as they slowly walked through the imperial palace. Moen, we've calculated. 10 days from now will be an auspicious day. We'll make you empress on that day. How about it? Ever since Yarrow Moen had left, Yi Junqing had been thinking about this matter. Every day, he would look for the imperial astronomer to calculate the days. I'm afraid that won't work. Moen still fell for Chu Morbei's trap and didn't get the divorce letter, so. Whenever Yarrow Moen thought about this, an expression of extreme hatred would naturally surface on Yarrow Moen's face. There's no so. Moen, we don't want to wait anymore. You've done so much for us, we don't want anyone to point fingers at you anymore. We want you to live openly in Guan Osprey Palace. Follow me into the court openly. Yi Junqing stepped forward and blocked Yarrow Moen's path. His eyes were as bright as stars and the light of determination in them caused ripples in Yarrow Moen's heart. Moen has never cared about those things. Your Majesty should know this. At the time, when Yi Hongyi had stood his ground against everyone's opinion to make her empress, she had thought that there was no man in this world who loved her more than Yi Hongyi. If a man was willing to give her the highest honor and glory, then that meant he loved her. At this moment, Yarrow Moen felt that she really had been an idiot back then. Yi Hongyi had just been bribing her, squeezing out all of her heart's blood before kicking her away. Thus, Yarrow Moen understood one thing. Giving too much material love was a burden. We know, just like how Moen knows that we don't care about the throne. Junqing has always believed that there's nothing in this world that can sway my feelings for you. In this life, we definitely won't let you down. Yi Junqing lightly pulled Yarrow Moen into his arms, his eyes shining with absolute determination. Let's wait a bit longer. We're in the secular world, so we have to consider other people's feelings. If Moen uses the title of Shu's crown princess and becomes Chu's empress again, then the rumors and slanders about Moen in the marketplace will become even more vivid. Yarrow Moen's cherry lips curved into a slightly helpless smile. In the secular world, it really was very difficult to avoid the conventions. But Moen. Just as Yi Junqing was about to retort, Yarrow Moen's body suddenly trembled. He lowered his eyes and saw that Yarrow Moen's face was pale as she stared in the direction of the palace on the left. "Moen, are you all right?" Yi Junqing reached out to touch Yarrow Moen's forehead, but the moment he raised his hand, he saw Yarrow Moen hastily leave his embrace and run towards the palace. Liu Xing. Liu Xing. Although it was only for a moment, Yarrow Moen was certain that she hadn't seen wrong. It was Liu Xing. Yarrow Moen felt that ever since her rebirth, she had never owed anyone who had helped her. The only thing that bothered her was Liu Xing's death. "Liu Xing, isn't he dead?" Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment, then followed after her. In the end, Yarrow Moen was a step too late. When she saw that there was no one around, Yarrow Moen looked left and right anxiously, her eyes misty. "Moen, don't be like this. Liu Xing is already dead, how could he possibly appear here?" Yi Junqing pulled over the anxious Yarrow Moen and comforted her. "But I clearly saw him pass by here just now. How could Yarrow Moen not know that Liu Xing had already passed away?" However, the human heart was always subtle, especially Yarrow Moen. If she could be reborn, then perhaps Liu Xing could too. "Perhaps you're too tired from the journey. We'll help you back to the palace to rest." Yi Junqing's heart ached as he carried Yarrow Moen back to Guan Osprey Palace. Cold winds blew and dark clouds roiled in the sky. Snowflakes fell silently like icicles, blinding people's eyes and hearts. In the darkness, Yi Hongyi slowly walked out. The cold light in his eyes turned into sharp blades as he stared in the direction that Yarrow Moen and Yi Junqing had disappeared in. After a period of time, Yi Hongyi firmly believed that this so-called Yarrow Moen was Yarrow Morshin who had reincarnated in a corpse. Although this kind of conclusion was unimaginable, the methods Yarrow Moen had used to harm him along the way, this kind of scheming, this kind of calculation, this kind of careful planning, was something that only Yarrow Morshin could do. "Yarrow Morshin, you can be reborn, but we can't. You're careful at every step, making us live a life worse than death. We'll get it back from you bit by bit." That night, after Yi Junqing finished his dinner in Guan Osprey Palace, he got up to leave, but was pulled back by Yarrow Moen. "Your Majesty wants to leave." Having been reincarnated, Yarrow Moen didn't want to live by conventions anymore. Those pedantic etiquettes weren't even worth a fart to Yarrow Moen. She wanted to live in the moment and enjoy the moment. She didn't want to let down a beautiful woman or a good time. When Yi Junqing saw Yarrow Moen's affectionate gaze, he subconsciously swallowed. He didn't want to leave. That was why it was said that traditional etiquette could kill people, especially for someone like Yi Junqing who was extremely conservative about etiquette between men and women. "We want to wait for you to become empress." In reality, Yarrow Moen had made up her mind to make Yi Junqing stay, so when Yi Junqing resolutely refused, Yarrow Moen no longer had the courage to move forward bravely. Only when Yi Junqing stepped out of Guan Osprey Palace did his heart clear up. He immediately turned to leave, but the door was already tightly shut. "Moen, we feel that it's very cold outside. How about we stay?" Yi Junqing blushed and spoke his mind. "Your Majesty, Master has fallen asleep." Inside the room, after Ting Yu tactfully declined, she turned to look towards Yarrow Moen. "Ari, this consort's skin can only be thick this once. Yi Junqing, who can you blame for not grasping this opportunity?" When Ting Yu saw Yarrow Moen walk into the bedroom, she couldn't help but shake her head. It was all her fault. Why did she close the door so early? When Yarrow Moen returned to the bedroom, she summoned Yin Shui. "Has there been any news from the elements?" Ever since Lung Bingshan disappeared, Yarrow Moen had Yin Shui keep in contact with the elements. It had been about a month, but there hadn't been any news at all. It was as if a perfectly fine person had evaporated into thin air. Replying, "Master, they've practically searched the entire 7 countries of the Central Plains, but there's no news of Lung Bingshan. This subordinate has also asked clan head for help, but unfortunately, it was to no avail." Yin Shui also felt helpless about Lung Bingshan's disappearance. Even the Yin clan hasn't received any news. It seems that the person who kidnapped Lung Bingshan is definitely an expert. Their movements are so secretive. Continue searching. Yarrow Moen sighed inwardly. She believed that nothing had happened to Lung Bingshan. To be able to use such an expert to kidnap Lung Bingshan, It definitely wasn't for her life. Yes. Yin Shui cupped her hands in acknowledgement. Is there any news from Ben Lei? Yarrow Moen rubbed the space between her brows. Master, don't worry. Ben Lei is doing well. He should have reached the Lung family by now, reported Yin Shui truthfully. No matter what, you must find Lung Bingxin. Otherwise, this consort doesn't know how to explain things to the Lung family, instructed Yarrow Moen. Master, Yin Shui will definitely do her best in this matter. If you're tired, then rest early, said Yin Shui reluctantly when she saw Yarrow Moen's tired expression. Yin Shui, do you believe that people can come back to life? Yarrow Moen suddenly asked just as Yin Shui was about to turn around. Different people have different opinions. Yin Shui has always felt that there's nothing impossible in this world, replied Yin Shui softly. Yarrow Moen nodded slightly, then waved her hand to dismiss Yin Shui. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Yarrow Moen called the steward, Eunuch Li, to Guan Osprey Palace. This old servant naturally remembers Eunuch Liu. Back then, this old servant was indebted to Eunuch Liu's advice. Otherwise, this old servant might have died in the hands of that traitor, and Bingshan. Eunuch Li respectfully knelt in the main hall, his face filled with gratitude. It's rare that you still remember Liu Xing's kindness. The reason this consort called you over today is to have you look around the palace and see if there's any eunuch that looks like Liu Xing. If there is, send him to Guan Osprey Palace. As Yarrow Moen sipped her tea, the scene of that day when she returned to the palace kept replaying in her mind. She was sure that she wasn't imagining things and that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. There was definitely someone in the palace who looked like Liu Xing. Chapter 543. Based on Yarrow Moen's personality, she definitely wouldn't place someone who wasn't trustworthy by her side. However, Liu Xing was different. If that person really was Liu Xing's reincarnation, or had his soul returned, or something else, then she shouldn't miss this chance to repay him. Of course, if that person had other intentions, then finding him as soon as possible was also the best course of action. This old servant will go immediately. Eunuch Li didn't dare to tarry and immediately accepted the order. After Eunuch Li left, Tingyu filled a pot with tea for Yarrow Moen. Master, don't be sad. If Liu Xing knew that you were taking so much effort on his behalf, he would definitely be sad. How could Tingyu not know that Yarrow Moen was Liu Xing's servant? It's fine, Ben Gong was just trying. If there really is such a person, treat him well and that will resolve all your suspicions. That's right. Ben Gong has already called Liu Shuo over to discuss your marriage with him. What, do you want to come together? Yarrow Moen's cherry lips curved and her eyes sparkled. When she said this, Ting Yu's face instantly turned as red as a persimmon. Master. Just as Ting Yu was feeling shy, Liu Shuo's voice came from outside the door. Before Yarrow Moen could speak, Ting Yu floated into the room like smoke. Yarrow Moen felt relieved when she saw Ting Yu like this. This subordinate Liu Shuo kowtows in salute to master. Ever since Azure Dragon had broken the tendons in Mongyuan, Liu Shuo had lost the qualifications to be a hidden guard. Although he had improved after Li Zhen's meticulous treatment, it was impossible for him to regain his previous martial arts foundation. Yarrow Moen knew that she owed Liu Shuo a favor and that he and Ting Yu really liked each other, so she made the decision. Rise, sit down, said Yarrow Moen indifferently with a smile on her face. What instructions does master have for this subordinate? Liu Shuo was an honest person. Although he was a bit conservative, his character was definitely trustworthy. Ben Gong calculated that 9 days from now will be a good and auspicious day. Ben Gong wants to marry you, cough cough, marry Tingyu to you as your wife. Would you be willing? Yarrow Moen never liked to beat around the bush, especially in front of her subordinates, so there was even less of a need. As for 9 days later, that was the day that Yi Junqing had originally planned on making her empress, so it was naturally a good day to choose. Master is truly willing to marry Tingyu to this subordinate. Liu Shuo was startled upon hearing this, and there was something sparkling in the depths of his eyes. I don't seem to have any reason to disagree. Yarrow Moen felt that Liu Shuo was crying too suddenly. Back then, when the tendons in his arms and legs were cut and he could no longer be a hidden guard, she hadn't seen him cry at all. So it turned out that this kind of man who only knew how to swallow all his grievances into his stomach could also cry. This subordinate is already a cripple. The moment Liu Sha spoke, Yarrow Moen knew what he wanted to say. Listen carefully, Liu Sha. This empress doesn't raise useless people, and there aren't any useless people. Back then, in order to save this consort, you insisted on fighting Azure Dragon to the very end even if you had to die. If it wasn't for you, this consort might have died at Yarrow Sulwan's hands. For this consort to be where it is today, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. That's why I won't allow you to belittle yourself. If this consort hears something like that from your mouth again, then not only will this consort not marry Tingyu to you, I won't even let you stay under this consort. Do you understand? Yarrow Moen looked at Liu Sha with heartache and pursed her lips. This subordinate understands. Liu Sha was encouraged and immediately became spirited. This consort will personally prepare for the wedding. This consort has also bought a residence in the imperial city for the two of you, so you can go in and out 3 times. I've also bought a few obedient servants to serve you. Once the wedding is over, you don't have to stay by this consort's side all day. It's also time for you two to go out and live your own lives. Yarrow Moen's tone softened slightly as a smile appeared in her eyes. Liu Sha can't thank Master enough for your great kindness. Liu Sha kowtowed, overwhelmed by the favor, then left. It was only after Liu Sha had left that Tingyu walked out with tears streaming down her face. You're crying so much. Those who don't know might think that this consort has married you off to a eunuch as food. When Yarrow Moen saw that Tingyu's face was like a dirty cat, she couldn't help but lovingly pull her over and personally use a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at the corners of Tingyu's eyes. Master, Tingyu doesn't want to live outside the palace. Tingyu wants to stay by Niang Niang's side and serve Niang Niang day and night, said Tingyu while crying. That's not good, right? It's fine during the day, but if you serve Mo Wan at night, then where do we have to serve? Just as Tingyu was throwing a tantrum at Yarrow Moen, Yi Junqing very insensibly walked in. Your Majesty. Tingyu kowtows in salute to your Majesty. When Tingyu saw that it was Yi Junqing, she casually wiped her tears and bowed. I wouldn't dare. Hurry and get up. If you always stay by our Mo Wan's side, then our days won't be good. So we still have to ask Lord Tingyu to be magnanimous. Both Yarrow Moen and Tingyu found it inconceivable that someone with a face as handsome as an immortal would say such flattering words. The two of them exchanged a glance and choked at the same time. Your Majesty, are you all right? Yarrow Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing suspiciously. If we don't see Mo Wan again, we'll definitely hurt Xiangxi. Mo Wan, you're drinking tea? Then we'll accompany you. Yi Junqing uncharacteristically moved closer to Yarrow Moen with a bright smile. Moen hopes that your Majesty can speak properly. Yarrow Moen felt goosebumps all over her body. We're speaking properly. Moen, is this tea hot? Let us blow on it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Junqing walked over to Yarrow Moen like a cute lucky cat and started to blow on the tea. Yarrow Moen just happened to be holding the tea in her hands, so the air Yi Junqing blew on landed on Yarrow Moen's face. It was warm, and ticklish, causing the clear pond at the bottom of Yarrow Moen's heart to wrinkle. Yi Junqing. Yarrow Moen abruptly put down the teacup, stood up, and glared at Yi Junqing. It wasn't that she couldn't tease him, but she couldn't do it in front of so many people. That was what Yarrow Moen thought. I'm here. Junqing is here. In the face of Yarrow Moen's anger, Yi Junqing still moved closer to fawn over. Xiao Luzi. Did your master take the wrong medicine before coming out? Yarrow Moen ignored Yi Junqing's fawning and turned to look at Xiao Luzi. Replying Your Highness, His Majesty didn't take his medicine when he came out of the imperial study. Xiao Luzi looked towards Yarrow Moen innocently. Then why didn't he bring him back to take his medicine? The moment Yarrow Moen said this, Xiao Luzi was instantly put in a difficult position. Moen, don't chase us away. We still have so many things to say to you. Yi Junqing continued to pester her fearlessly. It wasn't until Yarrow Moen glared at Xiao Luzi that Xiao Luzi finally dragged Yi Junqing, who was practically sticking to Yarrow Moen, out of Guan Osprey Palace. "Master, did His Majesty take the wrong medicine?" asked Tingyu after a long while of shock. "Who knows? Accompany this consort for a walk." Yarrow Moen's cheeks were still burning hot. Yi Junqing's actions just now had caused her heart to be unable to calm down for a long time. His misty eyes, his affectionate gaze, and his warm breath all made Yarrow Moen confused. That damnable Yi Junqing, couldn't he have picked a time when there wasn't anyone around? Meanwhile, when Yi Junqing turned the corner after leaving Guan Osprey Palace, he was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. "Didn't you say that all women fall for this?" Yi Junqing shook off the goosebumps and glared towards Xiao Luzi. Ever since Yarrow Moen had taken the initiative to ask him to stay, Yi Junqing had spent the entire night thinking about his relationship with Yarrow Moen. At the time, they hadn't had the time to talk about love because of revenge, so they hadn't had the time to be intimate. Yi Junqing had always felt that there was a stage missing between them. So at dawn, Yi Junqing had finally decided that he was going to pursue Yarrow Moen. Although he knew that Yarrow Moen's heart was on his side, Yi Junqing still wanted to give Yarrow Moen a pleasant surprise. He wanted her to feel the happiness and satisfaction of being pursued. Unfortunately, as a military general, Yi Junqing didn't know the slightest bit about this sort of thing. Coincidentally, there was a high-spirited youth standing next to him. This youth was Feng Lu. "That's right. All women fall for this. That's what all the eunuchs of the older generation say." Xiao Luzi's expression was extremely innocent. "What do you mean by eunuchs of the older generation?" Yi Junqing lifted his brows with a complicated expression. "It's Eunuch Li and the others." "This servant heard it from them," reported Xiao Luzi truthfully. You heard it from them? Then you've never pursued a woman before." It was no wonder Yarrow Moen had gotten angry. It turned out that Xiao Luzi was just an armchair strategist. "Your Majesty." Xiao Luzi entered the palace at the age of 7, and became a eunuch. Said Xiao Luzi bitterly. Yi Junqing instantly felt that his words had gone too far. "All right, at least we know that this method won't work. You've done a good job." Yi Junqing patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder comfortingly as a trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. It wasn't until Yi Junqing and Xiao Luzi left that Yi Hongyi walked out from the shadows. "You guys say that we are muddlehead and tyrannical, promiscuous in the inner palace, and that we only favor troublemakers. Then what about Yi Junqing? Doesn't he also put all his effort into currying favor with women? Why is it that he's a wise monarch while we have to bear the infamy of being a muddlehead monarch? Heavens, you're unfair. Yi Junqing, you want to obtain Yarrow Moen? You want to control the empire of Great Chu? If you want to obtain all of us, then we have to agree to it first. Just you wait for us to take back all of this. One day, we will make you kneel in front of us and make you beg for death." Since Yarrow Moen had personally ordered it, Eunuch Li was naturally extremely attentive. Thus, for the next 2 days, Eunuch Li called all of the eunuchs in the palace to go through them one by one. "You've looked through all of them?" Eunuch Li flipped through the list and looked at the dozen or so eunuchs standing in front of him. Replying Eunuch Li, "Everyone on the list is here." "Oh, that's right. There's also a third-rank eunuch called Little Xingzi. He's new and is currently cleaning up the imperial toilets. Once he's done, this servant will call him over," said the eunuch standing next to Eunuch Li respectfully. "Forget it. To be assigned that kind of job, either he's too ugly and afraid of dirtying the master's eyes, or he's naturally slow-witted. Letting someone like this serve by master's side is just waiting for trouble." Eunuch Li closed the list and let out a long sigh before continuing. "It's said that there are similarities between people, but why is it so difficult to find someone who looks 70 to 80% like Eunuch Liu? How are we supposed to explain this to Her Highness?" Eunuch Li was troubled. "Eunuch Li, this servant has a plan. I wonder if it'll work." The little eunuch moved closer to Eunuch Li's ear and whispered. Chapter 544. Guan Osprey Palace. After Yarrow Moen finished her lunch, She was about to take Tingyu to the embroidery room when Eunuch Li came in with a little eunuch. "This old servant kowtows in salute to your highness." Eunuch Li bowed respectfully, then looked towards Yarrow Moen with a fawning smile. "You may rise. Is something the matter?" Yarrow Moen glanced sideways at Eunuch Li and asked suspiciously. "Your highness, I've done what you asked me to do." "What a coincidence, there really is someone who looks like Eunuch Liu in the palace." "Little Jizzy, hurry and pay your respects to the Empress." Eunuch Li turned around and urged the little eunuch behind him to step forward as he spoke. "Your servant Little Ji greets the Empress." The shrill voice faintly trembled. When Yarrow Moen heard the voice and looked over, her heart abruptly trembled. Although there was still a gap between the person in front of her and Liu Xing, it was already rare for them to be this similar. "They really look alike," Tingyu said excitedly, her eyes red. On the main seat, Yarrow Moen's expression went from pleasant surprise to calm, to deep and serene, and then to dark clouds. "Little Ji, come here." A clear and cold voice slowly spilled out from Yarrow Moen's cherry lips. Eunuch Li didn't hear the coldness in Yarrow Moen's voice and hastily pushed the little eunuch over. After Xiao Jizzy steadied himself in front of her, Yarrow Moen suddenly reached out and abruptly touched Xiao Jizzy's face. Immediately after, there was a hissing sound and a piece of roughly made face fell off. "Eunuch Li, this is the errand you're going to do for this Empress." Yarrow Moen's gaze suddenly turned cold as she glared at Eunuch Li. When the little eunuch saw that the matter had been exposed, he immediately knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Ah! This old servant is guilty. I beg the Empress to spare my life. This old servant just wanted to share the burden for your highness. Your highness, please spare me." Eunuch Li kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. He had only kowtowed a few times, but blood had already seeped out of his forehead. It should be known that this matter was considered as deceiving the master, a crime punishable by death. "Forget it. You have good intentions. Take him away." Yarrow Moen glanced at the skin on the ground and waved her hand in annoyance. Eunuch Li acted as if he had just been pardoned and immediately dragged Xiao Jizzy out of Guan Osprey Palace. "Niang Niang, don't be sad." Tingyu walked over to Yarrow Moen's side and comforted her carefully. "Perhaps this consort is being too persistent. Forget it, let's go to the embroidery room." Because of Liu Xing, Yarrow Moen felt more and more like she had to treat Tingyu a bit better. The tree wants peace, but the wind won't stop. She probably wouldn't be able to repay what she owed Liu Xing in this lifetime. Dark clouds rolled and snow filled the sky. White snowflakes that looked like goose feathers and cotton wadding fell silently. "Niang Niang, this servant will send you back." "Seriously, it was fine just a moment ago, so why did it start snowing all of a sudden?" Yarrow Moen and Tingyu had only left Guan Osprey Palace for a few minutes when it started snowing heavily. "It's fine, it's good to admire the snowy scenery." Yarrow Moen smiled, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Seeing that Yarrow Moen had no intention of going back, Tingyu silently followed beside her and occasionally swept the snow off Yarrow Moen's body. "Master, Tingyu doesn't understand. How did you know that Little Jizzy was fake?" When Yarrow Moen had reached out to pull off the skin, although Tingyu had been disappointed, she had even more admiration for her master. She wouldn't be able to cultivate such discerning eyes even if she had several lifetimes. This consort secretly learned a few moves from Lung Bingshan. "It seems they're rather useful." Yarrow Moen smiled lightly. In this world of pure white snow, Yarrow Moen's smile was like a beautiful red spider lily that had the power to enchant people's hearts. Even Tingyu was a bit dumbfounded by it. That little Xingzi couldn't have frozen to death, right? He hasn't returned for an entire day. Just as the master and servant were chatting, an anxious voice suddenly came from not too far away. "Now you know to be afraid. I didn't see you blink when you were stealing his clothes last night," scolded the first eunuch. "You can't blame me. He smells so bad. What's more, I didn't see you guys stop me when I was stealing." "Didn't you guys think he was smelly too?" retorted the second eunuch. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find him. If someone dies, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences," urged the first eunuch. "We've searched most of the imperial palace's latrines, but there's no sign of him," complained the second eunuch. As the voice gradually faded away, Yarrow Moen and Ting Yu looked at each other in dismay. "Remember this. Later, have Eunuch Li take care of that little Xingzi." The world was cold and people's hearts were cold. Those two eunuchs knew that coming out to look for someone wasn't a heinous crime. Yarrow Moen had been in the imperial palace for more than 10 years, so she naturally understood how dirty and filthy the imperial palace was on the inside. Yarrow Moen could only turn a blind eye to this because she knew that she couldn't change human nature. On the white jade arch bridge, Yarrow Moen's eyes subconsciously glanced towards the jade lake in front of her. Right now, the jade lake had already frozen over and was covered in white snow. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of white that was indescribably beautiful. Right at this time, Yarrow Moen suddenly noticed that there was a black figure piled up in the pavilion by the lake. "Ting Yu, what's that?" asked Yarrow Moen suspiciously as she pointed in the direction of the pavilion. "It seems to be a person." Ting Yu immediately became alert and subconsciously moved in front of Yarrow Moen. "Let's go take a look." Yarrow Moen didn't care about Ting Yu's obstruction and turned to walk towards the pavilion. Ting Yu naturally followed behind. As expected, when Yarrow Moen and Ting Yu walked into the pavilion, they shockingly saw a man dressed like a eunuch curled up in a corner of the pavilion. His face was buried between his knees and his body was shivering. "Who are you? Why aren't you kneeling when you see Niang Niang?" Even though he was in the pavilion, the eunuch's body was still covered in a layer of white snow. Seeing that the eunuch didn't make a sound, Ting Yu mustered her courage and walked forward, wanting to wake him up. However, she didn't expect that the moment she stretched out her hand, that curled-up body fell weightlessly to the ground. When they saw that face that was exactly the same as Liu Xing's, Yarrow Moen and Ting Yu were both shocked. "Niang Niang, this is also a disguise, right?" Ting Yu slowly came to her senses and hastily walked over to help that eunuch up. In the next second, she pulled that person's face. "How is it?" Yarrow Moen looked towards Ting Yu suspiciously. "Niang Niang, his face seems to be real, but his body is so cold, as if he's not breathing." When Ting Yu saw that there were 5 finger marks on the man's face, she instantly felt extremely guilty. "Liu Xing, come. Summon the imperial doctor." Yarrow Moen spoke loudly, instantly summoning the nearby patrolling guards. Chapter 545. They didn't manage to go to embroidery room and instead picked up a man that looked exactly like Liu Xing. At this moment, Yarrow Moen and Ting Yu both looked towards the bed uneasily. Their expressions were anxious and impatient. When Li Jun turned around, Yarrow Moen took a step forward. "How is this person?" asked Yarrow Moen urgently. "Your Highness, don't worry, this person's life is no longer in danger. However, this lowly subject thinks that this eunuch has been frozen outside for at least 20 hours. Fortunately, he was discovered in time. Otherwise, this lowly subject wouldn't have been able to save the situation," reported Li Jun. "Listen, no matter what method you use, you must save him," ordered Yarrow Moen sternly. "This lowly subject obeys. This lowly subject will go back to brew the medicine." After Li Jun respectfully saluted, he turned around and left. Actually, Li Jun could understand Yarrow Moen's current feelings very well. After all, the eunuch on the bed looked too similar to the Liu Xing eunuch from back then. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Once Li Jun left, Yi Junqing rushed into Guan Osprey Palace. "Moen, Jun heard you call for an imperial physician. Are you feeling unwell?" The moment he entered the bedroom, he rushed over to Yarrow Moen with a worried expression. "Your Majesty, look." Yarrow Moen was overjoyed as she pulled Yi Junqing over to the bed. Liu Xing." Yi Junqing was astonished when he saw the unconscious eunuch on the bed. "Moen tried it. He didn't disguise himself. This face is real. Your Majesty, do you think he might be the reincarnation of Liu Xing?" Yarrow Moen's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. "If he's reincarnated, Liu Xing should be 2 years old now, right?" From the moment he saw the person on the bed, Yi Junqing felt an indescribable sense of alarm. He believed that there were people who looked exactly the same in this world. Yi Hongyi and Ying Li were the best examples. So unless they were twins, it was impossible for two people to look so similar. Then perhaps he's reincarnated in a new body, or perhaps he came back from the dead. In any case, this consort is gratified that Liu Xing was able to come back to find this consort. Look at you, this is a good thing. What are you crying for? Yi Junqing had his suspicions, but when he saw how emotional Yarrow Moen was, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only reach out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Yarrow Moen's eyes. On the bed, Yi Hongyi's eyelashes couldn't help but tremble. The hatred in his heart was like a million venomous snakes gnawing at his internal organs. He watched as Yi Junqing and Yarrow Moen embraced each other, yet he could only lie here. He didn't even have the right to speak. He hated this, so he had to endure. Because his face was exactly the same as Liu Xing's, Yi Hongyi naturally stayed in Guan Osprey Palace after he woke up and received special care from Yarrow Moen. This is Niang's tea. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was carrying the tea that had just been brewed in the imperial kitchen to Ting Yu's side. Lil Xingzi, why didn't you bring it over yourself? On the main seat, Yarrow Moen was puzzled by Yi Hongyi's actions. Replying Niang, Lil Xingzi was previously in charge of cleaning the imperial toilets. His body stank, so he didn't dare approach Niang. Yi Hongyi's eyelids drooped slightly. His eyes were dim and his humble expression was just right. After experiencing betrayal, changing his face, crippling his body, and begging, the current Yi Hongyi was no longer the arrogant and conceited monarch of the past. Instead, he was someone who could hide his hatred extremely well, to the point that even he himself couldn't see through it. He was just like Yarrow Moen from back then. Bring it over. Yarrow Moen looked at the lowly Yi Hongyi in front of her with heartache. When Yi Hongyi heard this, he hesitated for a moment before walking over. Niang, please have some tea. When he smelled the unique fragrance on Yarrow Moen's body, Yi Hongyi felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife. It doesn't matter if you're Yarrow Moen or Yarrow Morshine, Jin will make you pay an unimaginable price. The tea is pretty good. Have you learned it before? Yarrow Moen lifted the teacup and took a sip without any hesitation. Although Yarrow Moen was excited, she wouldn't lose her calm and wisdom because of it. In reality, while Yi Hongyi was unconscious, Yarrow Moen had especially ordered Yin Shui to thoroughly investigate this eunuch who looked exactly like Liu Xing. According to Yin Shui, this eunuch called Xiao Xingzi had entered the palace 3 days ago. His family background wasn't suspicious. Furthermore, fainting in the pavilion that day hadn't been intentional. Just as Li Jun said, if Yarrow Moen hadn't seen him in time, there was a high chance that he would have frozen to death. Replying Niang, this servant's family is poor and can't afford to pay attention to such things. However, the one this servant is currently serving is Empress Niang, so naturally I can't be the slightest bit careless. This is what this servant learned on the spot. It was very difficult for Yi Hongyi to say the words Empress Niang. At that time, this high and mighty woman used to be his woman, his empress. But now, people were different. How could he endure this? You're considerate. The imperial physician said that your body still hasn't completely recovered. Withdraw and rest. This consort has already ordered the imperial physician to send some tonics to your room. Yarrow Moen sipped her tea as she spoke indifferently. Her eyes were warm. This servant will take his leave. Yi Hongyi didn't say much. He didn't want Yarrow Moen to think that he was too slick and lose trust in him. Once Yi Hongyi left, Ting Yu slowly walked forward. Now that Xiao Xingzi is by my side, Ting Yu feels like Liu Xing has returned. After these few days of interaction, Ting Yu had a rather good impression of Yi Hongyi. It would be great if he really was Liu Xing. Yarrow Moen smiled bitterly, then drank all of the tea in the cup. Ever since Yarrow Moen had looked down on him for trying to please her that day, Yi Junqing had tried all sorts of methods to make Yarrow Moen smile. However, Yarrow Moen had always used the excuse that he hadn't taken his medicine and kicked him out. Later on, Yi Junqing had gone to find Liu Shuo to have a deep conversation and ordered him to get some information out of Ting Yu. What do you mean by primitive? Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Liu Shuo. Maybe it's primitive. Would master like savages? Liu Shuo interpreted it this way. Savages? Then we are powerless. As Yi Junqing shook his head, Xiao Luzi came forward to offer a plan. Thus, when Yi Junqing appeared in Guan Osprey Palace dressed in wild beast skin, Yarrow Moen summoned Yin Shui to beat the ghost without any hesitation. Yin Shui's attacks were so ruthless that Yi Junqing didn't even have the strength to resist. In the end, when Yi Junqing lifted his hair, Yin Shui felt like she had been struck by lightning. Master, His Majesty. Yin Shui's words caused Yarrow Moen to look over. When she saw the face under the messy hair, Yarrow Moen and Ting Yu had to hold each other's shoulders to prevent themselves from slipping. Did your Majesty just get struck by lightning? Yarrow Moen steadied herself and walked forward. When she got close to Yi Junqing, she could smell the scent of dirt. Moen, you don't like it. Yi Junqing looked at Yarrow Moen aggrievedly and pouted. This appearance had taken him quite a bit of time. Your Majesty, please don't ask that. If the ministers find out that your Majesty is dressed like this to curry favor with Moen, then they'll have a lot to say in court tomorrow. Ting Yu, hurry and bring some clothes for your Majesty. Yarrow Moen had seen everything that Yi Junqing had done during this period of time, so she naturally knew what Yi Junqing was thinking. Thus, even if she didn't say it out loud, she was actually very grateful that Yi Junqing had treated her so well. However, at this moment, Yarrow Moen felt that if she didn't say anything, this child might be ruined. At this time, Yin Shui had already silently retreated. In the main hall, only Yi Hongyi remained in the corner, watching everything coldly. His heart was burning. They dare to speak. What's wrong with Zhen currying favor with my empress, said Yi Junqing angrily as he followed Yarrow Moen to the table. You're your Majesty, of course they wouldn't dare to say that you're wrong. Yarrow Moen poured a cup of tea and pushed it to Yi Junqing's side with a smile. They all know that half of Zhen's empire was fought for by you, so they wouldn't dare to say that you're wrong. In court, Yi Junqing had elevated Yarrow Moen to the highest point. Every time the matter of internal strife was brought up, he would recite Yarrow Moen's glorious achievements from start to finish. Every single official could recite it backwards. As the saying goes, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. What's more, everything Yi Junqing said was the truth. Thus, under this subtle influence, the officials' reverence towards Yarrow Moen grew. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that Moen's achievements will shock Lord Zhen? Yarrow Moen's hand that was holding the teacup paused slightly as a trace of sadness appeared in her heart. What's wrong with Lord Zhen? If you're willing, Zhen can even give the throne to you. However, there's one thing. You have to leave the position of Empress for Zhen. Also, you can't take concubines, alright? Yi Junqing's serious expression made Yarrow Moen laugh. Yarrow Moen suddenly realized that even the handsome Yi Junqing could have such a cute side to him. If Yi Hongyi had half of your breadth of mind back then, none of this would have happened. Yarrow Moen sighed with disappointment as a trace of bitterness appeared on her lips. Her heart felt like it was burning in a raging fire. Yarrow Moen, it's true that Zhen didn't promise you the throne, but Zhen was willing to give up the country for you. In the end, what did I get in return? Moen, it's already in the past. We should all look forward. You really don't like Zhen's attire? Yi Junqing didn't want Yarrow Moen to bring up this sad matter, so he changed the topic. Regarding this, Moen's level of appreciation really hasn't reached the level of your Majesty's. Yarrow Moen secretly restrained the loneliness in her heart as she raised her brows with a smile. But you clearly told Ting Yu that you liked the original look. Yi Junqing objected. The original look? What a new phrase. What does it mean? Yarrow Moen's eyes were clear like water and the smile on her face was so harmless. Didn't you say those words? Yi Junqing felt like his soul was in chaos in the cold wind. That's not it. Oh, that night, this consort ordered Yin Shui to make a trip to Phoenix Feather Manor and ask for Yang Nanxing's fated ascension while she was at it. If your Majesty thinks that it was Moen who said those words, then someone might have misheard, right? Said Yarrow Moen lightly. Fated ascension? Why did Yang Nanxing give that bead to you? That bead was passed down from ancient times. Yang Nanxing treasured it greatly. Later on, Yi Junqing found out that the problem was with Liu Sha. He had told Liu Sha to ask Ting Yu what type of man Yarrow Moen liked, but Liu Sha just had to omit the last few words. Yarrow Moen just happened to receive fated ascension that day, so Ting Yu had told the truth. In the end, Liu Sha had even sent the wrong message, so this original look was born. He had a request for Moen, so he naturally had to show some sincerity. In reality, Yarrow Moen didn't feel that fated ascension was all that precious after receiving it. It couldn't compare to night pearls that could shine at night, nor could it compare to pearls that were sparkling and translucent. Calling it a treasure was a bit far-fetched. What did he ask you for? When did he come? Yi Junqing instantly felt a sense of danger. When he thought of Yang Nanxing's pitilessly beautiful face, he felt even more apprehensive. The old manor master of Phoenix Feather Manor told Yang Nanxing about the marriage. This time, regardless of whether Yang Nanxing agrees or not, he has to go through the wedding ceremony. That's not all. The old manor master will only let Yang Nanxing out after Yang Nanxing gets his bride pregnant. Yarrow Moen succinctly described the contents of the 30 sheets of fine paper that Yang Nanxing had written for her. It's that serious. Then won't he run? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. The Yang Nanxing he knew had never been someone who would meekly submit to adversity. Does your majesty think he can do it? Yarrow Moen shrugged. There was a saying that old ginger was spicier. Then what can you help him with? As Yi Junqing sympathized with Yang Nanxing, he looked towards Yarrow Moen worriedly. He has Moen make a trip to Phoenix Feather Manor to personally confirm to the old manor master that Yang Nanxing is already married and that the person he's married is the holy maiden of Celestial Mountain's White Lotus cult. White Lotus, said Yarrow Moen. You can't possibly think that those two things at Phoenix Feather Manor are easy to fool, right? They're famous figures in the martial arts world. How could they not know if there's a White Lotus cult in the martial arts world? Also, those two old things won't let go of Yang Nanxing until they see the rabbit. If they don't see the White Lotus cult, they won't let Yang Nanxing go, said Yi Junqing confidently. Moen naturally understands the meaning of empty words, so the White Lotus cult has to be present, said Yarrow Moen solemnly. It can't be. Yi Junqing smelled a conspiracy from Yarrow Moen's words. Supremacy Han has already agreed to have Lu help Moen put on this show. As for the White Lotus cult, Celestial Mountain is within Darky's borders, so King Chi naturally has a way to make a White Lotus cult appear in the martial arts world. Yarrow Moen said it very simply, but if it was anyone else, this would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was also why Yang Nanxing had spent so much money to get Yarrow Moen's help. You're going to leave the Imperial Palace again? Han Jini, Feng Yihan, Yang Nanxing. Yi Junqing felt like his head was about to explode. These three people that Yarrow Moen mentioned were all dragons among men. Yi Junqing had a very strong premonition that his family's beautiful flower was being targeted by others. This won't do. He had to marry Yarrow Moen as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. If your majesty is willing, you can accompany Moen. Yarrow Moen's lips curved into a smile that was like a spring breeze. At this time, Ting Yu was already waiting at the side with a robe in hand. By the time Yi Junqing changed into the robe, dinner had already been prepared. Chapter 546. After about 2 hours, Yi Junqing reluctantly left Guan Osprey Palace. Ting Yu, there are only 3 days left until your wedding with Liu Sha. Have the nannies of the embroidery room brought you the wedding clothes for you to measure? After sending Yi Junqing off, Yarrow Moen slowly pulled Ting Yu over with reluctance in her eyes. Replying, Your Highness, we measured them yesterday. The nannies have already gone back to make changes. They said that they'll bring it over tonight. Ting Yu blushed as she smiled. That's good. After you and Liu Sha get married, this consort will go to Phoenix Feather Manor. Don't come with me then. You've just gotten married, this consort can't bear to separate you two. Yarrow Moen looked at Ting Yu dotingly. Ever since Chu Morbei and Kubu Jia got married, good things had happened to her one after another. Did this mean that her darkest days had turned to bliss? Your Highness. Ting Yu was just about to speak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Moen, we knew you weren't asleep yet. We suddenly had a thought. Can you let us see Yuansheng? Ever since Yi Junqing left Guan Osprey Palace, he had been a bit distracted. Han Jini and the others' names kept flashing past his mind. So when he reached the Imperial Garden, Yi Junqing suddenly turned around. He had to see Yarrow Moen one last time before he could go back to sleep. How dare you? Who allowed you to barge in without this consort's orders? Hurry up and scram. To everyone's surprise, when Yarrow Moen saw that Yi Junqing had returned, she actually stood up angrily. Her tone was cold and she didn't seem to be joking at all. Moen, are you angry? Yi Junqing looked at Yarrow Moen in confusion, not knowing what to do. Hurry up and scram. Are you waiting for this consort to chop off your head? Yin Shui. Yarrow Moen's expression was still as cold as ever. Although Yin Shui had appeared, she was still in a bit of a dilemma. Your Highness, that's His Majesty. Don't you recognize him? Reminded Ting Yu carefully. Why has His Majesty returned? Is there something you need Moen for? Yarrow Moen felt her head ring. When she looked up again, she saw Yi Junqing standing in front of her with a stiff expression. Moen, are you all right just now? Yi Junqing gulped and asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just that my eyes are a bit sore and I can't see clearly. Yarrow Moen knew that her eyes really were a bit uncomfortable just now, so she replied. She had no recollection of her conversation with Yi Junqing at all. You scared me. That. I originally wanted to take a look at Yuansheng. Since you're not feeling well, I'll take my leave first. Yi Junqing instinctively thought that Yarrow Moen's discomfort in her eyes was just an excuse. She just didn't want him to stay in Guan Osprey Palace so late at night, so she deliberately put on an act. Yi Junqing came without a head and left without a tail, causing Yarrow Moen to be at a loss. After Yi Junqing left, Yarrow Moen dismissed Ting Yu and also had Yi Hongyi, who had been standing at the side for a long time, leave. The moment he stepped out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi glanced back at Yarrow Moen from time to time. It seemed like the phoenix tears had already taken effect. That scene just now was definitely not a coincidence. Yarrow Moen, in order to take revenge on us, you spent almost 2 years, but we only need 2 months to take revenge. Late at night, Yi Hongyi avoided the patrolling guards and circled to the garden behind the cold palace. At this time, the old eunuch who had brought him in was already waiting there. Zijia said that from the moment you entered the imperial palace, you didn't recognize Zijia. What? Do you not understand Zijia's words? Under the moonlight, the old eunuch's expression was icy cold. If it wasn't an urgent matter, Lil Star wouldn't have troubled Gong Gong. I'll have to trouble Gong Gong to help Lil Star arrange for the great priest to come out and tell him that he has important matters to discuss with him. Yi Hongyi looked at the old eunuch solemnly, his heart cold. What kind of noble status does the great priest have? How can he be someone you can see just because you want to? Just tell this matter to Zijia and Zijia will handle it accordingly. The old eunuch's eyes were filled with disdain. Lil Star will only tell this matter to the great priest, insisted Yi Hongyi. Zijia has no intention of wasting time with you. Seeing that Yi Hongyi was stubborn, the old eunuch was just about to leave when Yi Hongyi stepped forward to stop him. What Lil Star wants to say concerns the great plan of the great priest. If Gong Gong doesn't make the appointment on his behalf, if something really happens. Before Yi Hongyi could finish speaking, the old eunuch abruptly struck out with his palm and slammed Yi Hongyi into the ground. Yi Hongyi, don't think that you can ignore Zijia just because the great priest thinks highly of you. Zijia will repeat one last time. If there's anything, just tell Zijia. If there's nothing, just do your job properly. Don't be shameless when I give you face. Just as the old eunuch was speaking in a daze, he suddenly heard a sound coming from behind the fake mountain. With lightning speed, the old eunuch brought Ting Yu in front of Yi Hongyi. Look at the tail you brought. The old eunuch held the pail and shocked Ting Yu with one hand and looked coldly at Yi Hongyi. You, who exactly are you? Why did he call you Yi Hongyi? Ting Yu forced herself to speak, her voice trembling. Zijia calls him Yi Hongyi because his Yi Hongyi, the tail you brought yourself, take care of it yourself. The old eunuch sealed Ting Yu's mute acupuncture point with a slap, then tossed her to Yi Hongyi. Ooh! Woo woo! When Ting Yu landed, Yi Hongyi's hand was clamped around her neck. His sinister expression was like that of a demon from hell, causing one to shiver. That's right, we are Yi Hongyi. It's that Yi Hongyi who was harmed so badly by your master. If it weren't for your master, we would still be a high and mighty monarch. How could we have fallen to the point where we have to change our faces and cut off our roots? We want revenge. We want to make Yarrow Moen and Yi Junqing pay with blood. Unfortunately, you're going to get married the day after tomorrow. If you hadn't followed us out of curiosity, you wouldn't have died so quickly. However, you didn't die unjustly. Don't worry, just wait down there. It won't be long before Yarrow Moen and her lackeys will come down to accompany you. Yi Hongyi tightened his grip and Ting Yu felt as if a large rock was pressing down on her chest. Her breathing became more and more difficult. Woo-woo. Ting Yu struggled with all her might as she fiercely pulled on Yi Hongyi's arm. Her eyes were filled with despair and hatred. At this moment, Ting Yu really wanted to rush in front of Yarrow Moen and tell her that Yi Hongyi, this beast, was still alive and that he was right next to her. Ting Yu. You knew from the start that Yarrow Moen wasn't an idiot. From the day she entered the palace, you've been helping her lie to us. You deserve to die. Yi Hongyi's eyes were bloodshot and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. With his martial arts sealed, even killing people wasn't as satisfying as before. Ting Yu's breathing gradually became sparse and her gaze became unfocused. In the white mist, she seemed to see Liu Shuo walking towards her. Liu Shuo. I'm sorry, Ting Yu can't accompany you until your hair turns white. I can't be with you until we grow old. Your Highness, Ting Yu can't bear to leave you. Ting Yu has let you down. Go die. Yi Hongyi lost his patience. His hands pressed against Ting Yu's neck and fiercely pressed her to the ground. He used all his strength and watched as Ting Yu closed her eyes in despair and her struggling hands fell to the ground. Only then did Yi Hongyi let go. Yi Hongyi, this girl is extremely important to Yarrow Moen. If her corpse is found, then you will be the most suspicious person. The old eunuch harumphed and left without waiting for Yi Hongyi to speak. Don't go. Before Yi Hongyi finished speaking, the old eunuch had already disappeared. Looking in the direction the old eunuch disappeared, Yi Hongyi finally understood one thing. He was nothing more than a chess piece. He had originally thought that after everything was done, he would have the high priest help him change his face and help him ascend the throne again. It seemed like this kind of thinking was too naive. He didn't have time to think too much. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Hongyi immediately pulled Ting Yu's corpse towards Jade Lake. It was a winter morning. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, but there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. When Yarrow Moen woke up, she couldn't help but shiver. When she got out of bed, she discovered that there wasn't even a single spark of fire on the stove. Normally, Ting Yu would have lit the 3 stoves outside the hall for her. Yarrow Moen couldn't help but smile as she looked at the cold stoves. She knew that Ting Yu must have stayed up too late looking at the wedding clothes yesterday, which was why she had slept in. When she thought of this, Yarrow Moen couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Ting Yu got married, she probably wouldn't be able to light a stove for her anymore. At breakfast, Yi Junqing walked into Guan Osprey Palace and subconsciously shivered. He saw that the table in the main hall was completely empty. Normally, Ting Yu would have already prepared breakfast at this time. Moen. When Yi Junqing saw that there was no one in the main hall, he quickly walked towards the inner room. When he pushed open the door, he saw that Yarrow Moen was holding a match and lighting the stove. How is this something you should do? Where's Ting Yu? When Yi Junqing saw this, he quickly walked to Yarrow Moen's side and snatched the match without hesitation, afraid that Yarrow Moen would burn herself. This isn't something that your majesty should do either. Xiao Luzi, you're not quick-witted enough, said Yarrow Moen with a faint smile. Xiao Luzi came to a realization and stepped forward to take the match from Yi Junqing's hands. Where's Ting Yu? We didn't see her when we came in. Yi Junqing felt that Yarrow Moen's hand was very cold, so he held her hand in his palm and rubbed it lightly, occasionally exhaling. It's not good for Ben Gong to rely on Ting Yu for everything. She's about to get married. Yarrow Moen smiled sweetly, but her voice was filled with reluctance. Then Jean won't let her get married. Otherwise, you might not be able to adapt to having another servant girl, suggested Yi Junqing seriously. Breaking up a pair of mandarin ducks will incur the wrath of the heavens. Yarrow Moen smiled as she withdrew her hand and walked out of the inner room with Yi Junqing. Just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, Yi Hongyi walked in with a purple sand teapot. Xiao Xingzi kowtows in salute to your majesty, Empress. Every time he saw this scene, Yi Hongyi's heart felt like it was on fire, but his face remained calm without a single ripple. Rise, put down the tea. When Yarrow Moen saw Yi Hongyi's face, a smile of relief flashed through her lips. Even though Yarrow Moen knew that this person wasn't Liu Xing, she still felt warm to have this person by her side. Moen, accompany His Majesty in drinking tea. Ting Yu has probably gone to the imperial kitchen by now. Yarrow Moen slowly sat down at the table and personally poured a cup for Yi Junqing. Thus, they drank tea until Yi Junqing went to morning court, but Ting Yu still didn't appear. Yin Shui. Even after the tea was finished, Yarrow Moen still didn't see any trace of Ting Yu. An indescribable feeling of unease gradually rose in her heart. This subordinate is here. Go see where Ting Yu is and call her back, said Yarrow Moen anxiously. Her hand that was holding the embroidered handkerchief unconsciously clenched into a fist. After Yin Shui left Guan Osprey Palace, Yarrow Moen started to feel restless. Chapter 547. At the side, Yi Hongyi silently stood in the corner and watched everything coldly. A cold smile flashed through his heart. Yarrow Moen, this was just the beginning. After about an hour, Yin Shui finally returned. Yarrow Moen abruptly got up and walked over. However, she didn't see anyone following behind Yin Shui. Where's Ting Yu? Yarrow Moen gulped, her eyes filled with anticipation. Master, this subordinate looked for Ting Yu's room. Ting Yu wasn't in the embroidery room or Liu Shou's room. The steward of the embroidery room said that Ting Yu had indeed been there last night but left at 7 o'clock. Liu Shou also saw Ting Yu around noon yesterday. Yin Shui's voice trembled and her eyes were filled with worry. Then that means Ting Yu has disappeared. Yarrow Moen's eyes were filled with panic. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and fall onto the chair. Master, don't worry. Yin Shui will go look again. Yin Shui knew how important Ting Yu was in Yarrow Moen's heart and immediately turned to leave. The second after Yin Shui left, Liu Shou hurriedly ran in. He didn't even have time to report. Liu Shou kowtows in salute to Master. Master, did something happen to Ting Yu? Although some love stories weren't spectacular, they were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Ever since Liu Shou's tendons were severed in Mengyuan, Ting Yu had been taking care of him attentively. From that moment on, love couldn't be stopped. Insignificant people were also people. They had their own joys, sorrows, and loves. In Liu Shou's eyes, Ting Yu was the most beautiful woman in this world. In his heart, Ting Yu was more important than anyone. It's still uncertain right now. Liu Shou, send all the imperial guards to search the entire imperial palace. You must find Ting Yu, said Yarrow Moen calmly while suppressing the panic in her heart. Liu Shou accepted the order and strode out of Guan Osprey Palace. Niang, nothing will happen to Ting Yu. Don't worry. At this time, Yi Hongyi carefully walked to Yarrow Moen's side and comforted her. Nothing can happen to her, definitely can't. Yarrow Moen's eyes flickered and the panic and fear in her eyes fell into Yi Hongyi's vision. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to comfort her again, Yarrow Moen suddenly stood up. This consort is going to look for him personally. Yarrow Moen couldn't calm down and wait here for news, so she quickly walked out. It's cold, does your highness want to wear a cloak? When he saw Yarrow Moen walk out of the palace gates, the depths of Yi Hongyi's eyes were as cold as ice. Yarrow Moen, don't even think about finding Ting Yu in this lifetime. But don't worry, when you die, Jean will definitely tell you where Ting Yu is. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Hongyi casually pulled off the cloak from the rack and rushed in the direction Yarrow Moen disappeared in. By the time Yi Hongyi caught up to Yarrow Moen, Yi Junqing had already moved to protect her. Moen, don't worry, Tingyu will be fine. Little tricks. Pastian's decree, find all the people who saw Tingyu after 5 o'clock yesterday. We want to interrogate him personally, said Yi Junqing harshly. For an entire day, Yarrow Moen turned the entire imperial palace upside down, but she didn't find a single trace of Tingyu. Yi Junqing also asked everyone who had seen Tingyu. In the end, the conclusion he got was that after Tingyu left the embroidery room last night, no one had seen her again. The night was cold and the stars were sparse. Dark clouds hid the moon. The atmosphere in Guan Osprey Palace was abnormally heavy. Master, don't worry. Yin Shui feels that since Tingyu's corpse hasn't been found, it proves that Tingyu is still alive. Yin Shui is wondering if Tingyu has been kidnapped and if the people who kidnapped Tingyu are in cahoots with the people who kidnapped Lung Bingxian. Yin Shui raised her suspicions. This consort would rather that she had been kidnapped. I wonder how Fengyu Lei Dian's investigation is going. Yarrow Moen was anxious and worried. This subordinate has been maintaining contact with Fengyu Lei Dian this entire time. If they have any clues, they will notify Yin Shui immediately. Yin Shui was implying that there were still no leads regarding Lung Bingxian. Master, this subordinate wishes to leave the palace to find Tingyu. At the side, Liu Sha had been silent for a long time before finally speaking up. At this moment, Yarrow Moen's eyes were filled with endless guilt as she faced Liu Sha. Tomorrow was the day of his and Liu Sha's wedding, but she had lost his bride. How could she endure this? That's fine. Take the Imperial Guards out of the city to search. If there's any news, you must send someone to notify this consort. Yarrow Moen couldn't refuse Liu Sha. Even though Yarrow Moen knew that this was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack, even she herself couldn't just sit here and wait. But even he couldn't sit here and wait, so one could imagine Liu Sha's mood. Moen, even if we have to turn the entire Great Chu upside down, we will find Tingyu for you. Don't worry. Xiao Luzi, go find 2 sensible palace maids and bring them to Guan Osprey Palace. This place can't be left unattended, ordered Yi Junqing. However, just as Xiao Luzi was about to leave, Yarrow Moen called him back. Other than Tingyu, this consort doesn't need anyone else to serve me. Yarrow Moen rubbed her forehead as her body involuntarily swayed. Yarrow Moen hadn't eaten in a day, so she was naturally very weak. How could that be, Moen? While Yi Junqing was trying to comfort her, Yi Hongyi stepped forward respectfully. If your highness doesn't mind, little Xingzi is willing to keep watch for your highness. Yi Hongyi won because of his face. Yarrow Moen couldn't help but think of Liu Xing when Tingyu went missing. It was already late at night. Yarrow Moen only fell into a deep sleep when the cold wind howled and blew open the window lattice. Yi Hongyi, who had been leaning against the corner, quietly got up and shut the window tightly. When he turned around, his eyes subconsciously glanced towards the bed. When he saw that beautiful face, Yi Hongyi no longer felt the lingering emotions he had in the past. Instead, bone-piercing hatred rose from the bottom of his heart and his hands subconsciously reached for Yarrow Moen's snow-white neck. Yarrow Moen, you really deserve to die. Just as Yi Hongyi's hands were about to touch Yarrow Moen's snow-white neck, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and lifted the brocade quilt, then retreated back to his original position. Even when he was leaning against the corner, Yi Hongyi was still afraid. He really had been blinded by greed just now. How could he have forgotten that there was a hidden guard in Guan Osprey Palace? If he hadn't been able to control himself and grabbed Yarrow Moen's neck just now, he would have been exposed before Yarrow Moen died. Yi Hongyi buried his head in his knees and took a deep breath. Only then did he dare to show the hatred in his eyes. Ever since he found out about Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Yi Hongyi finally understood why Yarrow Moen had the ability to mess up his previous court and inner palace. Ever since she had been kidnapped by Gui Daozi and brought to Crimson Flame Country, Lung Bingxian's days could be said to be as free as the wind and rain she wanted. With the title of Gui Daozi's last disciple, Lung Bingxian ran amok all day and never paid for her food and drinks. In just half a month, Lung Bingshin had already become a fiend that everyone in Crimson Flame Country knew about. However, due to Gui Daoz's habit of shielding his own people, even the Crimson Flame Country's mags could only turn a blind eye. 50 taels? Why don't you go rob someone? The dishes on the table next to them are exactly the same as ours. They only spent half a tael, why do they need to charge us 50 taels? Inside the restaurant, Baijon pointed at the waiter's nose and argued. How can that be the same? They're people of our Crimson Flame Country, what do you guys think you are? The waiter's chin was raised to the sky as he looked at the 4 people at the table with disdain. Looks like you're looking for a beating. Next to Baijon, Mo Chang abruptly stood up and brandished his fists as he was about to charge forward. However, he was pulled back by Thousand-Faced. Forget it, give him the money and let's go, said Thousand-Faced coldly as he casually pulled out 50 taels from his sleeve. Mo Chang let out a heavy sigh and swallowed his anger with great difficulty. However, the moment the 4 of them stood up, the waiter walked around the table and stood in front of my G. The 3 of them can leave, but as for you, your looks aren't bad. There's a guest in the private room upstairs who has taken a fancy to you. Let's go. As the waiter spoke, he reached out to caress my G's face. Don't go too far. Thousand-Faced pulled my G away first and looked coldly at the waiter. So what if we're bullying you guys? TSK, you want to fight? Men. Before Thousand-Faced could make a move, the waiter had already summoned more than 10 fighters and looked at Thousand-Faced and the others mockingly. Let's fight then. Mo Chang found it hard to swallow his anger and immediately rushed forward. Following that, he heard a catcher sound. Mo Chang's arm was dislocated. Nameless, that despicable thief. Mo Chang growled angrily in pain. What? Do you still want to fight? Lady, if you don't want these people to be beaten into buns by us, do you know what to do? The waiter looked at my G with a perverted expression and sneered as he made way for her. My G, don't go. I'll fight them to the death. Mo Chang roared angrily and immediately charged forward. Baijon and Thousand-Faced also charged forward. Chapter 548. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Baijon, Mo Chang, and the Thousand-Faced assassin were beaten to the ground, their heads bleeding. How are you? My G held back her tears as she looked at the 3 people on the ground. They had never been bullied like this before. I'm telling you, you have to go today. If you don't go. Just as the waiter was acting arrogantly, a clear voice came from behind him. What if I don't go? Everyone turned around and saw a woman in white walking over. She didn't look like someone from the Crimson Flame Nation. Here comes another lowly peasant. What, do you know martial arts? The waiter looked at the woman from head to toe and questioned her. No, I've never practiced. The woman in white walked to the Thousand-Faced assassin and squatted down. Her lips curled into a beautiful smile. Lung Bingshin? In fact, the Thousand-Faced assassin had never seen Lung Bingshin's face, but he recognized the Thousand-Faced Guanyin Jade tablet that should have belonged to him. That's right, it's me. TSK, being bullied like this, Thousand-Faced assassin, you suck. Lung Bingshin shook her head and said angrily. If my true chi wasn't sealed, they wouldn't even be able to touch my little finger. The Thousand-Faced assassin was furious to see him in such a sorry state. Yo, how dare you challenge me here? Continue beating them. The waiter didn't want Lung Bingshin to talk with the Thousand-Faced assassin and the others, so he immediately ordered. Just as everyone was eager to fight, Lung Bingshin slowly stood up, took out a tablet, and walked toward the waiter step by step. Open your dog eyes and look at what's written on it. Lung Bingshin's enchanting smile was so harmless, but the waiter's face changed until it turned pale. Your sister ghost. Why didn't you take out the tablet earlier? How can I say this? Please take a seat. When the waiter saw the tablet, his legs turned to jelly, and he smiled at Lung Bingshin. Fuck you. Such an ugly tablet, it's embarrassing to take it out. What did you say just now? Who should I beat? Lung Bingshin put the tablet back into her sleeve and raised her eyebrows. Hit them? How would I dare to hit you? The waiter continued to smile, but Lung Bingshin's face was as cold as ice. Who? Lung Bingshin deliberately raised her voice. Ah. I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I didn't know that they were your friends, Sister Ghost. I won't do it again, please spare my life, Sister Ghost. The waiter kept calling her Sister Ghost, which made Lung Bingshin upset. Scram. Get out of here. Ghost Sister was the new name that Gui Daozi had given to Lung Bingshin. It was true that Lung Bingshin scoffed at this name, but in the Red Flame Nation, this name was more useful than anything else. Just like now, Lung Bingshin had just waved her hand, and there was no one in the room. Only Bai Zhon and the others were left dumbfounded. Not only that, in just a few minutes, the private room was filled with dishes. Aren't you John Doe's subordinates? Why are you here? Lung Bingshin didn't have any ill intentions towards Thousand Faces and the others, but when she saw them being bullied like this, she felt sympathy. It's hard to explain. Who would have thought that John Doe was actually a child of the Red Flame Nation, and the most disappointing one at that? He was the one who brought us to the Red Flame Nation, but he didn't have any power in his words. The higher-ups wanted to seal our true energy, so he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Without martial arts, wouldn't we just be bullied here? Having met an old friend in a foreign land, and seeing Lung Bingshin's power, Thousand Faces couldn't fuss about the past for the sake of my G and the others. So that's how it is. This lady was just thinking, with your martial arts, how could you have been beaten up like this? Then why didn't you leave? Lung Bingshin didn't think much of it. Don't you know that there's a rule in the Red Flame Nation? Any outsider who enters can't leave alive. We were tricked by John Doe. What about you? Didn't you rely on Yarrow Moen? Why are you here? Anne. Thousand Faces' gaze fell on Lung Bingshin's tag. This lady also has a hard time explaining. How about this, you guys follow me in the future. It was rare to meet an old friend, so Lung Bingshin spoke very generously. Thousand Faces and the others looked at each other and didn't have any objections. Right now, they really didn't have any reason to persist. At that time, they did it for Great Chu and for John Doe, but now, they just wanted to find a way out for themselves. After Lung Bingshin left, a man about 30 years old stood at the door. He had a head of jet black hair with a few strands of silver. Who was that? The man walked in slowly, his eyes flickering. So what if he was? Do you think you're still our boss? John Doe, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. When we were being bullied by the waiter, don't tell me you didn't see it. My G suddenly stood up and glared at John Doe. I really didn't see it. Otherwise, why would I ignore you guys? Ever since returning to the Red Flame Nation, John Doe's cultivation had become more and more proficient. He had already broken through the 7th level. Pa, don't pretend to be a good person here. Bai Zhon spat. Back then, you came voluntarily, John Doe said helplessly. He didn't expect the Red Flame Nation to be so xenophobic. Even with his guarantee, the higher-ups still didn't trust my G and the others. They forced him to seal their true chi, and unless there was an order from the higher-ups, they weren't allowed to unseal their acupoints. John Doe, back then, you gave us 2 choices. We could either go with you or die. What other choice did we have? Thousand Faces snorted. Back then, even if I let you go, the High Priest would have killed you. I just didn't want you to die, so. John Doe explained painfully. So you brought us here to live a life worse than death. John Doe, my G was wrong about you. Even if the underground palace was destroyed, even if you killed all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, my G always felt that you couldn't bear to do that to us. My G had tears in her eyes. In her heart, John Doe had always been worthy of her respect and following. My G, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's go. Bai Zhon didn't even want to look at John Doe. Just as the 4 of them reached the door, John Doe spoke. As children of the Red Flame Nation, there are a total of 3, 6, and 9 grades. This classification is based on the level of your martial arts. As long as you can reach the 6th grade, John Doe will be qualified to ask the higher-ups to let you become citizens of the Red Flame Nation and unseal your acupuncture points. At that time, you will no longer be discriminated against. Whether you believe it or not, in order to reach the 6th grade, John Doe really did his best. A hoarse voice came out of John Doe's mouth, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the blood seeping from the corner of John Doe's mouth, Thousand Faces and the others looked at each other in silence. Meanwhile, when Lung Bingshin came out of the restaurant and was about to go to the gambling house to pass the time, Gui Daozi grabbed her by the collar and dragged her to a corner deep in the alley. "Sister Ghost, there's a limit to my patience." Gui Daozi scratched his bald head and looked at Lung Bingshin worriedly. Lung Bingshin glanced at Gui Daozi, then stood on her tiptoes and pretended to be arrogant, which made Gui Daozi angry. "What are you doing? Let me tell you, starting tomorrow, learn how to change your skin, otherwise, I won't confiscate your token." As soon as Gui Daozi finished speaking, he saw Lung Bingshin throw out the token with the word Sister Ghost. 3 black lines appeared on Gui Daozi's forehead. He was speechless. He wondered if he was robbing his disciple or his mother. Cough. "I'm not talking about this one, I'm talking about the one on you." As Gui Daozi spoke, the Thousand Faces Guanyin token fell into his hand. "Hey! Don't go too far. Give it back to me." Lung Bingshin looked at the token in Gui Daozi's hand like it was a treasure and shouted angrily. "If you don't return to the Ghost Palace by noon tomorrow, I'll melt this stupid token of yours." Gui Daozi didn't waste any more words with Lung Bingshin. He immediately took the token and left. As Lung Bingshin watched Gui Daozi leave, she rudely cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors. Only then did she pick up the Sister Ghost token. Lung Bingshin wasn't that stupid. If she didn't have this token, she definitely would have ended up like Thousand Faces, beaten to the point where even her own parents wouldn't be able to recognize her. Tears fell silently. Lung Bingshin clutched the token and leaned against the corner, sobbing like a little animal. She suddenly missed someone. In these 3 days, no matter what Yarrow Moen did, she wasn't able to find any clues about Ting Yu's disappearance. Yi Juanqing's heart ached as he watched Yarrow Moen become more and more haggard by the day. However, no matter what he said, Yarrow Moen wouldn't listen. Every day, the only thing on her mind was that she couldn't let anything happen to Ting Yu. At this time, Yang Nansheng just happened to appear in the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. "Yarrow Moen, return my Yuansheng, you big liar." Her flowing red dress was like a red spider lily blooming in a sea of greenery. Her beauty was pitilessly enchanting, and her beauty was enough to topple cities. At that time, Yang Nansheng's appearance would have definitely caused Yarrow Moen's heart to tremble. As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. Anyone would take a second look when faced with that kind of indecipherable beauty. But right now, Yarrow Moen's eyes were dim as she stared blankly at the teapot on the table. "Hey, don't think that you'll be fine just because you're keeping quiet. What happened to the White Lotus you said? Where's the person?" When Yang Nansheng saw Yarrow Moen sitting there like a statue, he became even angrier. If he hadn't held on until the end, he would have already been pushed down onto the wedding bed. "Lung Bingshin and Ting Yu are missing. Moen really doesn't have the time to care about you." When Yi Junqing saw that Yang Nansheng was getting angry, he immediately got up and spoke in a low voice. "Aren't they just missing? It's not like they're dead. Do you know that this alliance chief's entire life was almost ruined because of her? Just a second before the wedding ceremony, this alliance chief was still eagerly waiting for her to come save me." Whenever Yang Nansheng thought about how desperate he had been when he had rushed out of the wedding hall, he felt that if he didn't give Yarrow Moen a good scolding, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger even if he died. "Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Throw this red rooster out for this consort." Following Yarrow Moen's order, Yin Shui and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning that Yarrow Moen had called back 2 days ago appeared at the same time and surrounded Yang Nansheng. "WH! What are you doing? You're hitting people just because you're being unreasonable. If you want to fight, then fight. If you're in the right, then fight. This alliance chief isn't afraid of you." Yang Nansheng was also flustered and immediately assumed a stance of fighting to the death. "Fight." As soon as Yarrow Moen finished speaking, Yin Shui and the others charged forward. After a few dozen rounds and seeing that the entire Guan Osprey Palace was about to be torn apart, Yi Junqing had no choice but to join Yin Shui and the others. It was difficult for two fists to fight four hands. Yang Nansheng was already having a hard time fighting 1 against 5, but now that Yi Junqing was added to the mix, he was naturally forced into the main hall. Yi Junqing, this alliance chief is already unwilling if you don't fight. You're still helping them beat me. Yang Nansheng glared at Yi Junqing angrily, but Yarrow Moen got up and walked over. Breaking my promise to Alliance Master Yang is Moen's fault, but Moen won't allow anyone to say that Tingyu is already dead. They didn't die. Even if I have to flip the heavens upside down, Moen must find them. Yarrow Moen's cold voice was filled with unconcealable determination. When Yang Nansheng saw Yarrow Moen's eyes that were as cold as icicles, the words he had originally wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He couldn't say them no matter what. Only after Yarrow Moen left did Yi Junqing unseal Yang Nansheng's acupoints. She's still in the right. Besides, this alliance chief never said that Tingyu and the others were dead. Yang Nansheng no longer had the courage to chase after Yarrow Moen to argue, so he could only complain to Yi Junqing. You also know how long Tingyu has been with Moen. Also, the day after Tingyu disappeared was supposed to be the day of Tingyu and Liu Shuo's wedding. Moen's mind was already in turmoil when Lung Bingxin disappeared. Don't blame Moen for this, she mentioned helping you. In reality, she had already made arrangements for White Lotus and White Lotus cult. If it wasn't for Tingyu, explained Yi Junqing calmly, it's really that serious. Yang Nansheng lifted his brows as he looked meaningfully at Yarrow Moen's gradually disappearing figure. Chapter 549. During dinner, Yarrow Moen still didn't have much of an appetite. On the other hand, Yang Nansheng was eating happily. There's something this alliance chief doesn't know if it's appropriate to say. When he was about 90% full, Yang Nansheng finally spoke up and glanced at Yarrow Moen. Yarrow Moen sat there silently. She wasn't interested in anything other than Tingyu. What is it? In the end, this was his senior brother. Yi Junqing couldn't just leave him in the cold. Junior brother is still the best. This alliance chief recently obtained a beloved dog. This dog is truly very precious. What's so precious about it? Yang Nansheng wanted to raise Yarrow Moen's interest, but he discovered that Yarrow Moen didn't even look up. Junqing is full. Yi Junqing couldn't bear listening anymore. If Yang Nansheng continued like this, he would definitely get a good beating. That dog can follow the smell of clothes to find the owner of the clothes. When Yang Nansheng stopped talking, Yi Junqing abruptly sat back down. The originally expressionless Yarrow Moen immediately looked towards Yang Nansheng with a strange light in her eyes. Where's the dog? Asked Yarrow Moen directly. About this. Yang Nansheng put down the porcelain bowl and leaned lazily against the back of the chair. He folded his hands behind his head as he tried to keep her in suspense. What do you want? Yin Shui, bring out Fate Ascension for this consort. Yarrow Moen immediately ordered Yin Shui to bring out the item she had extorted from before. When Yin Shui handed the Fate Ascension to Yang Nansheng, he shook his head. Beauty you're wasting such a good thing. This bead is a primordial divine object that can help you pursue good fortune and avoid calamity. It's more valuable than anything you've ever taken from this alliance head. Yang Nansheng watched as Yarrow Moen handed the bead over without any hesitation. He felt rather displeased. Alliance chief wants to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, right? At this moment, in Yarrow Moen's heart, there was nothing more important than Tingyu's whereabouts. Ahem. This alliance chief can lend you my beloved dog, but the condition is that you must wear this bead on your body. This was the first time Yang Nansheng was willing to make a losing trade. Why? Asked Yi Junqing unhappily. Why? You have the nerve to ask this alliance master why. This alliance chief wants her to always remember that she took this alliance chief's treasure, but she didn't save this alliance chief from the fire pit. Yang Nansheng glared as he explained. Aren't you sitting right here? Yi Junqing felt like Yang Nansheng's brain had rotted. If this was the case, wouldn't he have suffered a double loss? That was because I risked my life to save myself. What? If you guys don't come and save, This alliance chief deserves to be burned to death. Yang Nansheng was indifferent. In reality, Yang Nansheng didn't care that much. In front of Yarrow Moen and Yi Junqing, no one would be more generous than Yang Nansheng. He just wanted to give this bead to Yarrow Moen. This was a person who had experienced 1,000 tribulations. With this, perhaps she would be safe in the future, Yang Nansheng thought. Since some love couldn't see the light of day, then it was better to bury it in a corner of the heart where no one was and let it slowly settle. Yarrow Moen didn't waste any words and directly ordered Yin Shui to find a pure gold necklace to wear around her snow-white neck. Yang Nansheng didn't know if it was a misconception, but when that originally dull bead landed on Yarrow Moen's skin, it seemed to faintly emit a purple light. The illusory beauty caused Yang Nansheng's heart to tremble. Moen has already done as told. Where's the dog? Yarrow Moen got straight to the point. This alliance chief still hasn't finished eating yet. Yang Nansheng shrugged. Just as he was about to pick up the porcelain bowl, he heard Yarrow Moen mercilessly order people to take away the food. Forget it, tomorrow before noon, this alliance chief will bring the dog over to see you. Yang Nansheng felt that if he continued to dawdle, Yarrow Moen would very likely get angry, so he put down the porcelain bowl and jumped out of Guan Osprey Palace. In the corner, a cold light flashed through Yi Hongyi's dark eyes. His heart panicked for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The place where Ting Yu was hidden definitely wasn't a place a dog could find. Yi Hongyi thought this confidently. Moen, don't worry, Ting Yu will be fine. As of now, Yi Junqing was no longer very sure about what he was saying. If someone had kidnapped Lung Bingxin, then it was because Lung Bingxin had outstanding abilities. If someone had kidnapped Ting Yu, then there could only be one goal, to threaten Yarrow Moen. However, even now, they still hadn't received any threatening letters. Moen is tired. Your Majesty, please return first. Yarrow Moen got up in irritation and entered the bedroom before Yi Junqing could speak. Moen. Yi Junqing got up to chase after her, but Yi Hongyi stopped him. Niang is also tired right now. Your Majesty, please don't worry, Little Star will naturally wait by Niang's side. Yi Hongyi bowed respectfully. Yi Junqing didn't insist. He knew that no matter what he said right now, it wouldn't make Yarrow Moen feel better. Only after Yi Junqing left did Yi Hongyi enter the bedroom with a cup of tea that had been brewed. Niang, with your concern, Ting Yu can't bear for anything to happen to her. Yi Hongyi handed the tea mixed with phoenix tears to Yarrow Moen, who was sitting at the table. Back then, didn't this consort also miss Liu Xing? Little Star, this consort really can't let anything happen to Ting Yu. Yarrow Moen's hands tightened around the teacup as tears welled up in her eyes. If Yi Junqing could think of this, how could she not? Niang, please drink this tea to calm yourself, said Yi Hongyi humbly. His gaze subconsciously landed on the teacup in Yarrow Moen's hands. This was already the 9th time. If it happened one more time, Yarrow Moen would forget about the past and walk down the same path as Yi Junqing. Yarrow Moen silently sipped the tea as her mind filled with memories of her time with Ting Yu. The night passed uneventfully. Just before noon the next day, Yang Nansheng brought his beloved dog into the Chu Palace as promised. When she saw the monster in Yang Nansheng's arms that couldn't even be called a dog, Yarrow Moen wanted to cry but had no tears. She had never seen a dog with such a shocking appearance in her entire life. Putting aside that short and hard fur, just that face alone was enough to make Yarrow Moen unable to forget it for the rest of her life. How should she describe that dog's face? In any case, it took Yarrow Moen a long time to pry open the dog's eyes from the folds. If it can find Ting Yu, Moen will reward it with a bone. If it can't, this consort will chop it up to make soup. Yarrow Moen felt like she really was at the end of her rope. Otherwise, she wouldn't have placed her hopes on a dog. That's not good, right? Cho is just making a cameo appearance out of friendship. The dog seemed to understand Yarrow Moen's words and immediately whimpered as it nudged against Yang Nansheng's chest. It's called Cho? Yarrow Moen lifted her brows. This alliance head gave it a name. What do you think? Yang Nansheng looked up in response. It's appropriate. Yarrow Moen nodded and ordered Yin Shui to bring the palace dress that Ting Yu wore in front of Cho. Yang Nansheng patted Chu's head. After Cho sniffed the dress, it actually really jumped out of Yang Nansheng's embrace. "Follow it, we might find some clues," said Yang Nansheng solemnly as he restrained the ridicule in his eyes. Yarrow Moen, Yi Junqing, and the others followed closely behind. In the crowd, Yi Hongyi's gaze was cold as he looked in the direction that Cho ran in. Half a day passed and the panic in Yi Hongyi's heart gradually subsided. As he watched Yarrow Moen and the others run through half of the imperial palace with an ugly dog, Yi Hongyi snorted disdainfully. Even if that dog had the ability to find people based on scent, the entire imperial palace was filled with Ting Yu's scent. If they continued searching like this, wouldn't it be like searching for a needle in a haystack? "Master, continuing like this isn't a solution." When Yin Shui saw that Cho had run into Ting Yu's room for the third time, she took a step forward and said this worriedly. At the door, Yarrow Moen panted lightly as she looked towards Yang Nansheng. Her eyes were cold. "There's nothing we can do." Yang Nansheng shrugged. "Master, Yin Shui feels that it's better to let Cho sniff the wedding dress. After all, the material of the dress is Suhang's specialty, so it smells different from normal satin. Besides the nannies in the embroidery room, only Ting Yu has tried that wedding dress before." Yin Shui hit the nail on the head. Thus, Yarrow Moen ordered people to bring Ting Yu's wedding dress to Guan Osprey Palace. This time, Chu's performance was extraordinary. Besides the embroidery room, Guan Osprey Palace, and Ting Yu's room, Cho also brought Yarrow Moen and the others to the garden behind the cold palace. "Ting Yu has been here before. Yin Shui, go take a look." Yarrow Moen had lived in this imperial palace for nearly 10 years, so she knew very well what kind of existence this garden was. How many lives had ended here in the darkness of the night? At this moment, Yarrow Moen's heart could no longer remain calm. Her hands subconsciously trembled inside her sleeves. "It's fine." When Yi Junqing saw that Yarrow Moen's expression was abnormal, he walked to Yarrow Moen's side and held her hand in his palm. Behind him, Yi Hongyi's eyes were dark and his heart was restless. However, when he thought about it, it was currently winter and it had snowed heavily in the past 2 days. Even if he had left any clues due to a moment of carelessness, the snow would have wiped them out completely. "Master, this subordinate didn't find anything." After a few minutes, Yin Shui returned empty-handed. "Keep looking." Yarrow Moen's heart relaxed for a moment. To her, no news was good news. Chu's tired. How about letting him rest for a bit first? It'd be good if he could get some warmth. Yang Nansheng couldn't bear to see his beloved dog rubbing itself against his feet. "Will he die of exhaustion?" Yarrow Moen replied coldly. "That won't happen, but..." Before Yang Nansheng could finish, Cho had already been kicked by Yin Shui. When they reached the white jade arch bridge in the imperial garden, Cho suddenly stopped. Its front paws rested on the bridge and it started barking in the direction of the bridge. Cho protests. "How about tomorrow?" When Yang Nansheng saw that Cho had lost control of himself, he quickly walked over and picked Cho up, afraid that Yarrow Moen would stew his darling. "Continue," Yarrow Moen said harshly without any mercy. Just as Yarrow Moen stopped talking, Cho suddenly jumped out of Yang Nansheng's arms. Perhaps he had used too much strength, but the ugly dog fell off the arch bridge. "Yarrow Moen, look how you've forced the dog." When Yang Nansheng saw that Cho was about to commit suicide, he immediately jumped off the arch bridge. On the bridge, Yarrow Moen's expression was lonely and lonely. "Moen only wants to know Ting Yu's whereabouts." Yarrow Moen rubbed her forehead as her eyes sparkled. Perhaps she really had gone too far. "Don't worry, Ting Yu will definitely be fine." Yi Junqing was just about to walk over to support Yarrow Moen when he heard Yang Nansheng shout from below the bridge. "Hurry up and come down, there seems to be people below." Yarrow Moen was startled by Yang Nansheng's words. She looked towards Yi Junqing and her heart instantly sank. When Yarrow Moen and the others got off the arch bridge, they saw that Cho was using his hind legs to dig at the snow. When everyone saw this, they all walked up to push away the snow. As the snow cleared, Yarrow Moen could clearly see that there was a black figure under the layer of ice. Junqing. Yarrow Moen choked as she stumbled backwards, her eyes sparkling. Don't be afraid, we're here. Yi Junqing pulled the helpless Yarrow Moen into his arms, then ordered Yin Shui and the others to dig at the layer of ice. No matter how difficult reality was to face, they had no reason to run. Chapter 550. Behind Yarrow Moen, Yi Hongyi's face was purple. He never expected that Yarrow Moen would still find him even though he hid so well. At this moment, Yi Hongyi forced himself to calm down. Yin Shui, down there, is Ting Yu. Yu's voice was heavy with sobs as tears flowed out. Damn it. Feng Lin clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. Circulate your energy to melt the ice and bring Ting Yu up, said Yin Shui, choked with sobs. Then she gathered all the energy in her body into her palms and did the same. The ice gradually melted and Ting Yu's corpse slowly floated up. Ting Yu. Ting Yu. When she saw that petite and pale face, Yarrow Moen could no longer escape this cruel reality. She rushed over like a madwoman and immersed herself in the bone-chilling cold water as she threw herself onto Ting Yu's body. Ting Yu, this consort has been looking for you for so long. Why are you slacking off here? Ting Yu, hurry and wake up. This consort hasn't eaten yet. Help this consort serve food. That's right. This consort also prepared a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets for your dowry. Ting Yu, did you hear what this consort said to you? Answer me. Yarrow Moen howled hysterically. Her tears flowed like a fountain and her heart ached. Moen, don't be like this. When Yi Junqing saw that Yarrow Moen was holding Ting Yu tightly in the cold water, he walked over to help her up. Go away. Can't you see that this consort is talking to Ting Yu? Ting Yu, your wedding clothes have already been prepared and the red candles are right there, just waiting for you to go and perform the ceremony. Ting Yu, say something. Don't you want to marry Liu Shuo anymore? Why? Why? Ah. Yarrow Moen's mournful cry resounded through the sky as she hugged Ting Yu tightly and cried towards the sky. In the surroundings, everyone was silently crying. No one dared to go up and comfort her. They could still remember how hopeless and indignant Yarrow Moen had felt when Liu Xing had died. Now, facing Ting Yu's corpse, Yarrow Moen's pain was even greater than that. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky and fell down. In the silent imperial garden, only Yarrow Moen's beast-like sobbing could be heard. Even after a long time, it didn't dissipate. In the wind and snow, Yi Junqing silently stood behind Yarrow Moen. His clear and cold eyes flickered with faint pain. In these chaotic times, he hadn't been able to protect Yarrow Moen and now, he had caused Yarrow Moen to suffer heart-wrenching pain. Was there anyone who could tell him how he could protect Yarrow Moen so that she would be safe? Master, don't be like this. If Ting Yu's spirit is in heaven, she definitely wouldn't want you to be this sad and despairing. She's still waiting for you to take revenge for her. Yin Shui slowly crouched down next to Yarrow Moen, her eyes glistening with tears. Ting Yu won't die. Yin Shui, please save her, okay? This consort really has no other way. Moen has no other way. Tears surged out like a flood that had burst a dam. Yarrow Moen's face was pale from the cold water, but her eyes were filled with pleading. Master, Ting Yu, she. Yin Shui choked with sobs. No, she's not dead. Ting Yu's body was still warm. Someone, hurry and summon the imperial doctors. Call all the imperial doctors of the imperial hospital over to this consort. If they can't save Ting Yu, they'll all be buried with her. What are you just standing there for? Hurry and go. Yarrow Moen pushed Yin Shui away and struggled with all her might to pick up Ting Yu's body in the cold water before walking out of the icy pond. However, the imperial physicians were all gathered in Guan Osprey Palace. The person they were treating wasn't Ting Yu, who had already stopped breathing. Instead, it was Yarrow Moen, who had fallen unconscious after walking out of Jade Lake, vomited a mouthful of blood onto the ground. What happened to Moen? Say something. Yi Junqing looked coldly at Li Jun and the others who were surrounding the bed as he roared angrily. Replying, Your Majesty, Your Highness's body is fine, it's just that the anxiety attacked her heart. This subject will go back to brew medicine for Your Highness right away. Li Jun knew that the atmosphere in Guan Osprey Palace had dropped to freezing point and that if they stayed for even a second longer, they would be in danger of being beheaded. Thus, after Yi Junqing gave his permission, Li Jun and the imperial doctors immediately scattered. Yin Shui, we have already ordered the best coroner in all of Great Chu to wait outside. Take him with you to examine Ting Yu's corpse. No matter what, we won't let the person who killed Ting Yu get away. Yi Junqing ordered fiercely as he looked at the haggard beauty on the bed. Yes. Even without Yi Junqing's orders, Yin Shui would still do everything she could to find the culprit. Once Yin Shui left, Yi Hongyi, who was in the corner, clenched his teeth and his eyes turned cold. He suddenly felt a bit uncertain as to whether he had left behind any clues when he had attacked. Little Xing, you can leave. We want to be alone with Moen. Yi Junqing glanced at Yi Hongyi and waved his hand. Yi Hongyi didn't dare to hesitate. After bowing respectfully, he turned and left. That night, Yarrow Moen had a high fever. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat and her body trembled uncontrollably. Li Jun used the best medicine the Imperial Hospital had, but it was still unable to reduce Yarrow Moen's fever in the slightest. Thus, that night, Yi Junqing took off his dragon robe in the wind and snow, then returned to the bed and pulled Yarrow Moen into his embrace to lower her temperature. He repeated this process more than 10 times until dawn. Only then did Yarrow Moen's fever return to normal. Ting Yu, don't. In her daze, Yarrow Moen could clearly see Ting Yu's pained expression as she begged for help, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop Ting Yu's outstretched hand. Thus, she could only watch as Ting Yu disappeared in front of her, disappearing into the white mist. Moen, what's wrong? Yarrow Moen's cry woke Yi Junqing from his light sleep. Your Majesty, why are you here? Ting Yu, where's Ting Yu? Yarrow Moen gripped Yi Junqing's shoulders in shock as she questioned him sternly. Ting Yu is in her room. But don't worry, we've already had Yin Shui bring the best coroner to examine Ting Yu's corpse. No matter what price we have to pay, we will definitely get revenge for Ting Yu. Yi Junqing's heart ached as he looked at Yarrow Moen's pale and sallow complexion. Moen will personally get revenge for Ting Yu. Lungzhe's voice was filled with a bloodthirsty chill. Yarrow Moen flung off the brocade blanket, hastily put on a cloak, and headed straight for Ting Yu's room. When Yi Junqing saw that Yarrow Moen's body was still swaying, he immediately got off the bed and chased after her. When Yarrow Moen stepped into Ting Yu's room, she was shocked to see that Liu Shuo was currently holding Ting Yu in his arms. His face was as calm as still water, completely devoid of any expression. This subordinate Liu Shuo begs master to bestow Liu Shuo with Ting Yu as his wife and immediately get married. The moment Liu Shuo saw Yarrow Moen, he carefully placed Ting Yu back on the bed, then knelt down in front of Yarrow Moen as he spoke resolutely. Liu Shuo, I'm sorry, this consort wasn't able to protect Ting Yu properly. There were tears in Yarrow Moen's eyes as she walked forward to help Liu Shuo up. If master doesn't agree, then Liu Shuo will kneel and not get up. Liu Shuo's voice was filled with incomparable determination. Yarrow Moen choked with sobs as she nodded and agreed to Liu Shuo's request. Yin Shui, go bring Ting Yu's wedding clothes over. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, go prepare. For a time, the entire imperial palace was filled with the sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers. An unprecedentedly grand wedding was being held in Guan Osprey Palace. In the wedding hall, when Liu Shuo carried Ting Yu, who was dressed in wedding clothes, and bowed to the heavens and earth, everyone's eyes became moist. Tears blurred their vision and chilled their hearts. As Yarrow Moen watched the palanquin carrying Ting Yu's body slowly leave the imperial palace, her tears silently slid down her face and soaked her clothes. That night, the wind was cold and the night was cold. Dark clouds hid from the moon and the occasional cracking of tree branches could be heard, causing the entire Chu Palace to be filled with a somber atmosphere. Master, this subordinate and the coroner have examined carefully. Ting Yu was strangled to death. From the strangulation marks, The murderer was a man and he didn't have any internal strength. In addition, Ting Yu's fingernails on both her left and right hands were split to varying degrees. If this subordinate's guess isn't wrong, these should have been caused when Ting Yu struggled with the murderer before she died, reported Yin Shui. A man. No internal strength. Yarrow Moen sat upright at the table. Her brows were tightly furrowed and her eyes were cold. If tears could bring back Ting Yu's life, then she would be willing to use her tears to drown the entire Great Chu Imperial Palace. If it couldn't, then she should pull herself together and get revenge for Ting Yu. After experiencing so many life and death situations, Yarrow Moen had learned to be strong. If there was internal strength, Ting Yu's neck would definitely have been broken, said Yin Shui concisely. A man without internal strength definitely wouldn't be able to avoid the patrolling guards, so this person should be someone from the Imperial Palace. And aside from Yi Junqing, the only other men in the Imperial Palace are eunuchs. Yarrow Moen forced herself to suppress the pain in her heart and calmly analyzed the situation. But there are at least 170 to 80 eunuchs in the Imperial Palace. If we were to investigate them one by one, it wouldn't be easy. Furthermore, that person might not have stayed in the Imperial Palace after committing the crime, said Yin Shui. That's why this consort needs to create a diversion first and see if the murderer is still in the Imperial Palace. Yin Shui, come over here. Yarrow Moen called Yin Shui over and muttered in her ear. This subordinate will go do it right away. When Yin Shui received the order, she seemed to think of something and turned back. Is there something else? Asked Yarrow Moen. Replying Master, Yin Shui feels that since the murderer hasn't been caught yet, Master should be on guard against all the eunuchs in the Imperial Palace. Reminded Yin Shui. This consort understands. Go do what you need to do. Yarrow Moen naturally understood what Yin Shui was referring to, but she really didn't want to believe that the person Yin Shui was referring to was the murderer. If that was the case, how could she endure it? Right after Yin Shui disappeared, Yi Hongyi pushed open the door and entered with a cup of tea that had just been brewed. Niang Niang, please restrain your grief. Little Xingzi has brewed a pot of tea for you. Yi Hongyi respectfully walked to the table and skillfully poured tea for Yarrow Moen. You're too considerate. A sharp light flashed through her clear eyes. When Yarrow Moen received the teacup, she seemed to inadvertently tilt the teacup at an angle and the tea naturally splashed onto Yi Hongyi's arm. Hey! Yi Hongyi subconsciously pulled up his sleeve. When she saw that Yi Hongyi's arm wasn't injured, Yarrow Moen's nervous heart finally calmed down. Fortunately, it wasn't him. Niang Niang, little Xingzi will pour another cup for you. Yi Hongyi's action of lifting the cup had been deliberate. When he had buried Ting Yu's corpse in Jade Lake, Yi Hongyi had discovered that there were scratch marks on his arm. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he had used some silver to have the little eunuch serving in the Imperial Hospital make a box of ointment that could remove scars. Now that Yarrow Moen had given it a try, Yi Hongyi naturally had nothing to fear. Ben Gong is a bit tired. You should also go rest early. Yarrow Moen wasn't in the mood to taste tea. When she got up, she dismissed Yi Hongyi. When he saw that Yarrow Moen had put down the teacup and hadn't even taken a sip, Yi Hongyi's heart burned with anxiety. Now, there was only this one time left before Yarrow Moen would become a cold-blooded animal that wouldn't recognize even her own family. At that time, half of his revenge would have been avenged. Niang Niang, you should drink a cup. It'll help you sleep better. Yi Hongyi didn't give up and poured another cup of tea for Yarrow Moen. There's no need, you can leave. When Yarrow Moen waved her hand, Yi Hongyi forcibly took a step forward. Niang Niang, this tea. With a bang, Yarrow Moen's wide sleeve swept across the teacup. The teacup shattered and the tea splashed all over the ground. Sorry, this servant didn't do it on purpose. Yi Hongyi paused for a moment, then immediately knelt on the ground to pick up the porcelain pieces. However, he didn't expect that his fingers would scratch the pieces and blood would seep out. Hurry and get up, don't pick it up. When Yarrow Moen saw the blood between Yi Hongyi's fingers, her heart ached. It'll be quick, this servant will clean it up right now. Yi Hongyi took a deep breath, inwardly annoyed at himself for acting too hastily. If Yarrow Moen had seen through him, Wouldn't all his previous efforts have been wasted? Chapter 551. This consort told you to get up. When Yarrow Moen saw that face that looked exactly like Liu Xing's, she abruptly pulled Yi Hongyi up with tears in her eyes. This consort doesn't care if you don't take care of yourself, but you can't let Liu Xing get hurt in the slightest. Do you hear me? Yarrow Moen's voice was like a small animal's growl as her tears fell freely. She said she wouldn't cry, but who could endure the pain? Yi Hongyi was speechless as he looked at that tear-stained face. After a moment of heartache, it was replaced by bone-piercing hatred. Even a small palace maid or eunuch would make you cry, but you just had to treat us so ruthlessly. Yarrow Moen, compared to them, how much have we done for you? Sit over there. Yarrow Moen took a deep breath when she realized that she had lost control of herself. She turned to get medicine and a white gauze. Under the candlelight, Yarrow Moen carefully bandaged Yi Hongyi's wound, but her heart couldn't calm down. Your Highness, when you had a high fever last night, His Majesty took off his clothes outside to absorb the cold air to cool you down. His Majesty truly cares for your Highness. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have believed that Yi Junqing would do this for Yarrow Moen. He'd always thought that Yi Junqing only had Yarrow Morshin in his heart and couldn't tolerate anyone else. Something like that happened. Yarrow Moen was slightly shocked. No wonder Yi Junqing had been on her bed when she woke up. However, because of Ting Yu's matter, Yarrow Moen didn't have the time to ask about the cause and effect. Your Highness definitely looks a lot like the former Empress, said Yi Hongyi respectfully as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Why? After she finished bandaging Yi Hongyi's finger, Yarrow Moen got up to put away the medicine and white gauze. This servant spoke too much. This servant will leave. Yi Hongyi pretended to be afraid and left the inner room. The white gauze on his finger was so delicate, but in Yi Hongyi's eyes, it was extremely ironic. As Yarrow Moen watched Yi Hongyi turn and leave, a ripple appeared in her heart. She remembered that Yi Junqing had sworn in front of her that he would only love one person in this life, and that was Yarrow Morshin. But now, Yi Junqing's feelings for her weren't fake. Yarrow Moen suddenly wondered what kind of expression Yi Junqing would have if he found out that she was Yarrow Morshin. This thought flashed through her mind in an instant. Right now, getting revenge for Ting Yu was the most important thing. The next day, behind the rockery in the Imperial Garden, the ubiquitous passerby spoke. Did you hear? Guan Osprey Palace's Ting Yu's cause of death has been found. She was strangled to death, muttered the first eunuch. We know about this. I heard that a piece of cloth was found in Ting Yu's hands. It's probably left behind by the murderer. Eunuch B added. Aya, who did you say was so blind? Why did you have to strangle the popular girl by your master's side? The higher-ups had given the order to find the culprit even if they had to turn the palace upside down. Otherwise, this matter won't end here. Eunuch C said awkwardly. Let's look for it. Our clothes are all fine. What's there to be afraid of? Eunuch A said disapprovingly. In one night, the matter of Ting Yu holding the cloth in her hand had already spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Almost everyone knew about it. That night, when Yi Hongyi arrived at the garden behind the cold palace, the old eunuch had already been waiting there for a long time. Trash. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to speak, the old eunuch raised his hand and Yi Hongyi's body bounced back several meters. What are you doing? Yi Hongyi clutched his chest as he struggled to get up. I told you to get rid of the tail. What did you do? You actually let someone find Ting Yu's corpse. If you ruin the plan, Zijia definitely won't forgive you. The old eunuch looked towards Yi Hongyi in disgust. Don't forget. You were also present at the time. If Qi Kanglan blames you, you won't be able to shirk the responsibility, warned Yi Hongyi fiercely. You dare threaten Zijia? The old eunuch's voice grew colder. I just want to tell you that we're grasshoppers on the same rope. I can't run away, but you can't run away either, said Yi Hongyi coldly. You. Me. Zijia is here to ask you about this matter. Did your clothes tear that night? To what extent were they torn? Asked the old eunuch suspiciously as he restrained the rage in his eyes. I'm not sure, but I can't keep those clothes. I don't know where Yang Nansheng got an ugly dog. That dog can sniff people. If Yarrow Moen had that dog sniff the cloth to find me, things would get troublesome. Ever since he heard that Ting Yu was holding the cloth, Yi Hongyi had been hesitant. Forget it. When you go back, put the clothes away and throw them on the roof. Zijia will take care of this for you. The higher-ups wanted Zijia to ask you, how many times did Yarrow Moen drink phoenix tears? The old eunuch returned to the main topic. 9 times. The last time was when Yarrow Moen knocked over the teacup. I don't have any phoenix tears here anymore. Have Chi Kanglan bring some over. Yi Hongyi's tone was a bit stiff. Got it. Go back first and act according to the situation. As the old eunuch spoke, he instantly disappeared without a trace. On the 3rd day after Yin Shui released the news, Yarrow Moen ordered Eunuch Li to thoroughly investigate every eunuch in the palace. No matter who it was, as long as that person's clothes were torn, they were to be brought to Guan Osprey Palace for questioning. Moen, you're tired today. Why don't we interrogate them tomorrow? Suggested Yi Junqing when he saw Yarrow Moen's tired expression. Let's go with the last one. Over the course of the day, there were already more than 30 eunuchs who had problems. However, when they were interrogated, they all had alibis until this last one. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. This servant didn't intentionally kill Ting Yu, it was a momentary slip-up. Your Majesty and Your Highness, please investigate. When Yarrow Moen saw the young eunuch who had just entered, her gaze turned cold. She turned to look towards Yin Shui meaningfully. You're saying that you killed Ting Yu? Why? Yi Juanqing's voice was as cold as ice from the other side of the table. Replying, Your Majesty. This servant was possessed for a moment and wanted to steal some imperial silks to sell outside the palace. However, this servant didn't expect that Ting Yu would find out after just taking a few bolts. This servant was scared. That's why I dragged Ting Yu to the garden behind the cold palace and strangled her to death. Then I threw her into Jade Lake. The young eunuch knelt on the ground while trembling, but his words were clear and smooth. This consort is asking you, when you killed Ting Yu, did you struggle? Were your clothes torn? Yarrow Moen looked coldly at the young eunuch kneeling on the ground as her grip on the silk handkerchief tightened. Replying, Your Highness, yes. This servant's clothes. At the time, Ting Yu struggled too much and even tore this servant's clothes. The young eunuch held up a set of black robes with a red collar. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Yin Shui. When Yarrow Moen gave the order, Yin Shui immediately walked forward and took the robes from the young eunuch. After unfolding it, she stuck a piece of cloth in her hand onto it. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a single flaw. It was actually you. Ting Yu. It's this consort's fault. It was this consort that led the wolf into the house and caused you to lose your life. Yarrow Moen howled in grief and indignation. When she turned around, she pointed fiercely at Yi Hongyi who was standing behind her. Almost at the same time, Yin Shui moved to Yi Hongyi's side at lightning speed and sealed his acupoints with 2 smacks. The sudden reversal caused Yi Hongyi to take a long time to recover. He could only stand there in a daze as he looked towards Yarrow Moen in confusion. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand what you're saying. What did this servant do wrong? Yi Hongyi believed that he hadn't given himself away, so he stubbornly maintained his stance. Why did you kill Ting Yu? Who exactly are you? Yarrow Moen's eyes were sharp and her heart was filled with both regret and hatred. If she hadn't been thinking about Liu Xing, she wouldn't have let her guard down in front of this little star who looked so much like Liu Xing, and Ting Yu wouldn't have died. Your Highness, your words are too serious. How could little star possibly kill older sister Ting Yu? Yi Hongyi forcefully calmed himself down and denied it. Yin Shui, tell it to him. Yarrow Moen glared at him. Little star, actually, when the coroner and I examined Ting Yu's corpse, we only saw strangulation marks and cracks on her fingernails. We didn't find any cloth. Those were all fabricated by Master to lure the snake out of its hole. Yin Shui stood expressionlessly in front of Yi Hongyi as she narrated the entire incident. Originally, Master didn't set the target on you. You know the reason the best. Unfortunately, you made a mistake. That night after Yin Shui left, did you bring tea into Master's room? Asked Yin Shui suspiciously. So what? Could it be that Little Star's concern for your highness is also wrong? Yi Hongyi looked towards Yarrow Moen angrily as he refuted confidently. Not only is it wrong, it's also meritorious. If it wasn't for you, who knows how long we'd have to search for the murderer? Yin Shui looked towards Yi Hongyi with a cold snort. What do you mean? Yi Hongyi choked inwardly, his gaze as cold as ice. Let this consort speak. Yarrow Moen walked towards Yi Hongyi step by step, her voice piercingly cold. That night, this consort intentionally tilted the teacup and splashed tea onto your sleeve. This consort merely wanted to see if there were any scratches on your arm. This servant's arm was completely unharmed. Your Highness, you saw it with your own eyes, said Yi Hongyi angrily. That's right. With that one glance, this consort had already dispelled my suspicions towards you. However, you just had to break the teacup and cut your own hand. Just as this consort was bandaging your wound, I noticed that there were a few areas on your arm that were exceptionally pale compared to the rest. There's no reason for those areas to be so pale. Yarrow Moen's scarlet eyes stared into Yi Hongyi's eyes. Her gaze was so cold that Yi Hongyi didn't dare to look straight at her. That's just. Your Highness determined that Little Star was the murderer based on that. Little Star is wrongly accused. Yi Hongyi refused to admit it. Little Star, do you know how much this consort didn't want the murderer to be you? In order to not wrongly accuse you, this consort didn't detain you on the spot to interrogate you. Instead, after you left, this consort ordered Yin Shui to go to your room and cut off a small piece of your clothes. If you're magnanimous, why would your clothes fall into the hands of this little eunuch? Why would he admit to killing Ting Yu? How are you going to explain that? Yarrow Moen's voice was hoarse as she roared fiercely. Those clothes aren't this servant's. Eunuchs only wear 2 sets of robes during winter. One is on this servant's body, the other is. Yi Hongyi explained guiltily. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yarrow Moen. You're still trying to quibble. Yin Shui, look for his clothes. Yarrow Moen roared angrily with a flick of her sleeve. Yin Shui received the order and immediately came in and placed the clothes that Yi Hongyi was talking about on the table. Little Xingzi, do you know that the 2 winter clothes that the worship service room distributed to you were used by Liu Xing at that time? At that time, Ting Yu felt that the winter clothes were too thin, so she took the 2 winter clothes apart and added some cotton wool. After that, she even embroidered the words Liu and Xing on the inside of the winter cloth. Take a look and see if there's any embroidery on these clothes. Yarrow Moen picked up the long robe on the table and fiercely flung it at Yi Hongyi's face. Her eyes were extremely cold. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, how are you going to deny it? Speak. Where is Nameless? And why did you kill Ting Yu? Yarrow Moen pointed angrily at Yi Hongyi as her pitch-black eyes surged with intense resentment. I don't know Nameless, and I didn't kill Ting Yu. It really was Xiao his success and Xiao his failure. How could Yi Hongyi have imagined that Ting Yu would embroider words on these clothes? He didn't even have a chance to refute. It's fine if you don't want to speak, this consort naturally has a way to make you speak. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Bring the torture tools to Guan Osprey Palace for this consort. Today, this consort wants to see just how tough your bones are. By the time Yarrow Moen had finished speaking, Yin Shui had already dragged the little eunuch who was kneeling on the ground to Yarrow Moen's side. Master, how should we deal with this person? Yin Shui pointed at the little eunuch in her hands and asked. Chapter 552. Hand him to Eunuch Li. Make sure to find out what Lil Star has on him before he's willing to take the blame for Lil Star, said Yarrow Moen coldly before sitting down. At the side, Yi Junqing saw all of this and couldn't help but admire Yarrow Moen even more. Wait. Just as Feng Yu Lei Dian was about to leave, Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke up and walked to the center of the main hall. That's right, we killed Tingyu, so what? That lowly servant deserved to die. She helped you deceive us, so her death isn't enough to be regretted. Yi Hongyi's shocking words caused everyone present to be shocked, especially Yarrow Mo Wan. Her deep and serene eyes looked in disbelief towards this eunuch who looked exactly like Liu Xing. That's right, a eunuch. Even if Yi Hongyi could disguise himself, he couldn't pretend to have a crippled body. You're Yi Hongyi. Yi Junqing was shocked when he heard this. He stood up angrily and glared at Yi Hongyi. Yarrow Morshin, you can come back from the dead, but we can't. You didn't expect this, right? The heavens have eyes, we actually came back from the dead to take revenge on you. Yi Hongyi had no reason to continue pretending. No matter how stubborn he was, he would only be tortured and die a miserable death. Rather than dying as a lowly ant, he might as well reveal his identity. At the very least, it would make Yarrow Moan and Yi Junqing angry. Morshin. Yi Junqing looked towards Yarrow Moan in shock. He had no idea what Yi Hongyi was talking about. That's right. She's Yarrow Morshin. The woman you've always coveted but couldn't have. Yi Junqing, back then, you said that you would only love Morshin in this life, but did you do it? You fell in love with her younger sister, Yarrow Moan. What a pity. Did you think that the woman in front of you would feel the slightest bit happy because of your love? She's just Yarrow Morshin wearing Yarrow Moan's skin. Do you think she would be happy when she saw the man who had pledged eternal love to her say the same thing to her younger sister? Ha ha ha. Yi Hongyi roared hysterically and laughed crazily. What are you saying? Yi Junqing frowned. His heart felt like it had been stirred up by a stick. The person in front of him was Morshin? How was that possible? Your Majesty doesn't need to pay attention to a trick. Yi Hongyi, do you really think this consort believes that you're Yi Hongyi? Before eldest sister's tomb, I had already fed him the heart-devouring parasitic insect and Yin Shui's special poison. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Little Xingzi, don't play tricks on me. The moment she heard Little Star refer to himself as Yi Hongyi, Yarrow Mo Wan's heart felt as if it had been thrown to the top of the clouds, and from the top of the clouds straight into the abyss. Yarrow Moan had never thought of telling anyone about her reincarnation. What if Yi Junqing found out that she was Yarrow Morshin? What would the consequences be? If the people of the world knew that he had come back to life, would they treat him as a demon and come to the Chu Palace to exorcise demons? At that time, she had predicted that Yi Hongyi would die, which was why she had told him everything. She wanted him to know who had killed her, but now, Lil Star, who was standing in front of her, not only called himself Yi Hongyi, but also revealed his secret to the public. Yarrow Mo Wan suddenly felt a bit helpless. Didn't you, Yarrow Morshin, stab your heart with a dagger and leave your corpse in the cold palace for 7 days and 7 nights? Didn't you still come back to life? Said Yi Hongyi ruthlessly. Yarrow Mo Wan's heart trembled when she saw that icy gaze. There was no mistaking that gaze. He was Yi Hongyi. Yarrow Mo Wan would probably never forget that gaze for the rest of her life. Fine. Since you call yourself Yi Hongyi, then you're this consort's irreconcilable enemy. This consort didn't kill you in the imperial tomb, so now I'll chop off your head as a sacrifice to eldest sister and Zhong'e. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, capture him for this consort. Yin Shui, take the sword. The bone-chilling voice was filled with killing intent that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. Yarrow Mo Wan unsheathed her treasured sword and walked towards Yi Hongyi with vicious steps. Come. Kill us, Yarrow Morshin. Even if you kill us 1,000 times, 10,000 times, we can still reincarnate in a corpse and come back to get revenge. We have an indestructible body. Come. Yi Hongyi roared as flames shot out of his scarlet eyes. Just as the sword in Yarrow Mo Wan's hand was about to stab into Yi Hongyi's heart, someone suddenly gripped her hand tightly. Yarrow Mo Wan abruptly turned to look and clearly saw the shock and astonishment in Yi Junqing's eyes. You're Morshin? Yi Junqing couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. It was as if someone was gripping his heart so tightly that it was bleeding. She's Yarrow Morshin. Yi Junqing, didn't you say that you'd love Yarrow Morshin for the rest of your life? Didn't you say that you'd only love Yarrow Morshin in this life? But you fell in love with her younger sister. Yi Junqing, from the moment you fell in love with this woman, you've broken two women's heart. Ha ha ha. Yi Hongyi laughed wildly when he saw the conflicted look in Yi Junqing's eyes. He didn't conceal the cold light of extreme hatred in his eyes. No matter who I am, he deserves to die. Does your majesty wish to stop Moan from killing Yi Hongyi? Yarrow Mo Wn spoke coldly when she saw the tears in Yi Junqing's eyes. There wasn't a trace of warmth in her cold eyes. We just want to know. Are you Morshin? Or Moan? Yi Junqing swallowed hard as the hand holding Yarrow Mo Wan's hand trembled. Is your majesty really unable to see this consort's appearance at such a close distance? Yarrow Mo Wn smiled bitterly when she saw the shock and doubt on Yi Junqing's face. Appearances can be deceptive. Although we have the same appearance as that dog of a servant Liu Xing, we are still a high and mighty monarch in our bones. Yi Junqing, do you really believe that an idiot could suddenly become incomparably wise and far-sighted? You've never doubted it. In this world, only Yarrow Morshin could do this. The conflicted and pained look on Yi Junqing's face made Yi Hongyi feel extremely satisfied. You shut up. Yarrow Mo Wn struggled free of Yi Junqing's hand and abruptly stabbed the sword into Yi Hongyi's shoulder blade. Yarrow Morshin, you're scared. Haha, you actually didn't tell him that you tricked Yi Junqing, tricked everyone in the world. Blood flowed out of Yi Hongyi's shoulder, but he still had a sinister smile on his face. Moan, in the end. Yi Junqing's eyes flickered as he looked towards Yarrow Mo Wan. He kept thinking back to the past and for a moment, he really believed Yi Hongyi's words. Your Majesty would rather believe that there's a so-called reincarnation in this world than believe that Moan went from being an idiot to being smart overnight? So in Your Majesty's eyes, Moan should be an idiot. Yarrow Mo Wan's heart ached at Yi Junqing's doubt. It wasn't that she couldn't understand Yi Junqing's doubt, but at the very least, it shouldn't be in front of Yi Hongyi. Yi Junqing, she's clearly. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to speak again, Yarrow Mo Wan abruptly pulled out her sword. This time, she was aiming for Yi Hongyi's heart. At this critical moment, a black figure floated over like a ghost. Before anyone could react, he landed in front of Yarrow Mo Wan. Woo! Yarrow Mo Wan's curled eyelashes shot up as she stared in shock at the man in front of her. She couldn't believe that her lips were being pressed against this unfamiliar man's. A cold feeling spread from her mouth to her lungs. How dare you? Yi Junqing's eyes darkened when he saw someone taking advantage of Yarrow Mo Wan in front of him. He used all of his internal strength to attack. At almost the same time, yin shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning also attacked. With just a flick of his robe, a huge gust of air rushed towards Yi Junqing and the others. Then that person spun in the air, picked up Yi Hongyi, and left. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Yin Shui and the others didn't even have time to attack. Moan, are you alright? Yi Junqing couldn't care about the black-robed man anymore. He rushed to Yarrow Mo Wan's side and asked worriedly. There's no need to chase, said Yarrow Mo Wan coldly when she saw Yin Shui and wind, rain, thunder, and lightning rush out of Guan Osprey Palace. Master. It didn't matter if that person was Little Star or Yi Hongyi, they were both the people Master wanted to kill the most. Yin Shui wasn't willing to give up just like this. You guys aren't a match for him. Yarrow Mo Wan wiped the moisture from the corners of her lips and felt her stomach churn. Just what did that man give her to drink? Master, are you alright? Yin Shui hesitated for a moment, then turned to return to Yarrow Mo Wan's side. I'm fine. Help this consort back to the bedroom. Yarrow Mo Wan shook her head. Her mind was a bit muddled. Moan. Yi Junqing walked forward guiltily, only to see Yarrow Mo Wan looking back at him indifferently. Your Majesty wants to ask if this consort is Yarrow Mo Wan or Yarrow Morshin? Yarrow Mo Wan's indifference made Yi Junqing speechless. Perhaps he shouldn't have questioned her. Reincarnation in someone else's body? How could there be such a thing in this world? We're just worried about you, said Yi Junqing with difficulty. With Yin Shui accompanying you, Your Majesty doesn't need to worry, said Yarrow Mo Wn indifferently, then walked back into the bedroom. Yi Junqing had no choice but to disperse everyone and leave Guan Osprey Palace. When he returned to the bedroom, Yarrow Mo Wn hurried to the table and fiercely dug her throat at the teacup. She was sure that that man definitely hadn't given her anything good to drink. Master! Yin Shui looked at Yarrow Mo Wn in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion. Cough cough. I'm afraid I won't be able to vomit. Yarrow Mo Wan's eyes welled up with tears as she retched. Only when she was sure that she couldn't vomit anything out did she sit down dejectedly. What is Master vomiting for? Asked Yin Shui. This consort has only seen that kind of speed once before, in Great Shu's throne room. Yarrow Mo Wn let out a long sigh. At this moment, she really hated herself. Ting Yu had died with grievances, Yi Hongyi was still alive, and now this mysterious fellow had appeared. Yarrow Mo Wn had a vague feeling that this was a conspiracy, but she had no idea where to start. Master is saying that the person just now was the one who kidnapped Nameless and injured Supremacy Han and Yin Shui in the throne room? Yin Shui finally had an impression of this person. Yin Shui, that person just now, pushed something sour into this consort's mouth. If something happens to this consort, remember that Yi Junqing is your new master. Also, inform wind, rain, thunder, and lightning as well. Yarrow Mo Wan's words came out of nowhere. Yin Shui was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly knelt on the ground. Master, no matter if I live or die, Yin Shui will follow Master. Ever since she had started following Yarrow Mo Wan, Yin Shui had never heard her master give up her life like this. Even when she was in danger, Yarrow Mo Wan had never thought of giving up her life. Yet now, Yarrow Mo Wan had actually said something like this. How could Yin Shui not be shocked? Get up. This consort naturally knows of your loyalty and that you won't die so easily. This is just an example. If this consort isn't here, you have to protect Yi Junqing in this consort's place, alright? This consort is begging you. Yarrow Mo Wan used a rather tactful way to tell her what she was most worried about. Yin Shui will take your pulse. Just as Yin Shui was about to step forward, Yarrow Mo Wan stopped her. Promise this consort. Yarrow Mo Wan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Master, don't worry. Yin Shui promises you that even if I have to risk my life, I won't let either you or Yi Junqing suffer the slightest bit of harm. Yin Shui nodded slightly, then placed a finger on Yarrow Mo Wan's wrist. A dozen or so seconds later, Yin Shui's expression returned to normal. Master's pulse is normal. There's nothing wrong with it, said Yin Shui with relief. That's good. His Majesty can't find out about this. This consort doesn't want him to worry too much. Yarrow Mo Wan sighed inwardly. If that sour thing wasn't poison, then what was it? Yin Shui understands, but... Yin Shui hesitated. You also want to ask who this consort is? Yarrow Mo Wan looked towards Yin Shui with a bitter smile. Yin Shui only needs to be loyal to Master. As for who Master is, that's not important to Yin Shui. However, Yin Shui knows that this is a knot in Yi Junqing's heart. It's normal for His Majesty to have that kind of reaction. Yin Shui hopes that Master won't alienate His Majesty because of this. Each of Yin Shui's words came from the bottom of her heart. After all the hardships she had experienced, Yin Shui only wanted to see her lovers get married. Chapter 553. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person directly involved. Perhaps you're right. Don't worry, this consort will think about this carefully. It's getting late, you should go rest. Yarrow Moan felt that she had no reason to blame Yi Junqing. She really had lied to Yi Junqing. However, even she didn't know how to face herself right now. The Yarrow Morshine who was living in her younger sister's body? Then who was she? Yarrow Moan closed her eyes with this question in her mind. However, she closed her eyes for an entire month. The next morning, Yin Shui rushed into Central Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, it's bad. Master has gone missing. Ever since she left last night, Yin Shui had been hiding in the shadows and carefully observing every corner of Guan Osprey Palace. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that she suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. When she woke up this morning, the bed in the inner room of Guan Osprey Palace was empty. Moen has gone missing. Yi Junqing, who had just put on his dragon robe, was shocked. He immediately rushed out of Central Dragon Palace. By the time Yi Junqing rushed to Guan Osprey Palace, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were already waiting for him. How could she have gone missing? Wasn't she still fine last night? Yi Junqing rushed to the bed. The places he touched had already gone cold. Replying, Your Majesty, Feng Lin has already checked. There are no signs of a struggle in the entire Guan Osprey Palace. It seems that the person who kidnapped Master has extremely high martial arts. Feng Lin was referring to the person who had charged into Guan Osprey Palace, taken advantage of Master, and rescued Yi Hongyi. Moen, it's our fault, we should have stayed with you. Moen, where are you? Yin Shui. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, we order you to immediately search for Moen's whereabouts. If there's any news, immediately send it to us. Yi Junqing had already made up his mind. Once he took care of the affairs of the country, he would personally go find Yarrow Moen. Without Yarrow Moen in this life, there was no point in being the emperor. The winter wind was biting cold. Snow began to fall from the night sky. After falling for half the night, the entire world was covered in silver. In the forest, a luxurious carriage that exuded elegance was slowly moving forward. In front of the carriage, a man held the reins in his hand. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his long silver hair was as beautiful as the moonlight. His face was exquisite and his silhouette was perfect to the extreme. The man's appearance seemed to have been sculpted by the heavens. He was so beautiful that people would feel reverence for him and not dare to profane him. Compared to Yang Nanxing's bewitching beauty, the man was more dignified. Compared to Chu Morbei's bewitching demonic gaze, the man was more upright. However, he wasn't like Yi Junqing, who was like an immortal general who rode the wind. There was also a fundamental difference between him and Han Genie. In short, he was a very special person, so special that he was unparalleled in this world. Kanglan, do we have to take her back ourselves? Beside Qi Kanglan, Huan Luo cast a sidelong glance at the blue satin curtain in front of the carriage and said faintly, I don't feel at ease if someone else sends them back. Moreover, we've been out for so long, it's time to go back. Qi Kanglan's voice was forever like rain hitting Celadon, intoxicating people's hearts. When we were in Guan Osprey Palace, you kissed her? That scene seemed to be branded into Huan Luo's heart like a curse, becoming a nightmare that she could never get rid of. I just fed her phoenix tears. Qi Kanglan's voice was light and gentle, but a dark light flashed through his indifferent eyes. Ever since he had entered the imperial faction, he had believed that his heart was as still as water. However, when their lips met in Guan Osprey Palace, he had felt an indescribable throbbing. Although it had only been a short moment, he had clearly felt it. There are many ways to feed her phoenix tears, so why did you have to choose that one? Kanglan, you wouldn't have feelings for this lowly woman, right? Huan Luo's beautiful face was tinged with fear and tears flickered in her eyes. Huan Luo, your words are getting more and more ridiculous. She's a lowly commoner, so how could she be compatible with this priest's guardhood? Said Qi Kanglan coldly. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the reins and increased the speed of the carriage. It's good that you know. This woman isn't worthy of you. That's right, why are you still keeping Yi Hongyi? He's a cripple now. Huan Luo immediately changed the topic when she saw Qi Kanglan's sullen expression. It's true that he's a cripple, but he's also the person Yarrow Mo Wan hates the most in her life. If Yarrow Mo Wan doesn't have the slightest reaction when facing the person she hates the most, then doesn't that mean she really doesn't remember the past? Qi Kanglan lightly pursed his lips and stated the meaning of Yi Hongyi's existence. Kanglan, can Crimson Flame country really trample the 9 provinces and unify the world? Huan Luo's question touched Qi Kanglan's bottom line. The carriage abruptly stopped and Qi Kanglan's clear and cold eyes shone with absolute light. There's no need to doubt it. Chi Kanglan's reply made Huan Luo speechless. She naturally knew this man's ideals, so why did he need to ask? Inside the carriage, Yarrow Mo Wan's crystal-like figure lay there. She had no consciousness, no feelings, only a deathly stillness. At her side, Yi Hongyi's acupoints had all of his body sealed. He was piled up in a corner, his life worse than death. His eyes carried a bone-chilling coldness as he stared at Yarrow Mo Wan's beautiful face. Even if I have to struggle at death's door, we still want to live, Yarrow Mo Wan. If we don't see you and Yi Junqing get their retribution, we can't die no matter what. The so-called Crimson Flame Country was an island country far away from the mainland. Even so, the territory of Crimson Flame Country was twice the size of Lulan. Originally, Crimson Flame Country was connected to Great Chu and Lulan by an extremely wide land. However, in the last 100 years, the road connecting the mainland and Crimson Flame Country had become narrower and narrower. Now, it was already impossible for people to enter Crimson Flame Country on foot. At this time, Chi Kanglan and the others were already sitting on a ship specially sent by Crimson Flame Country's sorcerers. As he looked at the azure ocean in front of him, Chi Kanglan's eyes gradually shone with a sharp light. His heart felt at ease that he hadn't felt in a long time. After returning to Crimson Flame Country, the first thing Chi Kanglan did was to settle Yarrow Mo Wan in the residence, then bring Yi Hongyi to find Gui Daozi. Brat, say that again. Inside the ghost palace, Gui Daozi stroked his goatee and looked towards Chi Kanglan in an extremely unfriendly manner. Senior Gui, don't be anxious. Kanglan truly has a need, that's why I asked Senior to change Yi Hongyi's face back. Chi Kanglan knew of Gui Daozi's temper and status in Crimson Flame Country, so he didn't directly give the order. In reality, as the high priest of the imperial sect, Chi Kanglan absolutely had the right to directly ask Gui Daozi to do anything. Change back? Is this something you can change just because you say so? I know what kind of granny he used to look like. Gui Daozi glanced at Yi Hongyi and sneered. In the main hall, Yi Hongyi's gaze was unfocused as he stood there with a lifeless expression, allowing Gui Daozi and Chi Kanglan to trample and humiliate him. Thanks to Chi Kanglan, the days he spent mingling among the beggars had long since ground away all of his viciousness and arrogance. Now, there were only 2 words in Yi Hongyi's heart: live and get revenge. If Lansang remembers correctly, your new disciple seems to have seen the Yi Hongyi from before. Chi Kanglan knew the matters of Crimson Flame Country like the back of his hand. You're talking about Sister Ghost. Gui Daozi's eyes spun as he came up with a plan. All right, leave him here. In 3 days, this old man will naturally have Sister Ghost deliver the goods to the priest's manor. Gui Daozi stroked his beard and agreed very straightforwardly. Since Gui Daozi had relented, Chi Kanglan naturally had Yi Hongyi stay. After Gui Daozi ordered people to bring Yi Hongyi away, he went to look for his precious disciple. Inside the restaurant, Lung Bingshin, Mai Ji, Thousand Faces, and the others were exchanging cups and drinking merrily. Bingshin, if it weren't for your protection, who knows how badly we would have been bullied. How about this? Mai Ji respects you, let's drink first. As Mai Ji spoke, she drained the wine in her cup in one gulp. No need to be so polite. This is called no discord, no concord. It's rare to meet you guys in this damned place. This young lady is happy. Come. Let's drink together. After becoming familiar with Mai Ji and the others, Lung Bingshin found drinking buddies and often drank until she was dead drunk. When everyone raised their cups, Mai Ji didn't sit down. Bingshin, Mai Ji has a request. Mai Ji's expression was solemn, her brows furrowed. This young lady has no way of taking you guys out of here. Lung Bingshin smiled bitterly as she filled her cup, sorrow in the depths of her eyes. If she could leave, would she still be sitting here drowning her sorrows in wine? She also didn't know if Ben Lei would be sad that she had mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps he had already married that gentle and virtuous Chun Seong. Mai Ji never thought of leaving. I just want to ask you to put in a few good words for Nameless in front of Gui Daozi. In a few days, it will be the day of Crimson Flame Nation's promotion. We heard that Gui Daozi and a few elders of the imperial sect will examine it together. My G deliberately lowered her voice. Did you guys eat the wrong medicine? Who caused you to end up like this? Not Nameless. Lung Bingshin looked at My G in surprise, her face full of confusion. Let's forget about the past. Right now, we are still working for Nameless. If he's good, we're good. If he's bad, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives. Also, Nameless promised us that as long as he can promote, he will give us a token. With that token, we will be Crimson Flame Nation's people, and no one will bully us no matter where we go. My G's voice was a bit helpless. Even if things didn't go their way, life had to go on. Since they were in the Crimson Flame Nation, and the reality was that it was difficult to leave, My G and the others could only find a way to survive. Just as Lung Bingshin was hesitating, a gust of wind blew past, and Gui Daozi was already standing behind Lung Bingshin. You little bastards are leading this old man's disciples astray again. Are you tired of living? Under Gui Daozi's sharp gaze, My G and the others scattered like birds and beasts. Old man, don't scare my friends in the future. Lung Bingshin was very dissatisfied with Gui Daozi's entrance. She stood up angrily and glared at him. A bunch of scoundrels. What's the point of hanging out with them? Hurry up and go back with Master. Gui Daozi didn't care whether Lung Bingshin was happy or not, and immediately dragged her out of the restaurant. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Lung Bingshin was pulled anxiously by Gui Daozi and fiercely swung her sleeves. Little sister ghost, your mouth is getting more and more vicious. Ever since Master brought you here, I've always given you the best. Now, your chance to repay Master has come. There's a person called Yi Hongyi in the Ghost Palace who was disfigured by Master before. Now, the higher-ups want Master to change him back to his original appearance, but Master has forgotten what he used to look like. What should I do? After getting along for a period of time, Gui Daozi knew that this little disciple of his was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, so he put on a pitiful expression to gain sympathy. Who? Lung Bingshin frowned and asked suspiciously. Yi Hongyi. He's the former emperor of Great Chu. You've seen him, right? Since Qi Kanglan said his disciple had seen him, it shouldn't be wrong. Him. Lung Bingshin's brows twitched slightly. Back in Guan Osprey Palace, she had almost been strangled to death by that bastard. Thinking of this, Lung Bingshin's hands itched. That's right, Master has already demonstrated that technique in front of you no less than 20 times. I just don't know how much of it you've learned. Of course, if you can't do it, then drawing Yi Hongyi's appearance is also good. Master will do it myself. Gui Daozi loosened the reins only to grasp them better. Troublesome. This lady agrees to help you change Yi Hongyi's skin, but there's one thing. You have to guarantee that Nameless name must be on the list of advanced children this year. Lung Bingshin thought of My G's request and agreed. Nameless? Who? In this Crimson Flame country, the famous Iron Blood Army's commandant was merely the most unremarkable one among 10,000 children. It was normal that Gui Daozi didn't recognize him. Do you agree or not? Lung Bingshin crossed her arms in front of her chest with an expression that said, if you don't agree, then don't even think about letting this lady show her hand. Let's go. Gui Daozi firmly nodded, then pulled Lung Bingshin back to the Ghost Palace. Chapter 554. Yarrow Moen, who had just woken up, felt like she had had a very, very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to be an empress, wearing a phoenix dress as she proudly sat in the throne room. Then the scene gradually blurred and she seemed to have been banished to the cold palace and died a miserable death. Then it seemed like she had been reborn to take revenge. In short, this dream was very long. When she woke up, Yarrow Moen felt that she was completely exhausted, as if this dream had sapped all of her strength. At this moment, Yarrow Moen was leaning softly against the side of the bed. Her clear and emotionless eyes looked around at everything in front of her. In the end, she could only say one word, unfamiliar. Saintess, you're awake. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from outside, followed by an enchanting beauty with curved eyebrows, round almond-shaped eyes, and long eyelashes curled upwards. The way she blinked was very seductive. Below her high nose bone, her mouth was as red as a peach, and her skin was as white as jade. Her figure was slender and graceful, and the way she walked was even more seductive. Such a woman was born to be a courtesan. It would be a waste if she was not sent to a brothel. Yarrow Moen thought. What did you call me? Yarrow Moen's expression was indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest bit of fear or cowardice from the unfamiliarity in her eyes. Of course it's the Saintess, the most beautiful and pure woman in our Crimson Flame nation. The woman's clothes were very revealing. From top to bottom, she seemed to be wrapped in a long piece of pink satin. The places that should be exposed were all exposed, and the places that should not be exposed were faintly discernible. Yarrow Moen's eyes subconsciously fell on the fullness that women were most proud of. She then turned to look at herself and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sometimes, you don't want to be pure, but this world forces you to be pure. It was true that Yarrow Moen was very satisfied with her own figure, but the prerequisite was that she couldn't have such an outstanding beauty standing in front of her. I don't remember. Who are you to me? Yarrow Moen let out a long sigh, then got up. Her gaze was calm as she walked to the table, but when she picked up the pot, she discovered that there was no water. I am your personal maid, Jiao Jiao. As she watched Jiao Jiao walk over, Yarrow Moen couldn't help but sigh. If all the maidservants in the world walked like this, then wouldn't there be a whole bunch of legal wives that had to be replaced? Such a seductive lotus footwork really made one's blood boil, especially when paired with Jiao's natural charm. It was simply a man's trump card. Jiao Jiao? Yarrow Moen felt that this name was very special, but she liked it. That's right. Just as the woman was being unreasonable, Yarrow Moen replied without the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. Go and prepare the meal first. 10 dishes and 1 soup. The main course is golden coiling pastries. Desserts are optional. Then, go and brew a pot of Longjing tea. Remember, it has to be pure. This Saintess will not drink impure wine. Also, get someone to renovate this room. This Saintess wants the walls made of pure gold, the bed to be replaced with a soft couch, and the floor to be paved with the best quality white jade. Also, all the furnishings, change them to antiques that are more than 500 years old. This table should be chopped to make fire. This Saintess wants a table made of high-quality agarwood, and the tabletop should be made of green jadeite. Do you understand? A clear and cold voice slowly spilled out of Yarrow Moen's mouth. At the side, the corners of Jiao Jiao's lips twitched, and twitched until she was petrified on the spot. Cough. Saintess, actually, Jiao Jiao feels that you should first let Jiao Jiao help you recall your past. At the very least, you should know your identity and position in Crimson Flame country, right? Jiao Jiao glanced at Yarrow Moen coquettishly as she spoke. That's only what you feel. If you don't want this Saintess to feel that you can disappear in front of this Saintess forever, then immediately do as this Saintess says. Yarrow Moen's eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. She just coldly looked at Jiao Jiao, until Jiao Jiao choked 3 times in a row, then turned and left. Only when Jiao Jiao left did Yarrow Moen let out a sigh of relief. Her clear and cold eyes were gradually dyed with a trace of loss and helplessness. Saintess. She really didn't have the slightest impression of this. She didn't even know what her name was or if she had any relatives in this world. Meanwhile, when Jiao Jiao left Yarrow Moen's room and was furiously walking to the back kitchen, she coincidentally bumped into Qi Kanglan. Jiao Jiao? What are you doing here? Qi Kanglan looked at the furious Jiao Jiao and felt a bit curious. This Jiao Jiao in front of him was none other than one of the 2 great saintesses of Crimson Flame country who were equally famous as Huan Luo. Although Jiao Jiao and Huan Luo were both saintesses, because Jiao Jiao treated people amiably and had such a provocative figure, she was very popular in Crimson Flame country. She wasn't as distant as Huan Luo. Although she was also beautiful, she seemed a bit unreal. Isn't it Venerable One's idea? Venerable One said that Yarrow Moen doesn't have her memories now, so we should give her an identity. The Yarrow Moen that you brought back is the true Saintess. Jiao Jiao is merely a servant girl by her side. Alright, I can't chat with you anymore. This servant girl still has to go prepare master's meals. In a bit, she said she wants me to disappear, said Jiao Jiao in a very serious manner. So it was Venerable One's idea. Yarrow Moen woke up. Qi Kanglan looked towards Jiao Jiao in realization. Of course. You should hurry up and go. She's still waiting for you to tear down her house. Jiao Jiao pursed her lips into a faint smile and blinked her eyes. She looked so harmless. Tear down the house. While Qi Kanglan was in doubt, Jiao Jiao had already headed towards the back kitchen. When Qi Kanglan entered the room, Yarrow Moen was sitting in front of the bronze mirror. Her slender fingers were lightly caressing her own face. Very beautiful, but also very unfamiliar. Yarrow Moen couldn't help but laugh at herself. She must have completely lost her memories. She was clearly looking at her own face, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. Saintess woke up. Qi Kanglan asked despite knowing the answer. Since Venerable One had sent Jiao Jiao, then the Yarrow Moen in front of him must be Crimson Flame Country's Saintess. Yarrow Moen didn't say anything. She only looked at the figure behind her through the bronze mirror. Her heart slightly trembled. What a handsome person. Especially that head of silver-white hair that cascaded down like moonlight, it made Qi Kanglan look more and more like an immortal general that had walked out of a painting. I woke up, but I don't remember. What's the matter? Yarrow Moen seemed to be an innate expert. Even though she didn't have her memories, her every word and every action gave people an indescribable dignity. This made Qi Kanglan a bit surprised. Usually, it was others who would kneel at his feet and kowtow. But now, Yarrow Moen actually used this kind of tone to speak to him. If it was any other time, Qi Kanglan would definitely throw out a palm. But at this moment, Qi Kanglan didn't get angry and instead walked into the room. I am the High Priest of Crimson Flame Country. In principle, my rank is above yours. Qi Kanglan wanted to remind Yarrow Moen who should be sitting right now. Is that so? I don't have an impression. However, this saintess woke up in this room. Priest, you walked in from outside, so there's an 80% chance that you came to visit this saintess. Now that priest's hands are empty, this saintess's heart is a bit cold. Presumably, this saintess's relationship with priest is nothing more than this. Yarrow Moen's sharp words shocked Qi Kanglan. Although they had met a few times before, they had never interacted. In Qi Kanglan's eyes, Yarrow Moen was admittedly the root of the 7 countries' calamities. But in the end, she was a woman and a lowly commoner. She wouldn't have any outstanding abilities. Only now did Qi Kanglan feel that perhaps he should re-examine this woman. While Qi Kanglan was pondering inwardly, Yarrow Moen had already stood up and left the dressing table. She slowly walked to sit in front of Qi Kanglan. High Priest, if you have something to say, just say it. This saintess doesn't like to beat around the bush. Yarrow Moen's hands very naturally rested on the side of the table. Her clear eyes coldly and emotionlessly looked at Qi Kanglan. Facing such a calm and collected Yarrow Moen, Qi Kanglan was actually at a loss for a moment. Since you're awake, priest will bring you to see His Majesty tomorrow. Qi Kanglan wasn't willing to look directly at Yarrow Moen's eyes that were as sharp as blades. Thus, he stood up to leave, but when he reached the door, he turned to look at Yarrow Moen. This is priest's residence. Qi Kanglan's meaning was clearly telling Yarrow Moen that it was best to be more low-key in someone else's territory. It wasn't good to be too arrogant. No wonder the decorations are so old. When this saintess woke up, I thought that I was living in a coffin. Yarrow Moen indifferently opened her eyes. Her limpid autumn eyes glanced at Qi Kanglan, still as calm as a calm lake. Qi Kanglan was speechless. It was as if he felt a trace of a ripple in his still water heart. His heart that hadn't moved for a long time actually had a trace of undulation. All right, he admitted that he was indeed angered by this lowly commoner in front of him. Seeing Qi Kanglan speechlessly leave, the corners of Yarrow Moen's lips hooked into a cold smile. She then sized up the entire room, truly becoming more and more displeasing to the eye. After about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Jiao Jiao had prepared 10 dishes and 1 soup as Yarrow Moen had instructed. When the dishes were placed, Jiao Jiao was just about to sit down when she suddenly shivered. She glanced sideways and just happened to see Yarrow Moen's ice-cold eyes shooting at her. Cough cough. Mistress, eat first. Jiao Jiao normally didn't put on any airs when interacting with others. Now, she had the appearance of a servant girl. Sit down together. It wasn't that Yarrow Moen didn't want Jiao Jiao to sit down, but the prerequisite was that she had to be the one to say it. The corners of Jiao Jiao's lips twitched without batting an eyelid. Then, she smiled apologetically and sat next to Yarrow Moen. Mistress, Jiao Jiao will help you get some food. Jiao Jiao attentively picked up a piece of fish for Yarrow Moen. Then, she very carefully observed Yarrow Moen's expression. In reality, Jiao Jiao was very proficient in this. Back when she lived with her master, she had tried to curry favor with her master like this. Everyone said that one shouldn't hit a smiling person. This was an unchanging principle throughout the ages. Speaking of Jiao Jiao's master, it was Crimson Flame Country's sorcerer, Sikong Mu. He was a mysterious existence, an existence that the Emperor of Crimson Flame Country, Kai Chuan, viewed as a god. And in Crimson Flame Country's so-called imperial sect, the sect master was Sikong Mu. Under him were high priests, protectors, and children. There was only one high priest, and that was Chi Kanglan. The 2 priests were the holy maidens that the people of Crimson Flame Country spoke of. They were Huan Luo and Jiao Jia. Here, it had to be mentioned that Jiao Jiao's reason for becoming a priest was commonly known as entering through the back door. The 4 great protectors were actually Sikong Mu's personal death warriors. Ever since the sect was established, no one had seen their true faces. As for the children, there were quite a few of them. Even with nameless superb martial arts, he was barely ranked 6th among the children of the imperial sect. How could this holy maiden have fainted? How long was I unconscious for? Although Yarrow Moen wasn't sure how trustworthy this charming servant girl's words were, she still had to listen even if it was a lie. Holy Maiden's cultivation went berserk. If it wasn't for that high priest's timely help, Holy Maiden wouldn't have woken up. However, although Holy Maiden has woken up, your martial arts have been crippled. Now that you've lost your memory, Jiao Jia recounted the events according to her master's instructions. Might as well be dead, right? Yarrow Moen saw the desolation in Jiao Jiao's eyes. Jiao Jiao doesn't mean that. Jiao Jiao feels that no matter what, people should think of a way to live. Only by living can there be hope, and only by living can one see hope. Jiao Jiao grew up without parents. Ever since she was sensible, she had followed her master. Sikong Mu's eccentric personality had also created Jiao Jiao's unparalleled lackey skills. Of course, as the holy maiden of Crimson Flame Country, Jiao Jiao also had a temper. At that time, there were a few local ruffians who were bullying young girls on the streets. Jiao Jiao had mercilessly stripped them naked and paraded them through the streets. Then, she had hung them upside down on the city walls until they were dried up. Because of this, the evaluation of Jiao Jia was that among lackeys, she had the clearest love and hate. This holy maiden also thinks so. Let's eat. These words caused Yarrow Moen's wariness towards Jiao Jiao to decrease by a lot. Yarrow Moen felt that Jiao Jiao had a straightforward personality and was her type. While Yarrow Moen and Jiao Jia were happily eating, in Ghost Palace, Yi Hongyi's howls resounded through the sky like a pig being slaughtered. Disciple, are you done or not? Outside the secret room, Gui Daozi truly couldn't endure the howls inside and fiercely knocked on the stone door. Not long after, the stone door rumbled open and Gui Daozi hastily walked into the secret room. When he saw Yi Hongyi curled up on the stone table, his hands tightly covering his face as he howled in pain, Gui Daozi pulled Lung Bingshan over. What are you doing? You didn't give him hemp juice. As Gui Daozi spoke, he glanced at the porcelain bowl that still had half a bowl of green juice left on the table. His white brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 555. Of course he drank it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me do it. However, I only let him drink half of it. So, if he wants to recover, he has to endure the pain. If he doesn't want to, he can run away at any time. Lung Bingxin raised her eyebrows. She didn't think what she did was cruel. Do you have a grudge against him? Gui Daozi choked. He never thought that his disciple would be so vicious and merciless, in addition to deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Back then, he almost choked me to death. Today, I'm only taking back some interest. It's already letting him off easy. When she was changing her skin, Lung Bingxin really wanted to chop Yi Hongyi to death. However, in view of her current situation, she didn't dare be too arrogant. Although she had a master who was protective of her, after being in Crimson Flame country for so long, Lung Bingxin naturally knew that people from the imperial sect weren't to be trifled with. Forget it, forget it. Are you sure he's recovered his previous appearance? Gui Daozi turned his head to glance at Yi Hongyi, then turned to look at Lung Bingxin. Don't worry, I am the last disciple of the great skin painter, Gui Daozi. Nothing will go wrong. Lung Bingxin threw away the blade in her hand and looked at Gui Daozi confidently. Stupid girl, you're finally willing to recognize this old man as your master. When he's in enough pain, send him to the priest manor and hand him over to Qi Kanglan, that kid. When Gui Daozi heard Lung Bingxin call him master, his heart felt as sweet as honey. How could he care about whether Yi Hongyi was in pain or not? Jiao Jiao looked at the room in front of her. Although it couldn't be considered luxurious, it still had some elegance. She swayed her slender waist and walked to Yarrow Moen's side. Master, are we really going to tear it down? After all, this was Qi Kanglan's mansion. Now that the patriarch wasn't here, it wouldn't be good to tear down someone else's house, right? Jiao Jiao hesitated. Dismantle. Yarrow Moen couldn't care less. Life was too short. If she had to stay in such a shabby room, then she would be better off dead. She didn't know why, but she always felt that her life before she lost her memories had always been very luxurious. Jiao Jiao lifted her brows. In any case, her mission was to get close to Yarrow Moen and gain her trust. As long as there were no problems with her principles, she would do whatever Yarrow Moen said. What are you waiting for? Jiao Jiao waved her sleeves, and a dozen or so craftsmen carried their iron hammers and were about to smash the house in front of them. Wait. Just as Craftsman Lu was rolling up his sleeves, a clear and melodious voice drifted over. Yarrow Moen and Jiao Jiao turned to look at the source of the voice and were astonished to see a woman dressed in a moon-white dress walking over leisurely. She was as beautiful as jade, and her slender waist was slightly bent as she walked over. Her white wrists were wrapped in light muslin, and her skin was smooth and supple. Her aura was like an orchid, and this woman's beauty was untainted. She was like Chang'e on the moon, causing one's eyes to light up. Jiao Jie was wondering who it was. So, it's the holy maiden Huan Luo. Although Jiao Jie was as famous as Huan Luo, she disliked Huan Luo's arrogance. It was as if she was a snow lotus at the peak of an iceberg, while everyone else was a lotus flower blooming in a wild pond. What are you doing? Fantasy Flower did not even look at Jiao Jiao. She walked up to the blacksmith and looked at him coldly. Saintess, we're here to demolish your house, Craftsman A replied respectfully. What do you mean by demolishing the house? Do you know how to speak? Say it again. Jiao Jiao stepped forward with a threatening tone. Saintess Ivanro, we're here to redecorate this room, Craftsman A corrected himself. This saintess won't allow it. You can leave. Huan Luo waved her hand coldly and shut up. The blacksmiths didn't dare to tarry and were about to leave when Jiao Jiao stopped them. You can continue. If anyone dares to leave, I'll break their legs. Before Jiao Jiao could speak, Yarrow Moen stepped forward and looked at Huan Luo with eyes that were as cold as the moon. The blacksmiths behind her were troubled. Although they'd heard that the imperial sect had conferred a new saintess, Huan Luo was still an old woman. They couldn't afford to offend her. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what Saintess Wana said? Jiao Jie brandished her fists as she glared at the blacksmiths in front of her. They really had been spoiled so much that they didn't even listen to her. Saintess Wan Chimph, are you the owner of this place? A trace of disdain flashed through Huan Luo's eyes when she heard Jiao Jiao's way of addressing her. Then you are. Yarrow Moen saw the disdain in Huan Luo's eyes and felt conflicted. Since they were both saintesses, who had the right to look down on the other? You. Just as Huan Luo was about to attack, Jiao Jiao shot in front of Yarrow Moen, her fists itching to fight. Almost at the same time, Qi Kanglan, who'd been standing behind Huan Luo, moved between the two of them. Forget it, let's just tear it down. Qi Kanglan didn't want Huan Luo to ruin things out of impatience, so he compromised. Kanglan, she's going to tear down your residence right now. How can you indulge her like this? Huan Luo hadn't expected Qi Kanglan to stand on Yarrow Moen's side. Her heart instantly went cold. High Priest likes our master, so I naturally have to indulge her a bit more. A certain someone wants to cry. Please don't, it'll affect your image. Although Jiao Jiao didn't like Qi Kanglan, she couldn't stand seeing Huan Luo pester him like a dog all day long. She kept saying things like I'm doing it for your own good. Those who knew that she was a saintess, but those who didn't would think that she was a saintess. Jiao Jiao. Huan Luo's clear eyes seemed to be spewing fire as she glared at Jiao Jiao. Huan Luo, go back first. This high priest will come find you later. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense, Qi Kanglan ordered her to leave. Huan Luo. Huan Luo looked towards Qi Kanglan with a wronged expression. A trace of coldness flashed through her heart. Seeing that Qi Kanglan had no intention of making her stay, Huan Luo could only turn around. Before she left, her icy gaze bypassed Jiao Jiao and landed on Yarrow Moen. It wasn't that Yarrow Moen didn't sense Huan Luo's malice, but she didn't care. Of course, Yarrow Moen wasn't being conceited. She just wanted to use this matter to see her position in these people's eyes. It was clear that these craftsmen were more afraid of Huan Luo. They were even wary of their own servant, Jiao Jiao. It was only when they looked at her that there was nothing but curiosity. As for Jiao Jiao, as a servant, she actually dared to oppose Huan Luo. It seemed that she had still underestimated this outstanding servant girl beside her. As for Qi Kanglan, although he had promised her that his actions were close to insolence, his eyes were still on Huan Luo's side. So complicated. Yarrow Moen couldn't help but raise her brows. Amnesia. Martial arts lost. She wouldn't believe anything a random passerby said. Qi Kanglan only turned around after Huan Luo left. Make your preparations. After morning court assembly tomorrow, follow this priest to see His Majesty. The wind lifted Qi Kanglan's long hair that was as beautiful as moonlight. The godlike man stood in front of Yarrow Moen, but Yarrow Moen ignored him indifferently. What a brazen woman! This was the second time Qi Kanglan experienced Yarrow Moen's arrogance and the domineeringness that seeped out of her bones. The lowly commoner he spoke of seemed to have the intention of being above him. Which one of you is the great priest? Right at this moment, Lung Bingxin pushed Yi Hongyi to appear in front of Qi Kanglan and the others. Master, this is Gui Daoz's disciple. He said he came to report on a mission. The steward of the residence was an old man over 60 years old. Everyone called him Uncle Zhong. I understand. Leave him here. You, this is your masterpiece. The instant Qi Kanglan saw Yi Hongyi, his expression instantly darkened. His face was still the same, not the slightest bit different from Yi Hongyi's, but no matter how long his forehead was, it couldn't hide the word beast. What? Great priest wants to teach me a thing or two? Lung Bingxin raised her brows and looked at the silver-haired handsome guy in front of her. Her tone seemed to contain provocation. Indeed, as Gui Daoz's close disciple, in the aspect of changing skin, besides Gui Daozi, who would dare to teach her? Seeing Qi Kanglan remain silent, Lung Bingxin was just about to withdraw her gaze and leave when her eyes seemed to be fixed on Yarrow Moen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Master! Master, why are you here? Lung Bingxin charged towards Yarrow Moen in ecstasy, but was stopped by Jiao Jiao. Don't randomly call her that. She's the Imperial Sect's holy maiden, she's not your master. Jiao Jiao's martial arts were comparable to Qi Kanglan's, so she naturally effortlessly separated Lung Bingxian and Yarrow Moen. At practically the same time, Yi Hongyi's cold gaze shot towards the direction Lung Bingxian had charged towards, his extreme hatred surging to the heavens. Does this holy maiden know you? Yarrow Moen walked past Lung Bingxian with small steps, walking towards Yi Hongyi. Holy maiden, you're the holy maiden, ha ha ha. Yi Hongyi laughed wildly, the hatred in his eyes surging like enormous waves. At such a close distance, Yarrow Moen could deeply feel the killing intent coming from Yi Hongyi's body. Even the hatred of killing one's parents was nothing more than this. Master, you don't recognize him? He's that Yi Hongyi who's worse than a beast. He's the one who personally killed your older sister, and threw your nephew to his death. Master, I'm Lung Bingxian. Lung Bingxian saw Yarrow Moen's abnormality and anxiously reminded her. Yarrow Moen's gaze was a bit vacant. Even if it was really as Lung Bingxian said, what reason did the man in front of her have to look at her like that? Yarrow Moen was a bit confused. What a mess. Uncle Zhong, lock this person up in the secret room for this priest. Qi Kanglan paid attention to Yarrow Moen for a long time. Only when he was certain that she didn't recognize Yi Hongyi did he feel at ease. When the steward heard this, he didn't dare dally and immediately pulled Yi Hongyi, who was still laughing wildly, towards the back garden. Master, how come you don't even recognize Bingxian? What in the world happened? Lung Bingxian wasn't as easy to deal with as Yi Hongyi. Moreover, no matter how Jiao Jiao tried to stop her, Lung Bingxian still wanted to throw herself at Yarrow Moen. If it wasn't for Gui Daoz's habit of shielding his own people, Jiao Jiao definitely would have punched down and saved herself the effort of blocking. Ghost sister, don't mess around. This is the Imperial Sect's Holy Maiden, her name is Wn. Hurry and kowtow to the Holy Maiden. If even Yi Hongyi couldn't recognize her, Qi Kanglan was confident that Yarrow Moen definitely wouldn't be able to recognize Lung Bingxian either. Your sister. Go away. Lung Bingxian fiercely shook off Jiao Jiao's hand. Just as she was about to step forward, Qi Kanglan sealed her acupuncture points with 2 slaps. Ghost sister, you should know what line of work you're in. Now that you've seen Holy Maiden Wn, is it really worth it for you to be so excited? Qi Kanglan's words enlightened Lung Bingxian. That's right. Not only was she a disguise master, she was also a skin painter. It wasn't strange for her to see 2 identical faces. While Lung Bingxian was pondering, Qi Kanglan had already unsealed Lung Bingxian's acupuncture points. You guys have a good scheme. Lung Bingxian looked at Yarrow Moen in a daze, then waved her sleeves and left. Seeing Lung Bingxian's figure fade from her line of sight, Yarrow Moen's gaze slightly darkened. Scheme? What kind of scheme was it? What role did she play in this scheme? Wan? Was she really called Wan? There were too many questions hovering in Yarrow Moen's mind, waiting for her to unravel them one by one. However, she wasn't in a hurry right now. What are you guys still standing there blankly for? Tear it down. Yarrow Moen spoke indifferently. From start to finish, there wasn't the slightest ripple in her deep eyes. When he heard Yarrow Moen's words, Qi Kanglan couldn't help but look over. She didn't have any suspicions in her heart just now. If she did, why didn't she ask? Yarrow Moen, you're so shrewd. Great Chu's imperial palace was covered in snow for nearly a month in the cold winter. Heavy snowflakes still fluttered in the air and the leaden sky didn't clear up for a long time. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.